Welcome, everybody, to the halfway point in the Platinum Endurance Championship season. Welcome to the 10 hours of Spa here in Belgium. ABN 1 coverage here of the Platinum Endurance Championship continues here on ABN Esports 1. A lot of racing left to go in the season. 10 hours here in Spa here in Belgium. 12 hours on the 27th of April at Sebring, and then the 24 hours in France in May. Pretty fair weather here in Spa. Rain not expected to be a factor in today's festivities. 20 degrees centigrade, the air temperature of the track. Gonna be pretty warm throughout the day, but again, 10-hour race, a lot of track evolution expected here today. 37% humidity, partly cloudy skies. It is slightly windy, 15 kilometers an hour, the wind speed here at the moment at Spa. This track in the higher elevation typically is more prone to higher winds, higher wind gusts, and typically weather, but we'll have pretty good skies for the race here today. Again, for those tuning in, I'm Carmen. Sienna, thank you all so much for joining us here for what should be a very fun day of racing. 10 hours of it coming up here in just a little bit. We have qualifying to go through as well. So we're looking forward to every bit of the action here today. Match code 55, Norbert Thomas, top of the practice times at the moment. See, about 13 minutes left to go in the practice session here, the final warm-up of this race as everything gets ready to go here. Magico 55 and the 56 teams, both 1 and 2 at the moment. Then it's Dead Bull Racing in third. Norbert Thomas behind the wheel of the 55 right now. That car near the top of the board. The numbers are a bit all over the place. Magico 55 in the 11 today. Not typically what you would expect. Alberto Garcia Blasco in the 33 for XPD Racing. Good looking car up there, sitting fourth in the times for GTP. And then you have Julian Joy in the 10, just in this group as well, the Acura. Sorry, that's a Cadillac going against the Acura that just spun. Julian Joy for Old Firm Racing Purple, sitting top 5. Not a bad effort so far for them. Once again, as it was the first 2 races of the season, over 50 cars on track for today's festivities. 51 on track. So it'll be a crowded track all race long. Going into this will be a race that will, as normal, end under darkness. It'll end in the nighttime. $16 GTPs. Actually, excuse me, sorry, 17 GTPs. Actually, one GTP that is not marked as a GTP. It's marked as a prototype. Have to get that marked out a little bit. It's Sean Brown behind the wheel of the Red X SimSport 806. So I'm gonna get that fixed. All right, that should be fixed and taken care of here. John Brown in the number 86 is what we're looking at here. There's Sean Brown. Right now 14th in GTP. There's 17 GTP cars in this field. A couple more cars joining in, so it looks like we're going to have 52 cars racing here today. The addition of, I'd say, Negative Delta by Sim Gear. You've got Slipper's Racing Team, which I think is the newest team. You have Jonas Weber for Rider Engineering Esports in their AM machine, and then you have Lucas Dirksen for Unlucky Luck Racing. And for Unlucky Luke Racing, they were every bit of that name last time out when we raced at Monza. More subdued, not a lot of traffic on track at the moment. We'll kind of walk through a couple of the class leaders. Leading GT3 Pro in practice here is Lorenzo Castellani for 07 Racing. Let's see, two-time defending GT3 Pro champions, looking to do so again here today. Right now, 07 Racing, obviously after the last race in Monza, winning at home. They sit with 61 points over RPM Racing, who have 43. Commentator Esports JD GT3 Pro have 42. As does Simray Sweden. They have Delta by Sim Gear sitting 5th, 37 points there in GT3 Pro. It'll be fun to follow that championship battle as it develops here today. Again, it's all about, can anyone stop 07 Racing from going on a three-peat? That's going to be the magical question here in Spa for GT3 Pro. In GTP, it's a little bit more interesting with how GTP's sort of turned out. Project Valorous in their number 50 machine has 61 points. It's a similar situation you would believe in that GTP category. Rider Engineering Esports sits second with 44 points, and then it drops off a little bit. XPD Emerald Racing with 33, Old Firm Racing Purple with 32, AZR Motorsport GTP with 31, same with Magic Arrow 55, and MRP by Fields Academy. So there's a very tense fight in the midfield there, or in the upper midfield near the podium. But Project Valorous has really kind of stepped away with that GTP lead. The biggest surprise is that the GT3 AM category, which has been dominated the last couple seasons, is now wide open. Yeah, Milo Spielman in the Lithium Motorsports AM car. This is the team. This is the leading car in GT3 AM. 55 points for Lithium Motorsports AM right now as things run. Rider Engineering Esports GT3 AM it with 49 points. Native Delta Academy with 47. Native Delta Academy currently lead the times. And here in Spa, Smurf Racing Team sit 4th with 37. But things are still very close in the GT3 AM category. It is the closest title fight we've got going on at the moment. And it's going to be tight because there's 10 GT3 AM cars in this field. All of them finished at Daytona. 8 of them finished at Monza. And that's where things really get interesting with this. We've not had a high attrition rate in this event. Does that change here today at a track that is very prone for drawing retirements out of nowhere? Another driver in the SPD Racing GTP, it is Felix Manzanedo. The Spaniard, sitting right now 4th fastest for that team. Jan Korbs in the Ryder Engineering Esports Acura. So Young Korbs recharging that battery a little bit here. New face here in the 07 Racing's GTP entry. 07 Racing has 2 entries. Obviously the championship leading GT3 Pro car, which has had an unchanged lineup since that team has really kind of blossomed into the championship contenders that they are. Lorenzo Zaffoli behind the wheel of their GTP car at the moment. All Italian team. Both cars did pretty well at Monza 4 weeks ago. Try to do the same here. Zaffoli sits right now 10th fastest with that car. Castellani sits in the lead of GT3 Pro in practice with about 2 minutes left to go in practice. There is qualifying, and again, for those that are new to our coverage here of the Platinum Endurance Championship, qualifying is going to take up a lot of the first hour here of our broadcast. It's 40 minutes, but it's split between the GTP and the GT3 class cars. GT3 gets 20 minutes, GTP gets 20 minutes. And as you're seeing, it's going to be interesting because pit lane exits here at the top of the hill. Obviously, you've got that complex, very infamous complex of Eau Rouge and Raidillon. Pit lane leads out after Raidillon, going into the Kimmel Straight. I believe Zaffoli's following, that is, I think that's Peter Matuzik. Yep, Peter Matuzik for Project Valorous. 51 car, sitting 13th fastest at the moment. Team so far that has struggled to put the power down here. Miguel Pinto behind the wheel for Pick Up the Pace. One of the several Porsches in the field. Porsche's bookending the GTP class with the 55 leading the team, or leading the charge, and Pick Up the Pace at the very bottom. Jan Korbs just went 2nd fastest in the dying minutes of practice. Wow. So they saved their best for last. Going to be very important to see if that can be held up here in the actual qualifying session coming up. Qualifying getting ready to begin here. It's going to be GT3 that gets the first shot today. So GT3 AM and Pro we'll get the first half of the session. And it will be the defending champions that hop out on track first. Castellani leads the way out. Castellani there in the 201, defending champions of that class. You got Amari Garad for Old Firm Racing White, and then a little bit more of a cluster here. Isaac Arvidsson for Sim Race Sweden Esports, Pedro Montero for Strumenti DS Racing, Nick Kirsten's there for Sim Race Sweden, Alberto Moreno for Carbono Esports JD, who are in the championship fight right now. Paulo Ernesto Tadolini sitting for Code Esport there. Charlie Lennon Nilsson. Miss Harley Smith for Outrun Berserk. Kevin Lazar for Team Race Getter Black. Joan Marti for Go Esports. Luis Gaspar for Project Valorous Academy. Zachary Livingood for Lithium Motorsports back in the GT3 Pro Car. Yashal Yunus for RPM Racing Purple. Pedro Oliveira Vigario for AZR Motorsport. Limmy Meshk, former GT3 AM champion, sitting for Rider Engineering Esports GT3 program. David Narbonne for Smurf Racing Team behind the wheel of that car. Then it's Ingo Henry Palowitz for Team Race Getter. Vladislav Shopov for Native Delta by Sim Gear. Philip Spez for Rider Engineering Esports GT3 AM. Sergio Ochoa Esposito for Carbono Esports JD GT3 AM. Milo Spielman for Lithium Motorsports AM. Miklos Gall. Dominic Hemmeter. Marco Lettenbauer for Firefly E-Racing Blue. Nuno Magalhaes for SR Technic. Lucas Dirksen for Unlucky Luke Racing. Simon Martinez for XPD Racing's GT3 program. Enosis Esports being piloted right now by Marcos Valverde. Yulian Dimitrov for Native Delta Academy. Slippers Racing Team, Rowan Pellin Otresai. Orlando Salhero for Core Motorsport. Lorenzo Castellani, though, first driver to set a time here on his first flying lap as we get ready to go here. The qualifying timer at the top left of your screen. And we will see as these first couple of cars make their way around here. We'll see the top 7 of each class on the left side of your screen. Go ahead and pull up the good old track map here. Show you where everyone's at the moment. Very spacious track, 4.35 miles, 7 kilometers. A lap length here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. The black dots are GT3 Pro cars, the white dots are GT3 AM. Talked about it before, 52 cars on track for today's festivities. Over 30 of them are GT3. Castellani. We'll set a lap time here, 2:16.474. Not a bad lap time. How about Amari Garad for Old Firm Racing White, second fastest, half a second off, but not a bad time. Isaac Arvidsson, though, for Sim Race Sweden, will put a lap time up immediately, a 2:16.310 to take provisional pole. Some big moves there. Dominic Hammeter for Red X Sim Sport, the 807 286 on track right now. One of the leading Audi cars in GT3. What can they pull together out of the last corner? Enough for 8th at the moment. Milo Spielman runs wide there in the last corner, trying to maximize all of the track running here. But it was not a valid lap time. So this is where it's going to get fun. Arvidsson's already taken the top spot away. Now it's on Castellani to respond. Castellani having to respond here, going through the bus stop chicane. Did they improve? They did, but not enough to go for pole. They still set second at the moment. And you have to kind of look at Isaac Arvidsson. They're not on a flying lap. They're going to let this one go. Third place in GT3 Pro, Charlie Lund Nielsen for RPM Racing right now as it sits, sitting in third. Joan Marti for Go Esports in their GT3 program. Cross the line, up to P5. 217.018 for Joan Marti. Dominic Commentator out of final sector here through the bus stop. Across the start finish line there. Was it an improvement? It was not. Luis Gaspar, though, puts himself top 10 ahead of the Audi. Milo Spielman, second fastest now, as drivers come to a stop there on the front straightaway to reset and return to pit lane. Arvidsson in that Ferrari, top of the board. Really trying to take it to the 201. 07 Racing, the defending GT3 Pro champions 2 seasons running now, have competition at the front of the field. Arvidsson leading the challenge there. Alberto Moreno in range as well. Now moving up to third ahead of RPM Racing and Charlie Lund Nielsen. Amari Garad, Joan Marti, Pedro Oliveira Vigario, top 7. It's a lot of cars that still not yet set lap times. This driver, one of them, Vladislav Shopov for Native Delta by Simgear, has yet to find a lap time that'll be valid for qualifying. And qualifying for GT3s are already half over. Time is of the essence for the Eastern European team, who were a considerable force last season. The competition's got a little bit harder here in Season 5, but they are still a top team. They're just leaving it late here in Spa. Spa right now, going through the motions. And right now through Blanchimont here. We'll see if he can set a lap time. Into the bus stop. Cross line now. Is this going to be a good time for Vladislav Shopov? Yes and no. It's on the board, but only 23rd. Sammy Martinez for XPD Racing's GT3 program, one of the last GT3s that need to set a lap time here in GT3 Pro. They also go through Blanchimont. 07 Racing just took pole position back, and in a big way, 2:16.288. You want to talk about opening up the floodgates? There you go. It is game on at the front as Martinez comes down pit lane. Arvidsson now has to respond. 21 milliseconds the gap here in qualifying at the front of the GT3 Pro field. That is wild stuff. Mercedes versus Ferrari at the front of the field. Arvidsson across the line. Was it enough to take pole position back? It was not. But the pressure is on. In GT3 AM, Yulian Dimitrov currently on pole position for Native Delta Academy. So while their pro car struggles a little bit, their AM car on fire. Milo Spielman, second place, front row of GT3 AM at the moment as things stand there. The 334 looking strong as well, and Lucky Luke Racing looking strong too. Third place for that car in qualifying at the moment. The Mercedes looking to be the strong hand. Pedro Montero just went 5th fastest in the 255 for Straminski DS Racing. All eyes still on Arvidsson in Simrace, Sweden, as they try to go for pole here in Spa. And they invalidated lap time on that previous corner, so they're going to let the drivers behind them go through and try again. Still a lot of struggling going on here for Vladislav Shopov in Native Delta by Sim Gear, as the race continues on. Shopov again, 23rd fastest, is one of the last running GT3 pros. Simon Martinez for XPD Racing GT3 is the last by default, not having a lap time set. The Sylvan in pit lane for Lithium Motorsports AM getting reset for one final push. Okay, you see both of the native Delta cars there. There's the Academy car just in front of them. 278 and the 381. Through Blanchemont now into the bus stop. Here we roll. Last corner here. Was that enough to gain? It was, up to 16th. Huge improvement there for Vladislav Shopov. Very needed improvement there. Alberto Moreno. He'll go through Blanchemont now. Now heading towards the bus stop here. Third fastest, but it seems distant. He's off by 0.2. Trying to get just that little bit closer to the front of the field if he can. His last lap was a best lap. Is he better this lap? He is not. He'll stay at 2:16.50. Arvidsson. Basically one last good shot at it. Is this enough for pole? Cross-star finish. It was not. San Martinez finally gets the lap time down the board, and it's 15th fastest. Good run there by Martinez to get on the board at the end of the session. Miklos got already down the back straightaway there. There's Kevin Lazar for Team Race Gator Black. Cross the line. Was there enough of improvement there? No, we'll stay 11th fastest. .35 GT3s have had their qualifying session. But to Moreno. Giving it one last go. And again, not enough to go for pole. It's almost time for the GTP class cars. You can see them beginning to line up here in pit lane to get ready to go for their qualifying session, because it begins here in the next 20 seconds. Everyone lining up there on the exit of pit lane. Very special moment. Waiting for the green flag, and there we go. We've got it. Cars beginning to go up the hill here. GTP class cars have been unleashed. Tire warming will begin here down the Kimmel Straight. This is Jurek Jusik for Project Valorous. Their Academy car 52 was the first one out. Ryan Littlemore for the championship leading number 50 for Project Valorous. Second out on track here. We'll leave the top three of each class in GT3 up on the table, but we will start seeing more and more of GTP. It's lap times beginning to fall in line here. Doing the start lap time here. It's all about building momentum, generating enough speed here to really maximize the efforts. See as more cars come around the pit lane there. Crash there on the exit of pit lane. Not sure who that is that's all involved in that. Looks like that is the 11. No, that's 23 of Lorenzo Zaffoli. Had to check up big time for the incident. Project Valorous cars, top of the field at the moment. Let's head into Puhan here. To complete their first lap here. The Acura number 50 gonna try to set a good pole time in the slipstream of their team car. Across the line, it is gonna be a 157.726 Magic Arrows 56 car with Nicholas Gessner behind the wheel, good enough for second. Old Firm Racing Purple in 10th, or the second car in third. As more and more cars come through the fold here. There's Jan Korbs. To Stavelot now on the backside of the racetrack here. Headed for home now through Blanchimont. Very isolated Jan Korbs is. Not a lot of traffic over here on this side of the racetrack at the moment as things stand. A lot of the traffic up near and through Lacombe into Puhan. Jan Korbs behind that by a decent amount here. Lap time not valid there for Jan Korbs. too much on the track exit, on the track limits here. The track limits are finicky here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. You run off track, you touch the grass, you hit the wall. All of that invalidates your lap time. The track limits here are the hardest part about this racetrack when it comes to qualifying. Notoriously difficult. Again, Jan Korb's second in the team's battle in GTP, with Ryder Engineering sitting on the 44-point mark, while Project Valor sits on 61. Good starting position makes that job a little bit easier. Ryan Littlemore could not improve on that lap time. 1:57.726 will stay that way right now. Daniel Larson will move to third, though, so Project Valor is stacking the table at the top. Also struggling to set a lap time on the board, Norbert Thomas in the Magic 55 camp. So several people struggling at the moment to try to settle a valid lap time. Again, 52 cars in this race, 17 of them are GTPs. Looking at one of the two that have not yet set a lap time, Jan Korbs just went to the top of the board by 0.5, and there is a GT3 on track. What in the world was going on there? Hold on. Why was there a GT3 on track? Who is that? Yeah, that is a huge mistake. Carlos Ribeiro Nunez for Central United by... That is a huge mistake. A GT3 should not have been on track at all and heavily impeded now the provisional pole sitter. That is a very crucial mistake. Jan Korbs had to reset the pit lane. And now has to try again to defend that provisional pole position he's got, where he's got by only half a tenth at this point. Top three separated by just over a tenth of a second. Alberto Garcia Blasco, third fastest in GT3 at the moment for XPD Racing GTP, a perennial contender in these events. Jan Korbs top of the board, but obviously not on a flying lap now, having to reset. Ryan Littlemore is on a flying lap. Is this enough for pole? Provisionally, with 10 minutes left to go, survey says no. It is not enough for pole. Andres Kuzma in the Release Slow Motion red Porsche, 9th at the moment. Is there improvement for Kuzma? No, there is not. There is, though, for Norbert Thomas. The two cars that we waited to see set a lap time in qualifying, they're on the board now, and they're first and second. That's huge. Several cars rolling through the bus stop chicane. Julien Joy for the Old Firm Racing Purple. Did not improve there. Stays in the 8th position. Daniel Larson does improve. Back to P4. Nicholas Gessner. Mexico 56 camp. XPD Racing GTP, Alberto Garcia Blasco. We were looking to see if Gessner can move to the top 5. And Alberto Garcia Blasco just took provisional pole by 5 milliseconds. Can Gessner move to the top 5 in the standings here? Is this the top 5 lap time? It was an improvement, but not enough to close in on what has become a 5-way fight for pole position. Norbert Thomas, the other Magic Arrow car, the 55. Cross start finish line here. Did they improve? No, they did not. Ryan Littlemore. Fourth at the moment. Open up the scoring there for the pole position early. But now on the back foot and will reset the pit lane here. And now next on the list to try to go for pole and try to secure it again, Alberto Garcia Blasco, who has held it now for a few minutes. The time is of the essence here in Belgium, and he's going to go off track there. He's going to reset. So Garcia Blasco reset the pit lane here. Looks like most of the GTP field has reset in this instance to get us ready to go once again for another flurry of quick lap times. Kind of looking through, we already have 2 penalties here. We have a driver ban. The 320 Asia Motorsport white crew, they lost a driver. We're not sure of who on that team was affected. But Asia Motorsport white, for the last 2 races of the season at Sebring and Le Mans, will be down one of the regular drivers here. 342 Central United, because of qualifying infringements, will have a drive-through immediately to kick off the race. Arthur Gardino got the ban, according to those in the know. So that's a huge move. Jan Korbs on track here. Again, 5 milliseconds away from pole position with XPD Racing GTP. Alberto Garcia Blasco on pole here at Spa. 5 minutes left in qualifying. Try to set a pole time here in Belgium. Jan Korbs, a little too much curbing there out of Puhan, and we'll go for a skid. There's Norbert Thomas approaching Puhan now. And this is a difficult track to race through. Norbert Thomas right now sitting third fastest. That is second row alongside the current points leaders and Project Valorous. Project Valorous was Project Dynamic Green. After last season fell apart the way it did, they didn't know if they wanted to even stay in the championship. They ended up electing to double down, going from 1 car to 4. And now they're here in mass and right now in the championship lead. Norbert Thomas starts his lap. And we're going to ride on board with him as he goes for potential pole position. Here's a lap around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in Stavelot, Belgium. Through the Liege Mountains we go. That was through Eau Rouge and Radion right there. Now we're in the Kimmel Straight. This little complex here, this flick chicane is called Le Combe. Very difficult corners here. Now we approach Puhan. So the S is here now going through Stavelot, which is a double right-hand corner here. Riding through. We're going into Blanchimont now. Through Blanchimont, very tight corner. Was a very big trouble spot once upon a time. Now through into the last chicane called the bus stop by some. This was a double chicane at one point as well, up until 2003. Thomas across the line. Takes provisional pole on that lap. You want to know what a pole lap looks like? We just had an onboard shot of it. Provisional pole, a 1:57.481. That is the time that Jan Korbs and Alberto Garcia Blasco now need to beat. That is the biggest gap for pole we've seen in the session, with a minute to go. Jan Korbs got closer, 600ths of a second here. But that's not enough for pole position. Alberto Garcia Blasco on the backside of the circuit here. Going through Blanchimont now. 20 seconds before the checkered flag flies here in Belgium for qualifying. Alberto Garcia Blasco behind the wheel, going for pole in the 33 for XPD Racing GTP. Not there, but he's got one more lap now. He gets the finish lap he's on because the checkered flag is now in the air in qualifying. Andre Villela for Asian Motorsport GTP. Across the line here with time to spare for this lap. Norbert Thomas was happy with the lap he had. And Jan Korbs, once again, trouble in the S's here. This is Lefang, the complex that he just spun in once again, so he will not have pole position. Will XBD Racing knock them off the front row? Fine margins in the GTP class. Through Puhan. Now through Lefang. Stavelot complex coming up next here. Campus and Paul Frere. And now the run to Blanchemont begins. Full throttle. You either have it or you don't hear. Entertaining qualifying session here. XPD Racing in their GT3 program attacking the bus stop here. Through the final corner and across the line. Was it enough for front row? No, it was not. Heartbreaking there. Andre Villela, who already crossed the line before, stays sixth fastest. So no one could seriously improve on their lap times here. All 17s at lap times. It will be Norbert Thomas with an amazing lap time he rode on board with to take pole position here in Spa. Lorenzo Castellani, pole position in GT3 Pro. GT3 AM belongs to Lithium Motorsports AM class car. Car that had Milo Spielman in it. We'll start at the front of the GT3 AM grid here in Belgium. All right, showtime here in Belgium. Put our race ticker up on the board here, top 7 of each class. We'll see here. But first, let's get into it. Starting grid here in Belgium. Norbert Thomas and Jan Korbs front of the field in a GTP. Then it's XBD Racing GTP and Project Valorous on row 2. Project Valorous, 3 cars in the field. 2 of them in the top 6. Daniel Larson behind the second car for Project Valorous and Andre Villela for ASIA Motorsport White. It is Magic Arrow 56 car with Nicholas Gester behind the wheel with Jiraj Jusik behind the wheel for the Project Valorous Academy car. Looking a little bit further down the order here, you've got Julian Joy and Reagan Carty, Lorenzo Zaffoli and Fabio Salvatierra, Andres Kuzma and Vicente Lara, Jeff Moron and Sean Brown, and then Cesar Cabral last in the GTP class field. Lorenzo Castellani, 2-time defending class champions here, will get ready to lead us to the green flag in GT3 Pro. Alongside him is Isaac Arvidsson, who had an amazing qualifying battle with the defending champions. It'll be fun to see how that battle plays out. Alberto Moreno in 3rd, then Charlie Nilsson. As we scroll throughout the rest of this field, getting ready for today's event. A lot of cars on track. It's a very short formation lap here. "52 cars getting ready to go here in Belgium. 17 GTPs, 36 GT3s. As everything begins again here in Belgium. Round 3 of the Platinum Endurance Championship season. And now begins the crawl. Start of the race will be after La Source, using the endurance start of the race. So it's even more of a crawl here. And they're going to get up to speed going through Eau Rouge and Radillon. They're in the formation part of the field here, almost to the starting zone. Rolling through the corners here. Green flag in the air, and away we go, and huge trouble already. Huge trouble, huge trouble. Track is blocked. Immediately track is blocked. They get clear, but there's debris and there's trouble still. And everything is blocked here. The GTP trouble. And now GT3s will have to go through the exact same process here. .36 GT3s, all in a fight. And there's several cars that are in trouble. There are 5 GTPs out of this race already. Julien Joy, Regan Carty, Fabio Salvatierra, Vicente Lara, and Sean Brown. That's Old Firm Racing Purple, Dead Bull Racing, pick up the pace. Carbono Esports and Team Red X. Salvatierra, I believe, is out of this race. Salvatierra, the pick up the pace car, is officially retired already. And we're going to take a second to actually look into what happened on that initial start. Cars going past start finish line at the moment. This is not the way we expected this race to start. And it started early. And we have to go back and really look at what happened here. This is approaching the starting zone. Oh, someone didn't. Is that the the 07 Racing car, Lorenzo Zafoli, that didn't get going? No, that's row 3. That's got to be the Asia Motorsport car. That's got to be. And you see everyone just get tagged. And the melee that they have to go to avoid. And Vicente Lara, he thinks he's okay, but he's really not. That is disastrous, though, from the get-go. Because there's nothing you can do when you're that, especially if you're not at the front of the field here. Like riding on board here, we're going to ride on board with the 29, 29 really slow motion red of Andres Kuzma. And you're going to see just how much things close up here. You see all the damage there. A lot of cars in pit lane. That's a lot of GTPs in pit lane. There's Jan Korbs, Norbert Thomas. That's a little bit of a struggle here technologically. The thinning of the field has occurred though. This is in the GT3 field. Norbert Thomas leads the way in GTP, but there's only 7 cars on track right now. We went from 17 GTP class cars to 7 in 3 laps. Talked about the race being potentially very physical, and we weren't wrong. We weren't kidding about it. Castellani leads the way for the GT3 Pro category. 2-time champions of the class here in the Platinum Endurance Championship. They lead the way with Lorenzo Castellani, and behind the wheel there, Isaac Arvidsson sitting in second. Then it's Alberto Moreno is sitting in the 3rd position. This is also interesting to see how this is all playing out here. Alberto Moreno right now sitting in the 3rd position in class. Isaac Arvidsson sitting right now in the 2nd position. You see him just in front there for Simrace Sweden. Charlie Lundin Nilsson sitting there in 4th, and Joan Marti and Pedro Montero top 6, excuse me. See things going haywire here. We've lost 10 GTPs in the first 10 minutes of this race. This brings up a very interesting topic here as we watch this battle for the front of the GT3 field. This is uncharted territory. Is a race restart realistic? I'm gonna share my opinion on this. Is a 70 really in P1 from a P20 start? No. So it kind of explains some things for those that are watching at home. So they're deliberating on whether or not we're doing a race restart. I will share my opinion on this. This is where the driver in me comes out. In all reality, there should not be a race restart. Just from my perspective. A race restart should be reserved for incidents involving the lobby. Things like a mass disconnection, something out of the driver's control. This was driver error. 100% driver error. We just looked at the replay there. We saw that there was a checkup there on that initial start that checked up the field. That is driver error. There shouldn't be a restart for that. That is just the cards that have been dealt now. Now, the series officials, they'll be deliberating on this. And I'm assuming we're going to get an answer here soon. Because there were 17 GTP cars in this race. We are down to 7. So, if it was in the position of, you know, what do I want? You know, looking at it as a driver, you don't want to see it restart. That is driver error, to the point. I think it sets a dangerous precedent now that every major crash could force a race restart. I don't think that's necessary. It is unfortunate that we've lost 10 GTPs in the first 10 minutes of this race. But that is a driver error that's caused that. It's not like 10 cars disconnected in one go. There were 10 cars that were involved in a massive accident now, and that's part of racing. It's unfortunate, but it happens. So there shouldn't be a race restart here. It's unfortunate for the cars that had nothing to do with the incident, that just had nowhere to go and check and got caught up in it. It's unfortunate, but it's racing. And that needs to be something that's understood, is that it's racing. Racing is not fair. Racing is a very cruel sport. That's why we love it so much, right? That's why we love this sport. That's why we're literally going to be on live here at least 11 hours. Because we love what we do. We love this sport. But we love it so much because it is not fair. Because it is, as much as it is merit, there's rules of engagement. There are limits. There are consequences to actions. And again, that is just GT3. GT3, we've had a couple of cars go off. GT3 is still shaping up to be an incredible battle. To restart the race now isn't just going to be a logistical nightmare. It's not going to be fair to the 36 GT3s that did their part. Obviously, not in my hands. It's not in the hands of ABN, Platinum Endurance Championship. They will have this handled on their own way. They have their own race steward board. They have their own admin group. But sharing just my personal opinion on this, there shouldn't be a restart for a driver error, because it sets a very dangerous precedent going forward that if you have a major incident, or if you don't like the way the start looks, you can cause a major incident and force a race restart. I don't like that precedent. That precedent isn't good. It sets a very bad ability for the drivers to abuse. And this is the pinnacle of sports car racing on iRacing. Drivers will use every advantage they possibly can. That is part of it. If you give them another tool that they can potentially abuse, they will go after it. Yeah, GTPs can repair, so there's no fast repairs. So they can't do like a quick reset and just their car's good to go and ready to go, and that's fine. But they can repair their cars. They can set up pit lane, actually go through the repair process, repair their cars, and go from there. And that's probably what's going to be what happens here. Yeah, it's 100%. It is endurance racing. Unfortunately, endurance racing, it'd be like, it would be, you talk about, and it's happened at Spa before. We've had massive crashes on the start here at Spa before. That is part of Spa. Everyone think about the Formula One Grand Prix where we lost like 14 cars. Not everyone got to, so they restarted the race, but there were cars still out of that race. Like, there were still cars that could not rejoin because entire teams got wiped out of that event. It's not fair. It's not fair, and it's not going to be. We can't cater to driver errors like that. Yeah. I see a lot of people, I think, are sharing that same sentiment for those that are watching live. For those that are watching on demand, please join us live. This is an 11-hour race on Saturdays. Join us live when you can. But for those watching live, I think a lot of people are in that same category right now of, hey, this is a situation where this was a driver error. Again, if this was like a mass disconnect issue, like iRacing servers just completely just failed, oh yeah, 100%, restart the race immediately. That's not this. So, but again, that's just my personal opinion on the matter. I'm pretty sure they're going to let us know what's going to happen here. All right, so for those that are wondering, in the ABN Studio Center here in Cincinnati, Ohio, so we are kind of keeping an eye on situations here. Now it is a free-flowing situation here, and they're considering a restart. I'm assuming they've announced it. I'm waiting to see here. Again, I don't have official information on this. I'm not seeing that it's been announced here that it's happening here. So give me one moment. I'm assuming this is being announced in a channel that I don't have access to, so I'm waiting to see if I can get official confirmation on that. It looks like that might be the case because there's a lot of cars coming down pit lane now. I don't agree with this. I really don't. I don't agree with this at all. I don't agree with this at all. I really don't. I understand the concern because there's 10 GTPs that are out of this race. That is a driver error. We should not be restarting a race because of a driver error. This is apparently we're doing a restart. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it at all. Because now we're entering this position right now where if we have another, so say that restart happens again. Say that restart happens again. Do we restart again? This is the hole that's been opened up. If we restart again and this happens again, we're in this position again. I don't get it. I really don't agree with this. No, I do not agree with the restart at all. Racing's not fair. Unfortunately, racing's not fair. Accidents happen. You penalize the drivers that are involved with that caused the incident, and you move on. This is not a mass disconnection event. This was a driver error causing a crash on an initial start, and that happens all the time. That happens in real life. It happens in iRacing. It happens in any simulator that you play, whether it's Gran Turismo, R-Factor, iRacing, Assetto Corsa. It happens all the time. That is driver error, and you don't see... We don't do restarts to cater to bad driving. That's not how this works. It's not how it's supposed to work, but it's what we're doing now. As someone said, it removes accountability from the drivers. It does. 100% it does. And as I mentioned before, if we have another restart, if this restart goes through and we have another bad restart, then we have to go through this process again. This is something that I don't agree with it by any stretch of the imagination. That is something that's currently going on. So we're kind of just stuck with it at this point. Because now the next question is, if you sort of sit here and just look at pit lane with all the cars kind of flowing in and out of it, because nothing at this point matters in this session. What this does now is now we have to determine how much time are we restarting with? Are we cutting it down to 9 hours? How much time are we cutting out in this red flag period? I guess we're in now. We're in a red flag period. Is it 9 hours? Is it 9.5 hours? Are we going back and restarting the full race at 10 hours like what we did with Hockenheim when we had an actual server issue? What is the procedure we're going to do now? There's a lot of nuance here that you throw into play, and no one's going to be happy. All of this now becomes very open and protestable. You make so much available to go and pick at. I don't agree with it. You focus on the incident, you penalize the incident, and you move on. That's the way it's supposed to be, and this complicates the process. So now we're at a standstill because some drivers either didn't read the rules or didn't understand what was going on and caused a crash. That'd be like the Indianapolis 500. The Indianapolis 500, right? Someone causes a crash to start. It takes out 7 cars. Whoop, we gotta wait for everyone to get their backup cars. We gotta hold the race for 3 hours so everyone can get their backup cars ready and we can restart the entire race. No one's gonna stay for that. No one's gonna stay for that. This is already a 10-hour race. We're going to be live until, on the East Coast in the U.S., we're going to be live until 6 p.m. At least. This backs up the process. So the red flag and what is going to be subsequently be a race restart is because of a starting crash at the beginning of this race that took out it effectively took out 10 GTP cars. It was not a lag-induced incident. It was not a server error. It was a crash. It was a full-on just racing crash that involved 10 GTP cars. Those GTP cars are now effectively out of the race. The race control team here for the Platinum Endurance Championship have elected to do a race restart because of that crash. Which a lot of people, I think, at least those watching live, I'm seeing a lot of people in agreement here watching live here on Twitch. A lot of people watching live agreeing that this is not the right call because it is not a server issue. It is not a technical failure. It is a driver error. There's a lot of people in agreement there watching Twitch. Obviously, it's going to be probably different if you look at the Platinum Endurance Championship community because they're going to be debating this. I'm almost certain of it. But for those watching live, the general consensus is about the same. For different reasons, this shouldn't be restarted, and we can kind of go and talk about that all day long. And while we wait for the server to be restarted, we probably will talk about it for a little bit. But that's the fact of the matter right now, is that we're at a standstill now, and now they got to figure out how much time is going to be on the clock when we restart, and the positions we're going to be in when we restart. Because remember, we lost 10 GTP cars on the opening lap, and we continue to race for the next like 15-20 minutes. What are we doing time-wise, and what are we doing position-wise in this process? There's a lot of nuance here that has to happen now, and yeah, Yeah. Now the loophole has been opened now, where if you have a bad crash, whether it's GTP or GT3, if there is a bad crash on the start, we are going to have to guarantee a restart now. That is silly. That is silly. And this is I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, for those that are with us at the very top of the broadcast, 7 a.m. Eastern, noon UK time-ish, I mentioned this. This is a track that guarantees retirements at any point of the race because it is a difficult racetrack and you have 52 cars. There are 52 of them. But because we lost 10 out of 52 cars, we're going through this process. Imagine if NASCAR restarted their Daytona 500 because there was a big crash at the start of the race. That's insane. And they'd be ridiculed. If IndyCar restarted the Indianapolis 500 because they lost 7 out of 33 cars, they'd be ridiculed. This is not the reason to restart a race. Again, don't agree with this at all, but this is the position we're in now. So that's where we're at right now. Another thing is that this isn't consistent. Last season, Watkins Glen, there was no restart when almost half of the GTP field died then. So there's no consistency on that. But that's where we're at right now. So we're waiting for information, waiting for confirmation on a lot of things. All right, some general ideas here. Session's going to be restarted. Qualifying positions will be used to reset the grid. A new session will be created. They have not given an idea as to how much time will be on the clock when we restart. So you tell me. I am at this point. That is about as much as I know. I know less than the teams and the drivers at this point. That is all I know. I'll type it on the Twitch chat. People keep asking, so when are we restarting? We don't know when the restart's happening. We know they're working on it. We don't know when the restart's happening. When we know when the restart's happening, we'll go down for a couple minutes to pop into the new lobby. The official reason is a crash on the opening lap that took out 10 GTP cars, and that was it. We lost 10 out of 52 cars. And because of that, the other 42 have to go through this restart. And again, I appreciate everyone in the chat so far not pointing fingers at like drivers at what caused the crash and everything. Just the fact that there was a crash at the start and that 10 cars are out. I appreciate everyone kind of being cordial on that process. I obviously this is frustrating. But that is the position we're in right now. Again, I appreciate everyone being cordial in the live chat. Typically, these are moments where it can kind of get a little bit crazy. Are we doing the full 10 hours again? I don't know. I honestly, at this point, do not know. I'm staying put at the moment, not because this lobby is going to be useful, but because I don't know how much time is left. This is sort of just a rolling ticker as far as the time that is remaining on the clock. I'm actually going to remove the driver information here since the drivers are no longer present here in the chat or in the event. I'm going to go ahead and actually just hide all of it here because none of this matters. Answering some of the questions from the Twitch chat here. Are we doing this full 10 hours again? Again, I don't know.
Are we going to lose cars because of this? Probably. I'm assuming that there's going to be some cars that do not take the restart here just out of principle. I'm assuming. Yeah. We are sitting right now at a standstill, kind of waiting. Again, all I know is that the race is being restarted, and they're using qualifying positions to set up the grid. That is all I know. Can I replay the crash? Yes, I can actually. Give me 1 second. I can actually replay the crash. That's not a problem. I have to scroll up a little bit. But yes, we can replay the crash here in just a moment. I just have to find it real quick. All right, so let's go back and look at this, okay? So this is where the restart, this is why the restart's happening. This is why we lost 10 GTP cars and why everyone's lost their mind. Let's walk through this. All right, so let's go and we'll grab an overhead cam on this incident here. All right, so this is what happened. So looking at this here, so this is, you're looking at the third row of the grid. And we're going to play it in real time, and then we'll rewind it and kind of play it in slow motion. Green flag comes out before the leader goes, but it's on leader's control. You see the jump start. And you see the cars affected by the incident there. It is on the leader's control. Front row gets it, second row gets it. It is the third row on back where you see the trouble begin. And you're looking at this. This is Andre Valela, I do believe, in the number 20 machine. Yes, Andre Valela. So Andre Valela, I'll pull up here so everyone knows exactly who we're talking about here. Andre Valela, he goes on green and not on the leader's control. So Andre Valela, and again, this is who we're riding on board with. He's going to start the entire incident here. Again, so keep an eye. And again, I'm gonna highlight it here. Give me a second to get my highlighter. Actually, it's already perfectly set. So we're looking at this car right here. This is the car that starts it all. Again, it's on leader's control. Leader's still holding pace speed because he can go as much as he wants. So it's Andre Valela. He just jump starts it. And it leads the entire outside lane to also jumpstart it because they see him go. And obviously, you see everyone involved in the incident there. And that's most of the field. It was so bad. Looking into it, we were looking here. Let's see if I can find the 52 in this incident. Because this is where it gets really interesting because you have, 52 here, and it almost ended up being worse, right? Because he has to get off the racetrack because there's GT3. Obviously, GT3 and GT3, to their credit, to all 36 cars in GT3, both Pro and Am, they got through that without an issue. So props to the 36 GT3 cars. That's where we're at, though, on all of this. Again, session's supposed to be restarted. Waiting to see what we can get out of this. Waiting to see what's going on and when. $9 hours, 45 minutes. Goodness gracious. The issue is that, and for everyone watching, for the 64 people watching, I appreciate you spending your time in ABN today. So the decision opens up a giant loophole that that not a lot of people agree with. If you're involved in the incident, sorry, sucks to suck. Basically is the way it should have been, but now we have to cater to every single giant crash we have, which is going to delay the situation indefinitely. So it's silly. We're gonna step aside because we're gonna get into the new lobby because the new lobby is open. We're gonna step aside for just a couple minutes. For everyone that's tuning in, we appreciate you. Please stick with us. Please stick with us because we're gonna kind of go through and we're gonna keep talking about it. Obviously, we're gonna be talking about this for a while. We encourage continuing with the. We're gonna be working here throughout the rest of the day trying to get this figured out. So we appreciate it. But we're going to step aside for a couple minutes to get this restarted, and we will talk about it from on the other side. right, everybody, we are back. Getting ready for this race restart here. Got a warm-up going on. Getting warmed everything back up. For those that are tuning in still, let me look to see how many people are watching with us here today. We've been able to play some music. Still got 50 people with us. We appreciate you. Over 1,100 followers here on Twitch on ABN Esports 1. We appreciate all of you giving us support throughout this event. Restart for the 10 hours of Spa coming up here, and we're restarting with 9 hours 45 minutes on the clock. Obviously a very contested restart coming up here. Let's walk through for those that missed the first couple hours of the stream. We're at 2 hours now on the broadcast, which means we're going to be here for a while. There was an opening lap crash that affected 10 GTP cars. So for the first time, we're doing a restart. This restart, in personal opinion, shouldn't have happened because there's 42 other cars that were just fine. And there wasn't a lobby issue that caused this restart. For those that kind of want to cast your minds back, we had another 10-hour race, the 10 hours of Hockenheim last season, where we had a restart because of a server failure. So, whether it's just the 10-hour races are bad luck or whatever, I'll let you all be the judge on that. But we are restarting this race with 9 hours and 45 minutes on the clock. Additionally, controversially, as most of this restart's going to be, we are restarting this race with the qualifying positions. Not the race results as they were through the first 15 minutes, the qualifying positions. So nobody lost their spot, despite the fact that we have trimmed only 15 minutes off the session. Reminder, we have been racing. Green flag fell an hour ago. 1 hour ago, the green flag fell and began all of this in motion. But we've only lost 15 minutes from the race timer. If someone can explain that to me, please make it make sense. So we're restarting here. The expectation is that they want all 52 cars to come back into the lobby. There may be some cars that sit out and protest. And honestly, I don't blame them. Unfortunately, not everyone gets to leave. I am here by legal obligation until this race is over. So I'm going to be here for 12 hours with the flu. Really appreciative of that one. But we are where we are now. Everyone getting ready to go back racing once again. I'll do a head count on how many cars we have in the lobby. And we will work from there. $13 instead of lap time, 14 instead of lap time. I think we've got most of those 52 cars back. I think. I don't think we got all of them yet. I don't think all of them have showed up yet, but I believe we have most of them. Honestly, this kind of reminds me of some of the scuffed and silly like GT lobbies back when we had the issues on PlayStation where drivers couldn't see each other because of peer-to-peer connections. This reminds me of that, when we would have to like restart lobbies for all that stupid stuff. This kind of reminds me of that, in a way. So please send help, please send medication, please send coffee, please send everything you can find to the broadcast booth because I'm going to be here for another 10 hours. And we've already been here since 7 a.m. I woke up at 6. We won't be done until about 7 p.m. at this point. So, have mercy. Again, we have over 50 people watching concurrently at the moment. We appreciate you, whether you're watching from the US, whether you're watching from Europe, whether you're watching from Asia. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Gonna be a long race, this one. Unfortunately, we can't go through the starting grid again because we're in a new session, so I can't bring up the starting grid. They've got the starting grid archived, so we're gonna have to manually set the starting grid here. So you're gonna see cars roll through pit lane, and then they'll release cars one by one based off of where they qualified. So we're struggling right now. I am struggling physically, but we're gonna get through it. I am gonna take the time to do a shameless plug while we're at it because we're waiting for a couple more minutes. If you want to support ABN in a monetary way, you can subscribe to us here on Twitch. If you have Twitch Prime, it's free. We're also starting a Patreon this summer. We're starting a Patreon. When will the stream from Monza be on YouTube? It should already be on YouTube. I'll double check on that. If not, I'll have to just make it public because I know it's on YouTube. For those that want to support us monetarily, you can either subscribe to us here on Twitch. We have two channels, ABN1, ABN2. You can subscribe to either or. Or when we launch our Patreon, you can subscribe to that. We're doing that this summer. Let me look to answer that question from Lucas as to if that Monza stream is available on YouTube or not already. I thought I made it public. I thought I made it public last week. But I'm going to double check to make sure here. Give me 1 second. If not, then I apologize. I know it's up there. 6 hours of Daytona. Okay, it's not public. I have to make it public. I'll make it public this weekend, probably tomorrow. It's not public yet. I didn't make the thumbnail. That's why it's not public yet. But it will be. It'll be public tomorrow. I appreciate you asking because I didn't realize I hadn't made it public yet. All right. Here we go. All right, so now we get to go through the start of the race again. Again, I can't really show any graphics because all the graphics I have for the race are wrong. So we're just going to have to kind of roll with it here. And they're going to have to manually assign the starting grid. We do have... We're missing one car. We're missing one car. We have 51 for the race. So we're missing only one car. So not bad. 51 cars to take this restart. Again, restart's going to be with 9 hours and 45 minutes to go on the timer. Waiting right now to see if we can get some cars here. So looks like everyone's going to pit lane. Yeah. Everyone's going to pit lane here. So they're going to roll everyone out one by one based on starting position. So they're going to start with GTP. They're going to start with their pole sitter here, the 55 car for the Magic Arrow group. They're going to be on pole position. And then it's going to be the 76, the Rider Engineering GTP team. That would be Norbert Thomas and Jan Korbs in those cars. I do believe they're still in those cars. I see Thomas still in the 55. Let's see if I can find Korbs in the timing screen. Yeah, there's Korbs in the 76 as well. So they'll be the front of the field, and we'll kind of just walk through it from there. So that's where we're at right now. We'll see. No one's rolling yet, I don't believe. No one's rolling just yet. It will be Thomas and Korbs when they do start rolling. They still didn't fix the numbers on the cars. The 55 is the 46 now instead of the 11. '76 is correct. The 10's correct. The 16's correct. 86 is correct. 29's correct. The 99's correct. The 7's correct. 52's correct. The 56 is the 55. The 20's correct. The 20 is restarting this race in 6th. Just kind of outlining that. Keep an eye on that 20 car. So, right now we're waiting. No one has rolled yet, so there's the pace car, which did not see anyone grid up. Comes and parks there on the exit of pit lane. Again, it'll be Norbert Thomas and Jan Korbs at the front of the field in GTP. Lorenzo Castellani for 07 Racing in GTP and GT3 Pro, leading the way there. And then the Lithium Motorsports AM car, the 334, which was being driven by Milo Spielman, will be leading the field in GT3 AM on this restart. So there's your pole sitters for the classes. I do remember those in detail there. I just don't have on hand what the full starting grid was, because we showed it at the beginning of the broadcast when qualifying was over, when we had the initial start. But unfortunately, none of that archived when we moved over to the lobby. So we're gonna do what we can to make this work. Again, Norbert Thomas, Jan Korbs, top 2 on the list. They will be the ones that lead us out of pit lane here. And funny enough, they have the first 2 grid. They have the first 2. They have the first 2 pit stalls, which is interesting to me. Just about everyone is on pit lane. I have a feeling they messed this up, because they're still sitting on pit lane. They should be dismissing drivers one by one, to leave pit lane at pit speed, so they can allow all 51 cars to roll. I'm not sure if they've started that process yet, because I'm seeing a black and red flag on my screen, on my timing screen, which is usually not a great sign, because no one technically took the start. No one technically was on the grid when the timer elapsed. So we may need another lobby. We may need another lobby because no one correctly did this. Oh. Welcome to the 10 hours of podcasting on AVN. I'm your host, Carmen, Sienna, and we're going to talk about why restarts for crashes are a bad idea. All right, walking through this, for those watching, we're supposed to be doing a restart, but we're not restarting because no one was on track when the grid timer elapsed. Everyone just went to pit lane, and unfortunately, when everyone went to pit lane, no one was on track to keep the timer from just freezing out and closing the track. I mentioned the black and red flag that's on my screen. Black and red means the track is closed. That's what that means. It means the track is closed. It's something that not everyone can see. It's not something that they can see in iRacing. It's something that we can see on the timing screen, though, that we have on ABN. And it's just a reminder that, hey, the track's closed. So as soon as it flashed from green to black and red, we knew. They're throwing a caution now. It just went yellow. But it's not going to help because the track is closed. A caution doesn't open the track. The track is just closed. Yeah, the track is closed, and throwing the caution doesn't open the track because the pace car is waiting for cars to come around to take the caution flag when there's no one on track. So, I mean, I've only been doing this for 7 years. What do I know? So we're gonna have another pause for a third lobby is what's gonna happen. Just calling it. Just going ahead and calling it now. And we're probably going to start at 9:45, which is going to just push this stream later into the evening. So kind of walking through what this is going to look like now. There's going to be a little break in the middle of this stream for me to take a lunch break because, again, I'm the only one up here all race. Sometimes we have some people in here, like Taylor Mills was here last time out when we were at Monza. Taylor's currently got a day job. She's working that job. That's fine. But there is going to be a time for me to step away so I can actually have lunch. I woke up at 6 a.m. We're obviously, for those that are not on the East Coast of the United States, it is 9:14 a.m. here and now. So that was supposed to happen about the halfway point of the race. That's obviously been pushed back because the race itself has been pushed back. So that's where we're at right now on that. Again, the track is completely closed. They threw a caution to see if it would open. It's not opening the track because there's still a black and red flag, which means the track is closed to all competitors. And again, that's not something that iRacing is going to show. That's something that all the timing screens, all the timing apps like Race, whether it is SDK is what we're using right now. ATVO shows the same thing. There's different apps that show it. Even if you have like Razer equipment, like Razer keyboards or mice, it'll even show it for you that there's a flag that's going on. So we can see it. I don't think they can. So I don't think they know. I think they know now that they've messed up, but yeah, this is fun. We're having fun. So while everyone's, I guess, tuning in here, watching 51 cars spin their wheels in pit lane doing nothing, if you have questions to ask, obviously, that's about ABN, about the event here, about Latin Endurance Championship, about anything else we do here on ABN, because we do a lot, now's the time to ask it, because this has kind of turned into a podcast in this delay. Again, this is a huge community. Again, over 1,100 followers on Twitch. Appreciate you all following us today. Appreciate you spending your time with us today, as we've done exactly 15 minutes of racing. Well, technically, we've done 25 minutes of racing, but only 15 minutes counted. But it didn't actually count because we're using the starting grid. Will there be hot dogs? Is that my question? See, for the ABN Studios crew, which is just me, myself, and I, yes. I can't guarantee that in the paddock because I would be surprised if there are still vendors in the paddock for this race because they may have been run over. You're killing it so far. This is yeah. I appreciate the compliments. Again, I've been doing this sort of stuff for 7 years. Is Michael Massey part of the race direction? No. He may have wrote the book though on what they're following. Someone's rolling, I think, right? Miklos Gall. Is there someone actually rolling? No. No, there's no one rolling. I thought someone was rolling, but no, they're not. No one's rolling. If this was APN offline, well, the event would already be done, and I'm just showing the replay. By the way, Denver's going to be this week. Denver's coming out, I think, on Tuesday. It depends. It honestly, it depends, because we may be here until tomorrow, and I'm supposed to be recording Denver tomorrow, so it may not actually be. I may actually have to wait on that one. Because this is where it gets frustrating. Because now, so WrestleMania, for those that are not wrestling fans, kind of a look into my personal life here in the broadcast booth. I'm a huge wrestling fan. WrestleMania is tonight and tomorrow night. This is eating into my WrestleMania time. There's going to be a period of time in this race, the final part of this race, where I'm watching both this race and WrestleMania because I'm not missing it. Everyone's still sitting still. Everyone's still in the lobby, so I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm actually going to see if I can investigate and see what's going on. There's a lot of memes. I see a lot of memes in the PEC chat. That's great. That's cool. Oh no. So, for those that are just tuning in the PEC for the first time, it's not this bad. Daytona was a fantastic race. Monza was a lot of fun too. Watkins Glen last season was an absolute blast. This series, when it's good, it's great, right? When it's good, it's fantastic. It's phenomenal. But we had the 10 Hours of Hockenheim last season, which had a restart because of a server issue. That made sense. That made sense. That made a lot of sense. We went a little bit long on that because they've restarted the entire event. That made sense though, because the entire server had an issue. That was fine. This is a different situation entirely. Maybe you could stream WrestleMania instead of the race. Honestly, I could just stream like SmackDown and everything from last night to fill in the time while we're waiting, because we're gonna be waiting for a third lobby. I love it. One of the comments in the PEC community Discord: amazing pace, guys. It's a very tough race. Yep. Really, really outstanding pace. Speed of light pace right now. We are. The real question is, will the Rock turn on Roman? Now we're starting to talk actual questions here. Will the Rock turn on Roman? Really good question. That's a really, really good question. It's probably not going to be tonight. If it happens at all, it'll be tomorrow night during the main event tomorrow night. But that's a really good question. We could actually talk about that. That's actually a really good question. "56 people watching, a prolonged red flag, where we're still going to be at 9 hours and 45 minutes. I'm just letting you know, once we get through 6 p.m., which was the scheduled end time of this race, once it gets past 6 p.m., I'm turning WrestleMania on and I'm day drinking. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know that that's going to be what part of this race is going to devolve into. Unless they shorten the timer, which I would assume, I would hope, I'm not a huge religious person, but I would pray to whatever deity exists that we can shorten the time a little bit here, seeing as how we are now an hour and a half behind. But, you know, we'll see. A lot of people just rev bombing their cars. We're staying in here for a little bit because, again, we're just looking at the timer at the moment. All right, let me look here. Someone posted a comment in the Discord: can we organize the rest of the season in Garfield karting? Oh, that's funny. Can we organize the rest of the field in Garfield karting? That's great. That is fantastic. There's some really good memes being posted right now. So the community that's sticking around and just posting the memes and trying to make light of the situation, I appreciate it. It's really getting me through this. Again, if anyone has questions or anything, obviously we've been at this for a little bit now. We've been at this for 2 hours and 23 minutes, and we've seen very little racing. If anyone has questions at all, feel free to ask. Obviously, it'd be very helpful if, obviously, if they were in English, because I can't speak a lot of other languages. I can speak Cherokee a little bit. I can't speak much else outside of that, though. Maybe I can stream. Honestly, if we have another red flag, I'm turning on WWE 2K24, and we're gonna have like a Royal Rumble while we wait for those red flag to clear. Like, what? That is called kidney stones. You should get that checked out. Or an STI. Either way, go and get that checked out. Oh goodness. Oh, in the PEC Discord, someone's actually playing a game of like online billiards at the moment. Because we're waiting for the red flag. I'm surprised we're not seeing teams play poker. They've got poker in Discord, the games now. They've got Discord games for poker. WebMD said you're done. Oh goodness. This is fantastic. You know what? This is still more entertaining than Max Verstappen winning at Suzuka later on today. This is still more entertaining. Platinum Poker Stars. Yes. Platinum Poker Stars, that's great. Taylor, you may want to sit this one out. You may just want to stay out of this one. Taylor, we gotta fill you in on a lot. Woo! Okay. So we're under a red flag. This is an we're going to have a third lobby, because we had a start line crash that took out 10 GTP cars. All the GT3s got through it, but we still have a. So we had a start line crash. I got distracted by the Discord. I need the short version. I'm at work. We had a start line crash. 10 GTPs got crashed out. They decided to restart the race, but they didn't reset the timer all the way, and we're using the qualifying the results from qualifying there for that. Now we're not sure how much time is left on the clock, because this was supposed to be 9 hours and 45 minutes on this restart. It has now been delayed further. We're now an hour and a half behind. Yeah, and I don't know how much time's left on the clock or when this third lobby is going up. And WrestleMania is happening tonight, and I will be watching it whether or not this race is over. So, yeah. Also, I had the flu. So, there's that. So, that's the quick rundown, like the TLDR. It's a lot more intense than that. Like, there's a lot more in depth to that, but like breaking that down, that's the pace notes. Taylor, I genuinely don't, because I don't know how much time is left, and they only paid us for a certain amount of time. So, sincerely, just miss this one. Just come back at Sebring. Just come back to Sebring. All right, they have pinged me in the Discord. Commentator chat. 8:45, 1 hour. Okay, so they have shortened it. 8 hours 45. That helps out. All right, so we have 8 hour 45 on the clock. I'm gonna see if the new lobby's up. I don't think it is. If it is, we're gonna jump aside and do that again. No, it is not up yet. Okay, cool. It's not up yet. Been sitting here in VR for. Take the VR headset off, buddy. Just take the VR headset off. You're not rolling for a little bit, buddy. I'm sorry. You're just not rolling for a little bit. Oh. You've been in VR about as much as I've been getting all stuff, everything ready for this stream and then actually streaming. You just go ahead and take the headset off. 24-hour VR challenge. Do it. You won't. Hope it's not a battery. Hope it's not like a battery charge VR set. Like mine's the Rift S. I've got the Oculus Rift S. I've got one of the older ones that it like plugs into the tower. It's okay. I don't hate it. It just I don't race that much, and when I do race, it's just easier just to use my widescreen monitor. I guess while we're waiting, I can talk about what my actual like streaming setup is for this. So I have 3 monitors. I have one monitor for actual racing. It's off to like one side, and then I have 2 monitors on the other side of my tower. I've got like an L-shaped desk, and my 2 monitors have my live timing and Twitch or Discord or whatever. There's like it's a multi-use monitor. But like I have all that stuff kind of separated. I've got 2 different microphones. I've got 2 different headsets for recording stuff. I've got speakers. I've got like 4 different Xbox controllers. But yeah, I spent about $5,000 on this, and I need to buy a new processor because of the rain. So I'm probably in the same boat as everyone else. I'm kind of hoping that the rain doesn't happen, but it's not going to matter because nothing's happening right now. It's supposed to be 8 hours and 45 minutes though, so 8.75 hours of Monza. Even though we're now an hour and a half behind here. But I appreciate the fact that they've cut it down by an hour. That's great. Great stuff there. They've still not opened up the new lobby, I don't believe. For the new Twitch Prime subscriber, thank you for using Jeff Bezos' money to make me happy. I greatly appreciate it. Also, you don't have to worry about ads. I just saw ads play. So you don't have to worry about ads. Still no third lobby. Okay. They're spending a lot of money on these lobbies too. These are not cheap. So I sat in my rig for a few hours on Saturday. Oh, nice. Did you win? No, we didn't race. I just kind of sat there. Oh, God. Oh, God. Sebastian. Love it. Oh, I love it, Sebastian Hebrer for the, I think he's in the 208. Goodness. Goodness, Sebastian, this is great. I love that. All right, I'm still not seeing this third lobby. Refreshing here to see if it does pop up. I don't see it yet. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm assuming it's just because there's nothing else going on here, so we're going to pivot once again back to holding. Ta-da! And we're going to exit out of the lobby. Okay, out of the lobby now. Let's see if it refreshes. Okay, cool. There is one open now. I just couldn't see it because I was already in the lobby. Oh, did they screwed up? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! They're not gonna like this. They froze me out of the lobby. They froze me out of the lobby because they manually set the grid. They froze me out. I can't join the lobby for any reason now. Oh no 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 no. Oh no. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. I can't stream the race because I can't enter the lobby because they manually set the grid. I can't get into the lobby. Oh goodness gracious. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. I can't spectate. Um I can't because it's all locked to crew. It's all locked to teams. I'm going to share my screen in Discord for those that can't. It's locked to teams. I can't join because those teams are active already. I can't join. I can't because the team's already active. I can't join the team because I wasn't registered as a driver. Um. Um. I mean, I already have reset the UI, but um. Um. Oh goodness gracious! Is the account you're using to spectate entered in the league? So I am in the league, but because the grid is preset and it's set to the team event, the teams that I have access to are not in the event. So now we have a legitimate problem. We have a legitimate problem. Yeah, crewing's disabled. No, so it won't. So I posted my screenshot in Discord. It is completely locked. Like everything is unavailable to me. Um, can I get in stream waiting? So I'm gonna go and mute real quick because I'm going to. I guess we're gonna have a talk here real quick. Give me 1 second. All right, here we go. Once more a feeling. Here we go. Okay, we are back. This took forever. But to kind of explain the situation, we got back in. I had to use a glitch in the UI because the actual lobby screen was locked, completely locked. Also, kind of explaining to the person that said try with someone else's account that's not in the league. The issue is that my overlays are locked to my account. They're linked to my account, so if I use someone else's account, I wouldn't have overlays. So that was why that wasn't an option. But we're back now. Hopefully everyone. Hopefully the audio quality is still good. To everyone tuning in, still, we appreciate you. 58 people watching me try to figure out. Oh no. All right. All right. So let's walk through this. 8 hours, 45 minutes on the timer. So we're gonna roll through this. We got another warm-up session here, which is actually kind of important because now we've been off for so long. Here we go. For everyone tuning in, we appreciate you. We have a little bit of time left here in practice, so we'll walk through for those that have missed it over the first 3 hours. We had a crash on the opening lap of the initial start. We went through the first 25 laps before they caught a red flag. 10 GTP cars were involved in that opening lap crash. Everyone else was fine. The idea was that they were going to try to get everyone else to come back in and race. Second restart lobby didn't end up happening because no one took to the grid, so it errored out and closed the track to everybody. So we had to go through and create a third lobby. Third lobby, which we're in right now, almost got canceled because I couldn't get in. I had to go and manipulate the UI to be able to actually get into the lobby. That's not something I typically like to do because it's not technically legal to do, but we have to. Otherwise, we have to spend even more money for a 10-hour session. So we're in the lobby now. We have 8 hours and 45 minutes on the clock. What was supposed to be a 10-hour race, they've shaved an hour and 15 minutes off that timer. They are using the starting grid from the initial start to set the starting grid for this restart. I don't know how many cars are. I'll have to do a head count after we tick over here. I know we have at least 34 cars. I don't know how many of the 52 that initially started this race are still here with us. We'll find that out momentarily. But we had 52 start the race initially. We had 51 rejoin for the first attempt at the restart. And now here we go again. And this is the Slippers Racing Team that just had a crash there. The Irish driver behind the wheel there. Again, for those that are tuning in, I'm Carmen Sienna. Thank you all so much for being with us here on what has been a frantic Saturday. Man you're looking at right now, Jan Corps, second on the grid in GTP. His main rival, the Magic 055 crew, Norbert Thomas, is the pole sitter, third fast right now, and they have fixed that car's number. We have the 55 and the 56 again. Cool. I believe. I may have spoke too soon. Let me make sure that the 56 is actually the 56. Give me one moment. No, the 56 is now 36. But that's fine. That's fine. I don't think that was a used number anyway, so that's fine. All right. So we're going to walk through the proper way to do a restart when you have a red flag and you're having to do a new session. Let me see if I can find the team that's supposed to be on track for the admin team. All right, so this is the admin team's car that you're seeing right now, center of your screen. I think the 201 of Lorenzo Castellani is also on track there. But the admin car is on track just to make sure that the race actually goes and actually we see the track open up. The last time we did this, no one was on track. So when the gridding timer elapsed, it just closed the track because no one was on it. It just ended the lobby. Now having a car actually on track here to keep that timer going and to really tick over into the new session. Now we actually have people on track here to kind of force things open, and the track will not close. I see the black and red flag because we're now gridding. That means that the track is closed to those that did not take to the track. They're going to have to join pit lane. So we see the black and red flag like we normally would see. The cars that are on track at the moment probably need to tow. I don't know if they're actually going to tow though. I think they may just kind of stay, and they're going to have to go and wrap around and catch up to the pace car is what they're going to have to do. But they may just tow and may just have to wait that timer out. So the timer technically is going to start here. It's going to start as soon as we see the green flag here. So, but this is the admin car. This is the admin team. They have a car on the track here just to make sure that the lobby does kick over and start here. And then they're going to walk through and manually release the cars from pit lane based off of where they started this race. Looks like the 55 and the 70 are on track here. That's the pole sitter, Norbert Thomas for Magic Arrow, and then the 70th, I believe, is Race to Esport. Yeah, Race to Esport, Cesar Cabral. All right, green flag is out, so timer has started. We're cool. So now the race leaders, the GTP cars, have to sit and wait. Is what they need to do, because Cesar Cabral is obviously not anywhere near the front of the field in GTP. I think they're leading the GTP cars to where to park here. There's Lorenzo Castellani for GT3 Pro. He's also on track at the moment. And they're going to park him near the end of the Kimmel Straight, near Lecombe. Okay. So there's Norbert Thomas, and they're going to eventually start releasing drivers one by one. All right, so we have Norbert Thomas. You're going to have the 70 of Cesar Cabral fall back here, because Cesar Cabral, obviously, he's not even top 10 in the qualifying order. So they're going to work on getting all of the GTP cars out first. So it should be Jean Corbs. And there he is. There's Jean Corbs coming out of pit lane here. So he will join the front row. So we are shaving a little bit more time off the clock here in this, with this 8-hour 45-minute. We're now 2 minutes in, and the race officially has not restarted. We're just gridding everyone up here. You have Alberto Garcia Blasco leaving pit lane here. He'll be in third. If I remember correctly, Ryan Littlemore, Project Valorous, the current points leaders, will be fourth here on this grid, and then Daniel Larson, the second Project Valorous car, will be in the fifth position. They'll have to get around Cesar Cabral here, but they should be able to do that with no problem. Kind of just walking through this real quick. right, so everyone gridding up here, slowly but surely. Lorenzo Castellani, who is right now sitting near the pit exit, he'll move forward once all the GTP cars have left pit lane. He is the pole sitter for this race in GT3 Pro, so he will join here in just a moment. Race 2 Esports, which is the 70 of Cesar Cabral, he'll drop to the back of the GTP field. He qualified 17th in that GTP field. We're 16 cars in, I think. So there's Castellani. He's again just waiting for the last GTP car to go through. Andres Kuzma just went by in the 29, the really slow motion racing red machine. We have Sean Brown for Team Red X Simsport. The 86 has to come out of pit lane now. He is 15th. And then we have Pablo Riesta for Carbono Esports JD, also coming out of pit lane as well. And then Team FFSR with Robin Versaletto behind the wheel of that car for basically what is Team France in GTP. We'll see Castellani begin the move here. So that's how that process begins. And now we have GT3 Pro beginning to roll. And now the GT3 grids will begin to roll here. And you see that it's the last car. And you're seeing that he's just, again, keeping it slow so that way the GTP car can get ahead of him here. All that works out really well. All that makes good enough sense. We can all follow along with that pretty well and fair. Who are we missing? We're missing somebody. Are we missing the Simrace Sweden team? Hold on. Where is the Simrace Sweden team? Oh, I see him. I see Arvidsson. Arvidsson's fine. Because Arvidsson starts P2 in GT3 Pro. So we are slowly but surely returning to normalcy. Slowly but surely. All right, Arvidsson beginning to roll here. All right. Well, everyone grids up here slowly but surely. We're going to keep eating time off the clock. We're going to take a second to just kind of drink some coffee, have a snack real quick while everyone grids up here. Again, we've been live now for almost 3 hours exact. So we are rolling. They have pulled the GTP class cars into Lake Calm. So there's some of the cars here in the mix. There's Norbert Thomas, the pole sitter there for the GTP class. Castellani, there's Castellani on the Kimmel Straight there. So they have moved the GTPs ahead just to kind of keep them clear of the GT3s. And then the AM class cars, I believe they will start rolling here momentarily once we see all of that take place. Again, we're going to stand by here and wait for the cars to begin rolling here. We're going to take a sip of coffee. We're going to take a second to have something for breakfast as we get into this. There is an ignition button. Yeah, there is. Ignition, for those that haven't actually messed with their settings, ignition is the I key, starter is the S key. All right, we are back rolling here. Had some coffee, had a chance to have a couple muffins, have some energy here for this start that has been almost 2 hours in the making. You have GTP sitting up here on its own here, 17 cars here in GTP, 35 cars in GT3. It's split between the GT3 Pro and AM categories. For everyone that's been with us here for 3 hours here on ABN Esports 1, we appreciate you. It's flag-to-flag coverage. Didn't think that we'd have every color of the flag included here in this restart. But we appreciate you being a part of our coverage here, whether it's been green flag, red flag. Right now we're under caution, yellow flag. We've seen the black and red. We've seen the black and orange. We've not seen the blue flag yet. That's not happened. But we've seen just about every other flag under the sun. Almost 10 hours of Spa, yeah. We're not going to change it. We're not going to change the name of the broadcast. It's close enough. We'll be here for 12 hours anyway. So let's kind of walk through it. Norbert Thomas and Jan Korbs, they're front of the field for Magic Arrow 55 and for Rider Engineering. The timing is so off right now. We're not even going to show the tower until we've gotten all of it's kind of fixed itself here, which it takes a couple laps to do. So we're not there yet. So we're not going to show that at the moment. Lorenzo Castellani in 07 Racing, they are leading GT3 Pro, two-time defending champions of that class. They're on pole position. They're not alone there at the front of the field because SimRace Sweden has really brought the fire to them. They brought the fire to them last time out at Monza, and they're really stepping up their game here in Belgium as well. And in AM class, in GT3 AM, is Lithium Motorsports at the front of the field alongside the Rider Engineering GT3 AM class car. So there's your front row for each class here. Getting back into it here, we've had a chance to really kind of talk about everything that's happened in this race. But we're going to be back at it here. So, again, for everyone tuning in, I'm Carmen, Sienna. We appreciate you spending your time with us here on ABN1. We appreciate the support. A lot of new followers today. We appreciate you showing support through this difficult event. But we're about to see green flag once again. This is where the grindstone came to a halt last time. Let's see if the GTP class cars can sort themselves out here on this go around. Into the restart zone. Remember that it is on the race leader. And here we go. Everyone makes it through in GTP. There's GT3 now. They are on the back. They're on the front straightaway. They're on the pit stretch. They've also got to go through that lane, but GTP is good to go. It's Castellani and Arvidsson at the front of the GT3 field. They had a fantastic restart first go around. Can they maintain it? It's on Castellani's call, the pulsar in the class. They are in that restart zone now. And here they go. Car in the grass, but they have managed to get back on the racing surface there before Erosion Radion. And GT3 following along with them as they go up the hill and now onto the Kimmel Straight, making sure that there's no cars involved in incidents there. And we have a clean race. We are officially underway. For the 10 hours of Spa that was shortened to 8 hours and 45 minutes due to a prolonged red flag. But we're underway and racing, and we're going to see some full laps with all 51 cars in this field. Obviously, the leaderboard is going to have to reset itself. We're not showing that leaderboard just yet. Leaderboard resetting itself slowly but surely. We'll wait for that to happen. It'll take a couple more laps. We're going to stay following with the overall leaders, Norbert Thomas and Jan Korbs. Thomas and Korbs, then it's Alberto Garcia Blasco, Nicholas Gessner, Daniel Larson, Julian Joy, Andre Valela, Jiraj Jusic, Regan Carty, Fabio Salvatierra, and Robin Versaletto, the top 11 in the GTP classes. That is Magic Arrow, Rider Engineering, XPD Racing, GTP, the 56 for Magic Arrow, Project Valorous 51, Old Firm Racing, Purple, Asia Motorsport. As racing continues, once again, trouble there for Julian Joy, I do believe. No, latency issue for Julian Joy. But there was a spin, and I believe that is Versaletto. No, it was Julian Joy that had an issue, because he was spun around backwards. So I was right. Julian Joy, the 10 car, did have an issue. There's Sean Brown. I believe Lorenzo Safoli also had an issue there at the 07 Racing GTP. Further down the order here, we got Lorenzo Castellani going through La Source. As we wait again for the time to tick over and for everything to fix itself here. Castellani ahead of Arvidsson, ahead of Moreno. This is 07 Racing, Sim Race Sweden, and Carbano Esports JD GT3 Pro. All going at it. Through Radion, now down the Kimmel Straight. Top four have really kind of isolated themselves ahead of the 5th place GT3 car. That is Joan Marti for Go Esports in 5th. Patrick Gannon for RPM Racing in 4th, the 2nd Mercedes in this group. Mercedes 1st and 4th, Ferrari 2nd, BMW 3rd and 5th. All right. Timer's on the table. Racing underway. Again, following Castellani, the leader in GT3 Pro. As things stand, Norbert Thomas leads in GTP ahead of Jan Korbs and Alberto Garcia Blasco. Milo Spielman for Lithium Motorsports in the AM class leading the way there. Once again, fun here in Belgium. There is your race leader, Thomas and Korbs. They have already pulled away from Garcia Blasco. It's a 2-horse race right now at the front, but a long race to go. Thomas leads the way over Korbs. You see a lot of shuffling here. Reminder that we only see about 40 cars at any given time. There's 52 cars in this field, so you're going to see a lot of shuffling as some cars shuffle in and out of our viewing range. This is a large track as well, 4.35 miles, 7 kilometers. Really pressing the capabilities of our equipment here on ABN. But we're back at it here and we're racing. That's the important thing. That's the important factor here. It's been a very long and arduous morning, but the thing that everyone came to do, we're at it again. Thomas and Korbs, front of the field. And this could be a championship battle. The number 50 Project Valorous car, not in this range. They're down in 13th at the moment. Ryan Littlemore is in trouble. They have already been broken away from big time. Ryan Littlemore, the points leader going into this for Project Valorous, struggling big time. Korbs has gotten around Norbert Thomas down the Kimmel Straight, drafted right by him. Acura now out front for Rider Engineering that has not won a race in almost a year. Did not score a single point last season. On fire right now. Jan Korbs leads the way over Norbert Thomas. It is Rider over Magic Arrow. Then it's XPD in 3rd. Product Valorous, they've got one of their cars in 5th. They got their Academy car in 6th. Pick Up the Paces in 7th. Deadpool Racing in 8th. Carbano Esports JD in 9th. And Team FFSR in 10th. Cesar Cabral started this race last in GTP, up to the 11th position. As they come up on some of the GT3 cars already. Lap traffic going to be a factor all race long, as it always is, especially at a track like Spa that is so large compared to where we've been already this season, compared to where we've been, obviously, Daytona and Monza, 3.5, 3.6 miles respectively there. It's almost a full mile longer as you see traffic underway through the chicane. Jan Korbs threading the needle there. Really trying to put some space between himself and Norbert Thomas, who was pinned back there. But you see the mass of GT cars that they have to work through. Alberto Garcia Blasco, the Cadillac, in 3rd in GTP. Also in this group now as well. Everyone trying to slice and dice their way through the field. And this track is challenging. It is tricky. Thomas gets through. Erosion Radion. Now down the Kimmel Straight once more. He's opened up a giant gap already. 1.5 seconds because of the lap traffic, and there's plenty of it. But here we go. Through Les Combes. Jan Korbs tasked with opening this car in the most difficult circumstances, but here we go. And he's doing a fantastic job so far, just kind of weaving and dicing through. 2 seconds now, the gap. He is just flying right now. He's finding the right places to pass these GT3 cars. It's the inside Empujan. Now going into the S's of Lefang. Yeah, see, he's just slicing, and it's like butter for Jan Korbs right now through the double right-hander of Stavelot. Racing en masse here. And now he has a little bit of space to really spread his legs a little bit. To stretch those turbocharged V6 engines out and run for the hill. '76 car rolling out of the chicane, out of the bus stop here. Still on full sawing here down into La Source, slicing and dicing his way through. And momentarily we're going to see the leaders in GT3 Pro come up on screen. Working to get around, that is the, I believe, the 210. No, it's not the 210. That was DS Racing. That was the 5th place car in GT3. And you see Norbert Thomas got right back ahead in all that lap traffic. It gives and it takes away. They've gotten around all but the top 3 in GT3. Thomas got back ahead of Jan Korbs. As quickly as Korbs was opening up the gap, it closed immediately. Yeah, Korbs sitting there in 2nd place. And you'll notice there, Arvidsson got the race lead away from Castellani. That is the leader now in GT3 Pro. Simray Sweden going at it. There may have been an issue here. Lazar, Mishk. Couple cars in pit lane now already. Looking to see here. So some cars in pit lane. Let me Mish. That looks like a very damaged race car. There's got to be an issue here. What has happened to Lemmy Mishk? That's a lot of damage on that 276. See if we can get a replay on it. This is in the final sector of the racetrack. This is Blanchimont. Kevin, oh, that's why. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Is that one of the GTPs? Hold on. Was that Cesar Cabral? Oh shoot. That's hard impact there. That has to be Cesar Cabral. Right? Did Cesar Cabral have an issue here? Like, what happened with this? Oh, he's wounded. Big. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's just wounded on the racetrack and just gets slammed. Why he's holding the middle of the racetrack, I have no idea. When did this happen? He's just limping all the way back around. Oh no. This is Cesar Cabral just completely trying to limp home for some reason. I don't know why you wouldn't tow in this situation. The car is done. This is not going to be pleasant at all. This is going to be so silly. Yeah, sitting in the middle of the racetrack and just gets completely plowed. It's 5 cars right there. Obviously still in pit lane. They're going to be there for a while, unfortunately. Thomas and Corpse, first and second at the top of the board in GTP. You're looking at Thomas right there, leading the way, the pole sitter of this race. A little bit of a technical issue, because of course we are. Just add that to the fire. Alberto Garcia Blasco in third in GTP. There is Isaac Arvidsson leading GT3 Pro. Arvidsson leading over Castellani here in Belgium. Alberto Moreno sitting in third for Carbone Esports JD GT3 Pro. Patrick Gannon in fourth there, the American driver for RPM Racing, second Mercedes. However, he's lost a little bit of touch here on this lead group. Milo Spielman continues to lead in GT3M. Spielman being the anchor driver for that team's car. In the M class here, Sergio Ochoa Esposito for Carbone Sports JD GT3M. Doing a great job, second place so far, ahead of Stefan Henrique for Smurf Racing Team. Team Race Getter in fourth place. A little further down the order there. There's the Team Race Getter, the blue car there. Artur Gordinho, who is suspended for the last 2 races of the season at Red Bull, at Sebring and Le Mans. able to take part in today's race after a practice incident happened. Arthur Gordini right now sitting 5th in the AM class at the moment, and you see there's a lot of cars in trouble already. Jacobs Loreski back on. This is the 50 car coming back out on track. Oh no. This car's had problems as well. Not good. Not good at all. Daniel Larson in pit lane 2. Oh my goodness, his car's torn up to pieces right now. What has happened to Daniel Larson? So that's 2 of the Valorous cars that are in some deep trouble. That Porsche is all sorts of bent out of shape. What happened to Larson? I don't think we're going to get an actual explanation as to what happened to Larson. But his car is not okay. I don't think we're going to have an actual idea on that. We're just trying to follow back to see if there's anything that happened, but there's not. He just on pit lane still. Peter Matuzik back in that car. So we're just going to have a lot of issues. Thomas Corbs, Blasco, top 3. Already on board with Jan Corbs. Already on board with Jan Corbs as he tries to chase down Norbert Thomas. Was there another issue? Hold on. Okay, never mind. That's just through the last corner. I was going to say, like, it said a lot of drivers are going off track, but it's just Shopov and everyone going through. Through what shit was Stavelot. Following along with Corbs as they also go through Stavelot now. Leaders in GT right now going after it. Corbs keeping Thomas in range.
Corbs going up the hill. Going after Thomas here, and it's going to be 3 wide through the Kimmel Straight. Getting past some of the GT3 cars there. Trading lap times here. This is where Alberto Garcia Blasco was able to kind of really reel them back in before. See if he can do the same here. Yeah, Corb's slowing down just a little bit here. Checking up there through Pujan. Trying to get through some more of this traffic. There's Blasco just behind. Corbs still trying to chase down Thomas here. Front of the field in GT3 Pro. Looking at him, Isaac Arvidsson, Simray Sweden. The flag you see next to his name is just the generic Scandinavian flag that the program we have gives him. But he's Swedish, on the Simray Sweden team. Right now he's leading the way. He's right now leading Lorenzo Castellani by 1.6 seconds. Castellani a little bit closer to Alberto Moreno, who right now sits in 3rd in class, while Milo Spielman leads the way in GT3 AM. Trouble for Nicholas Gessner. I'm not sure if that's the case or not. Don't believe it actually is, because there he is right now on track, sitting in the 4th position. So you'd have to say that he's probably not actually in any imminent danger at the moment. As Blasco goes up through Radion, now on the Kimmel Straight once again, trying to close in on the race leaders who are slicing and dicing their way through traffic. We appreciate everyone spending your time with us here on ABN1 for the Platinum Endurance Championship 10 hours of Monza. It's been a wild start to the day. We're underway and we are racing. We're going to step aside for our first actual refreshment break here of the event. Now that we've got some racing underway, and now we're back in full motion here. Don't go anywhere, because action continues here on ABN1. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. Racing underway here. It is the 10 hours of Belgium at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in Stavelot, Belgium. It has been a frantic day of racing here in Belgium. Norbert Thomas leads the way in the GT3 Pro category, or GTP category, excuse me, for Magic 55 over Jan Korbs by 1.5 seconds. Then it's Alberto Garcia Blasco in third. Over in the GT3 Pro category, it's Isaac Arvidsson and Lorenzo Castellani. Dominic Hammeter having issues. Dominic Hammeter in trouble. That is the Team Red X, who had a self-spin here. A 286 car. Not having the best of times, but still rolling there in 21st position in GT3 Pro. As I was mentioning there, Isaac Arvidsson for Sim Race Sweden, along with Lorenzo Castellani and Alberto Moreno, the top three in GT3 Pro. Apologies for the connection issues there. And in AM, it's Milo Spielman for Lithium Motorsport AM, Sergio Ochoa Esposito for Commentator Esports Shady GT3 AM, and Stefan Henrique for Smurf Racing Team, the top three in that AM class category. Retirements have been left, right, and center. We had a restart here on the initial start almost 3 hours ago due to 10 cars retiring from the race early on in this event. We are now approaching the 11 o'clock hour in the East Coast anyway. And we have 10 cars out of the race again. So we have reasoned in a circle here. Right now you're looking at Milo Spielman, the leader of GT3M. And what is a tight battle in the championship points for that class. The battle for points in GT3 Pro could heat up if this stays the way it is right now, with Arvidsson just ahead of Castellani and Moreno, the top three really close together in this fight so far. I think everyone pretty well taken off their pedestal real quick and having to really adjust this race. I'll pull up the driver information here real quick. Let's pull it all up for Isaac Arvidsson. Right now sitting in the lead of GT3 Pro ahead of Castellani, who won at Monza, won the home race for that team for 07 Racing 3 weeks ago. Back at it once again. GT3 class fighting, especially the Pro class, has been absolutely phenomenal all race long. The front of the field in the GTP for the overall battle is looking good as well between Magic Arrow and Ryder, once again, as it was at Daytona and at Monza for a period of time before everything went really wrong there at Monza. Thomas leads the way in AM, or in GTP. Over there's Jan Korbs, but you see they're checked up there out of Lake Colm, dealing with the traffic at the moment. We came back from our first refreshment break. We'll have a few more of those. We have an hour break at some point here where we're just going to have ambiance playing for the actual race. That is our lunch break. This is a race this is going to be a 12-hour broadcast. We are 4 hours in right now. It's going to be a very, very long event. There'll be a lunch break here. I say an hour. It's probably going to be like 30 minutes. But there was going to be a longer intermission period at some point here in the next 3 to 4 hours for us to actually have an actual lunchtime here in the broadcast booth. It is just me, Carmen, Sienna, in the booth here on Saturday. Typically, we would have someone like Taylor Mills in the broadcast booth, but she is away with other commitments at the moment. So we will see her again at Sebring. She's also going to be present in the Champ Car World Series broadcast commentary on Wednesdays. We have the Fontana on Wednesday. It's going to be fun there as well. For everyone that is tuning in, again, if you followed us here today or at any point over the last almost 5 years, we appreciate you. We're over 1,100 followers now here on ABN1. It's greatly appreciated. It's been a very interesting start of the day here. Very important weekend for racing. We have a doubleheader tomorrow. Stock car racing at its finest, 7 p.m. on ABN2. It's the ARCS Ace for a Cup Series on ABN1 at 7:45 p.m. tomorrow. It is the Winstel Cup Series from Martinsville. So we have some doubleheader action tomorrow. Gonna be a lot of fun as we watch Thomas and Korb slice through some of the lap traffic here for GT3s. GTP class leaders dealing with the constant flow of traffic at this point in time in the race. So a couple of big battles to focus on. Again, we're looking here. It's between the lead of both the pro classes in GT3 and in GTP. So we have a little bit of mixture up there. Milo Spielman's pretty far in ahead away with the AM class lead at the moment. That championship is close, but not necessarily because of the on-track product, because the AM class is so unique. With the AM class, you can have one gold driver, but they're limited to a certain amount of time. When you see that gold driver come out and actually race in each car is an interesting sort of question we find ourselves asking race in, race out. So the racing itself typically isn't as close as it is until like near the end of the race. But the points have been so interesting because all the teams have shined at different points in the season so far. Again, this is race 3 out of 5, so eventually there's going to be an evening out process there for that. But we're watching here this battle once again. Front of the field, Arvidsson dealing with some lap traffic as well as being lapped. That is Jan Korbs in the 76 trying to get through. We'll make it 3 wide there on the front straightaway. Not a big deal there, going through the pit stretch. And puts a gap there as here comes Castellani to the inside of the 264. That's the Team Race Getter car that he's cleared on the exit of La Source, now heading towards Eroge and Radion. See, there's another GTP car. That's the 33, the XPD Racing GTP with Garcia Blasco behind the wheel. And he's going to have a really good shot here. He's going to clear them pretty easily down the Kimmel straightaway. You see that third car a little bit further back there? That is Alberto Moreno, who is in this battle. He's in third, so you got a lap GT3, a lap Mercedes there, the 264, and then you actually have Alberto Moreno there in that mix. So the top 3 still close-ish together. Moreno kind of held up there by lap traffic a little bit worse there than the leaders were, but he's got the pace to really hang in there with them. He's not lost any more time since. As we go through this tighter part of the racetrack heading towards Puhan, you're going to see that here, riding on board with Arvidsson. Approaching Puhan. Down to 4th gear. Really good shot there on the Ferrari. Just down to 4th gear. Keeps it pretty well rolling though. This is fun. This is fun. This is very interesting because again, the 07 racing car, the 201 with Castellani behind the wheel right now, has been back-to-back champions in GT3 Pro. We've not seen a team consistently take it to 07 racing. Simray Sweden really stepping up. They stepped up a lot in Monza. Obviously fell short there because 07 Racing won at home in Italy. But they were in range and they were fighting with them. And now they're fighting with them again and holding them at bay at the moment. Obviously, driver changes are about to take place here. And the driver changes are going to be all over the place now because of the scheduling changes for this event. Rider Engineering just at the fast lap of the race there. In second, you see the green and the purple times. That means personal best there for the Magic Arrow 55 car, but it is a race best so far for Rider Engineering. That is Thomas and Korbs at the front of the field there overall, going absolutely ballistic at the front of the field. They've been the pace of the field so far in this event. Yeah, and Korbs a 159.86. 159.86, yeah, 159.88 for Thomas. So very close lap times there, but still just a little bit faster there for Korbs for Rider Engineering. Again, we're keeping an eye on this battle for the lead. Here comes Castellani. Castellani going for the race lead here into Lecombe, and he's got it. Signed, sealed, delivered. Castellani back out front, points leader, trying to maximize points here in Belgium. driver in pit lane, Sean Brown. Looks like a lot of cars in pit lane. Looks like pit stops are coming in for the GTP class cars. So we're going to see pit stops pretty well en masse here. And we could see early driver changes here. Obviously, we've not a lot of actual racing here on track over the first 4 hours of this broadcast. But it's still, they're going to try to hold on to their schedules as best they can because of just how this race was intended to go. The scheduling is going to be completely off kilter otherwise, so they may just try to hold on to what they had going on here. Pablo Alvarez in the car in place of Alberto Garcia Blasco for XPD Racing GTP, so there is one confirmed driver change there. Thomas is in pit lane, Corb stays out. So another lead change there at the front of the field in GTP. Corb stays out for an extra lap. Thomas comes in. He may hand the car off to someone like Aaron Avener, just to try to hold on to the scheduling that they had there. Again, all that very important at this point in time, and everyone really just flying off kilter here as you see a little bit of connection issue once again. It looks like just pit lane being a connection issue hotspot there. Another fastest lap, but just fractionally faster there for Jan Corbs. But Thomas still rolling down pit lane. This is a very long pit lane, one of the longest with the endurance pit lane here. Thomas has not even got to his pit box yet. Thomas just rolling down the hill here. Thomas getting to his box here. We'll see if he does make a driver change. The pole-sitting car in this race, I would assume he would stay in, but you don't know what the schedules look like here. It's always something so unique and special, and Thomas will stay in that car, so he will stay in for another stint. Jan Corbs far and away here, going through Lefang, now approaching the Stavelot, double right-hander. Again, for everyone that's tuning in, we appreciate spending your time here on ABN1 for the Platinum Endurance Championship 10 Hours of Monza. We've had a little bit of everything. We're seeing literally every single flag the marshals can wave here. We've seen green, red, yellow, black and red. We've seen penalty flags come out. We've seen blue flags here. We're seeing meatball flags, the black and orange. Does Corbs come down pit lane this time? Yes, he does. Race leading Acura. Now on pit lane. Let's focus now once again on the battle at the front of the field here in GT3 AM. This is second place, Sergio Ochoa Esposito, in massive traffic here. Mixing up there, Harley Smith, the 208. Marco Lettenbauer for Firefly EA Racing Blue in the 207. Sergio Ochoa Esposito in the second position, the 360. Once again, huge issue there connection-wise. Not sure what's going on there. Let's see if we can focus on someone else here. But a close battle there for second place, but a lot of latency. I'm assuming with the pit stops as they are at the moment, a lot of pit stops taking place here. Everything ironing out just a little bit better. This is the lead battle in GT3 Pro, and it does make a little bit of a difference here. We got a little bit clear of the latency issues we're having further on in the order. Castellani. Let's see more issues. It's mostly around pit lane. Apologize for the inconvenience on that. Something's out of our control here. They get clear of pit lane and it looks mostly okay. Get around another lap car here. Didn't notice this while we were on intermission for that refreshment break. Not sure what's causing it now, an hour and 10 minutes into this race. Wide there Castellani is, as well as Arvidsson, who is still blinking a lot more than Castellani is. Have to see if we can adjust that just a little bit. see what we can do here. Figure out what is causing these issues here. Only one sincere penalty here at the moment, and that is for Cesar Cabral, the 70 car, who drew a penalty here. He is suspended. He is basically suspended for the rest of the season. Even though the car is out, he is not allowed to come back in for the rest of the race. Castellani back on track here, leading the way over Arvidsson. Watching this battle for the lead in GT3 Pro, Castellani and Arvidsson still going at it here. Again, Coach Cesar Cabral, again, that's confirmed suspension for the rest of the season for that caution that took out 5 cars out of this race. Following along with things here again in the GT3 Pro class. It's kind of just juggling back and forth, seeing if there's any updates there on the penalty report. It looks like there's not. So not a lot to go there. Castellani still ahead of Arvidsson here. Some GT3 cars in pit lane now. There is Pedro Montero for Strumenti DS Racing in pit lane. Milo Spielman, the leading car in GT3M, in pit lane as well. He'll lose the lead here momentarily. I mean, Castellani staying out here, but we expect the pit stop coming in here soon with how things are just shaping up so far. Castellani, Arvidsson going at it. They've opened up a 4-second gap over Alberto Moreno, who is sitting just trying to get through some of the lap traffic. That is the 276. I believe that is the pro car for Ryder Engineering. Is following up to make sure that that is the case. Indeed it is. Lemmy Mishk behind the wheel of that 276, just trying to keep a hold of that car after being taken out by a GTP car earlier in this race. A lot of GT3 cars in pit lane now, so everything is working pretty well as intended here. In front of the field is still Jan Korbs. Jan Korbs ahead of Norbert Thomas by 2.1 seconds. That's the largest the gap's been outside of pit stops all race long. But Thomas, the pole sitter, going to try to close that gap in. It's just traffic going to be a big factor in this race. As you see, even more cars come down pit lane there. That is the race leaders, Castellani, Arvidsson, and Moreno, all of them in here in this race. A lot of fun. A lot of fun so far. Patrick Gannon for RPM Racing also in pit lane. A lot of cars in pit lane. You see just a mass of cars entering pit lane. There's Vladislav Shopov, who has not had a great race so far at this point. Luis Gaspar also coming down pit lane as well. There's Gaspar from Project Valorous Academy in that 253 machine. Norbert Thomas again, just two seconds behind Jan Korbs, who's got to get around the Lithium Motorsport AM class car that's leading the race in AM. Leading the way. A lot of cars in pit lane. A quiet opportunity on track to really allow the drivers to stretch their legs a little bit in GTP and just race it out. Korbs, Norbert Thomas, Julian Joy, Nicholas Gessner, Andre Valela, the top 5 in GTP at the moment as you see GT3 cars still rolling through pit lane. A very long pit lane. The pit lane here is incredibly long, and it's a slow pit lane too because it's a code 60, so it's 60 kilometers an hour, 37 miles an hour for those that aren't familiar with that. You see them all coming out of pit lane on the other side of Radion. Answering a comment there in the live Twitch chat. Again, for those not watching live and watching on YouTube, welcome. Sorry you couldn't watch this race live. It was an interesting one. It's been an interesting run so far. Love the most definitely not endurance championship overlays. Makes me super jealous I don't have that. So we used a couple of different programs here in the Avian Studios for iRacing stuff. This is from SDK, is the particular program we're using for today's race. You'll see it used tomorrow in Avian 2 as well. There's two predominant programs for iRacing. That's SDK and ATVO. When you watch like the Avian Champ Car broadcast on Wednesdays, that's ATVO. That's a different program. Both of them have their drawbacks and benefits. We use both of them throughout the week. You'll see, especially on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Fridays coming up here, you'll see a lot more of ATVO than SDK. But for obviously some of the road course racing we do here, we see Hyper Formula coming up here in the summer. Obviously Planet Endurance Championship as well. We use SDK. SDK is a lot more better suited to the for the road course based series, you know, like the Planet Endurance Championship, like our Hyper Formula Championship. If we had touring car stuff as well, or if we had supercar stuff. It would also be very useful there. For a lot of the oval stuff, like champ car, stock car competitions, ATVO is just a little bit more suited to that. So there's a little bit of behind the curtains look as far as some of the programs we use. Again, this is SDK, and they do a pretty good job as far as replicating some of the road course stuff. They've got a bunch of different overlays that they come with at base, and you can edit some of this stuff too. Like we've edited the positioning and all that stuff, so. It's always a work in progress as far as fine-tuning how we want things to look, but yeah, pretty happy with how things look at the moment. Jan Korbs leading the way still in this race now by 3.5 seconds. Has really just opened the gap up there over Norbert Thomas. Again, Rider Engineering's not won a race in almost a full year. Not since season 2 have they won a race. So looking to get back into the win column in a big way if they can do so. Lorenzo Castellani trying to go back to back here. And the competition is fierce. Simray Sweden, Isaac Arvidsson going blow for blow, lap for lap with Castellani at the moment. Arvidsson's doing an absolutely outstanding job there in the 219 for Simray Sweden. Again, you see the Scandinavian flag has got the red, blue, and yellow. Obviously, everyone in the Simray Sweden camp is Swedish, but there's just a generic Scandinavian flag for a lot of the drivers from Norway, Denmark, and from Sweden. Arvidsson doing a fantastic job in the process, chasing down and keeping touch with Castellani. We have seen a driver change for Carbone Sports JD GT3 Pro. This is a new name for me. I've not seen Jose Manuel Cazon in the series before, but he is in that car now, placed in P3 for Carbone Sports JD. He took over from Alberto Moreno. Jose Fonseca for Strumenti DS Racing in 4th. Tom Sechetto in 5th with RPM Racing. Joan Marti staying in the car for Go Esports. That is the top 6 there. Vladislav Shopov also still in the car for Native Delta by Simgear. Diogo Teodoro for Azier Motorsport. He is in the car now. Marcos Valverde, we saw him in practice. He's back in the car for Enos Esports. Ivan Spitz for XPD Racing GT3 sitting at 11th. No, not a big change here. Fabian Lorenz for Firefly E-Racing has gotten to the car. Only big change in GT3 AM was Christoph Zander for Team Race Getter Blue. Further down the order, some changes here. Brack Crouch for RPM Racing Purple in the car there. Nuno Tavares Barbosa in behind the wheel for Azier Motorsport White. Carlos Ribeiro Nunez still in the car for Central United. Or Jordanin Svetnov for Native Delta Academies in the car now, the 381 in AM class. Zachary Livingoods in for Lithium Motorsports, their pro car. Alberto Ayene for Carbone Sports JD GT3 AM back in the car here. Vincenzo Soris Jr. for Code Esport. So there's been some changes in the driver lineups here. Obviously, as we approach the 11 a.m. hour in the eastern United States, some drivers have decided to make that early change in this race. Front of the field, still pretty much the same as it was. Korbs, Thomas, Joy, Gessner, Vilela, Regan Carty, Jiraj Giusic. Ambris Istvan is the only big change there. Fabio Sabatera still in the car. Peter Matuzik in the car there. For Project Valorous, as is Jacob Zalersky for the 50. So 3 of the top 12 GTPs have changed. Just a lot of the GT3s have already made that change, though. And you're going to see a lot of things probably off the cuff and really spontaneous here because of how different things have been compared to how it was supposed to be this morning. Drivers just really having to try to get up to speed and really sort of shake off the prolonged cooldown that we've seen already in this event. You look at Norbert Thomas, who's been in this car now since the start. His teammates there have not had a chance to really touch the car there. Aaron Avener and everybody for the 55 camp, and that's going to be interesting. Jan Korbs also has been the only driver in that 76 car since we started this race. So a huge difference in terms of being able to shake off everything and get up to speed and get warmed up here and ready to go. Hard to do when you've been sitting out now. For some of these drivers, it'll be approaching 4 hours by the time they actually do get in the car for the race. So that is a huge task for the drivers not in the cars already to try to take care of that. Now keeping an eye on this battle in the lead of the GT3 Pro class as everything kind of keeps going here. And for everyone that's been a part of it, we welcome you to AVN Esports 1's coverage of the 10 hours of Belgium, 10 hours of Spa. Jean Corbs, Norbert Thomas, Julian Joy lead the way in GT3 Pro, or GTP I should say. Julian Joy, right there he is in the third place car, the 10, going to the inside of that jumbo Ferrari, who comes down pit lane. And that was Matthew Guest going down pit lane. That is the unlucky Luke Racing, the 396 in pit lane, 9th place right now in GT3 AM. They came down pit lane. Julian Joy very firmly off the pace of the race leaders right now. Corbs and Thomas have opened up a 38-second gap over everyone else. They have just been the class of the field so far. Huge concern there for the product Valorous cars there that are still struggling at this point in time. Just trying to get out of this in the best way possible. Unlucky Luke Racing, the 396 that just came down pit lane, reporting that they were hit by a GTP car in Leifang. For those that aren't familiar with the track layout here, I'll call the corners occasionally. We're going through Lake Holm right now. It's the S's before they get onto the back straightaway. It's the S's before Stavelot. Stavelot is a double right-hander. You can break those up at the individual corners if you want to. I'll point them out here because we're following Castellani, who's about to get through turn 7 here, which is not a named corner. We just call it commentary corner because it's unnamed and it's usually underneath where a spectator stand would be. There's Puhan here, turn 8. And Puhan it could break broken up into two corners as well since it's a double apex corner. But typically Puhan's just the complex there. This is Leifang they're entering now. Leifang is the S's here. The first S and the second S. That's Leifang. So the 360 got rear-ended in that complex there by a GTP car. Then here's Stavelot, and then you get out of Stavelot and you begin the run towards Blanchimont, which is the next to last major complex. Stavelot, it's a very sharp left-hander after a bunch of sweepers. And then you have the bus stop, the chicane, the end the lap. Blanchimont here. We've seen a lot of incidents in Blanchimont through the years, and then obviously coming up the hill towards the bus stop to end the lap. So Leifang had another incident there with the 396 being rear-ended. That's why it came down pit lane for repairs. Oh, trouble, 211. Brad Crouch, who had trouble earlier in the lap in Les Combes, has more trouble here, trying to get this thing turned around. Trying to find a clear spot to do this. You have to do a multi-point turn here. Tags the wall just a little bit there, the Armco. And get the point back in the right direction. Had to turn off the traction control too, because these cars naturally come with it. So, not a great turn of events there. Vladislav Shopov, 6th in GT3 Pro at the moment. So, Shopov in 6th, Tom Sachetto in RPM Racing's number 210 car in the top 5. Again, trying to catch up here with Jose Fonseca, who is in 4th for Strumenti DS Racing at the moment. Jose Manuel Cazon, the Iberian driver, in place for Carbone Sports GT GT3 in their pro car. Doing an outstanding job so far there. And then you have Isaac Arvidsson, the Simrace Sweden Esports crew, number 219, running on board here, still battling with Lorenzo Castellani. Almost 4.5 hours into this broadcast. Still so much time to go in this race. watching this battle for the lead. Julian Joy in pit lane now. So he is now firmly out of the way once again. And Andre Valela in a battle here with Nicholas Gessner. That is for third in GTP. This is for the final spot on the podium so far. And it's close. Valela trying to stay ahead of Gessner here. Through turn 6 and turn 7. Got one of the GTP cars here, one of the Ferraris. That is the 211 Pro car. 211 Pro car that they just passed there. The 211 that is Brad Crouch, the car that just had a spin there a lap ago. So Valela still going at it. Driver change for Old Firm Racing Purple, the 10 car, Kevin Heiler behind the wheel there. Here is the battle once again for GT3 Pro that is also tightened up here once again. Arvidsson under the attack, going after Castellani. I said this before when we had that prolonged delay. Obviously, when things get bad, they can be horrible after they manage 52 cars on track. But when they're good, they're great. And you think about just the whole point of this. It's a lot of fun seeing this battle because this is a race-long battle that's been shaping up here. And I have a very strong feeling that Arvidsson and Castellani will run into each other again in this race. Even after they get out of the car and get back in, they'll probably have to deal with each other again in this race. And that's what makes this so special. So it makes all the fighting so fun. A lot of battling going on here. GTP cars in the mix as well. That is the 86. That is the Team Red X Sim Sport. As well as I think that is the 07 Racing's GTP, the 23. Also getting through there. Yeah, that would be Lorenzo Foley behind the wheel of the GTP car that just went through there. Action does not stop. Castellani leading the way still over Arvidsson. See if he can jump back a little bit. Here's Nick Kirstens in this battle here. Simray Sweden Esports Academy, the 218. He is right now trying to challenge with Fabian Lorenz in the 207 there for Firefly E-Racing Blue. And then you see there is an Audi right there. That is Stefan Henrique, the second place car in AM, still battling with Zachary Livengood, who is having himself a brawl in this fight. This is 12th, 13th, and 14th in Pro, as well as second place in AM here in GT3. And not far behind is Alberto Ayen, third place at AM, as well as Carlos Casino for SR Technic and Christoph Zander for Team Race Kit. A little bit further back is Brad Crouch, who was struggling earlier on in this event. He's back out and running though. Up through Origin Radion. Now on the Kimmel Straight. And they're having a whale of a time as well. A lot of battles going on here around the racetrack. Two cars in pit lane, Andre Valela and Nicholas Gessner in pit lane. That is the Asia Motorsport GTP, the 20 car, and the 56 or 36 on the timing screen of Gessner. Fabian Lorenz still fighting here, trying to get around. Nick Kirsten's got around him here. The Simray Sweden Esports Academy car. So Kirsten's found his way through. Loren's trying to hold on and get back to him, but Stefan Henrique also putting in some pace. Really fun stuff here. Arvidsson and Castellani once again fighting here. Castellani leading Arvidsson. Arvidsson getting closer though. Ever so closer here in this fight. Arvidsson beginning to lose touch here with Castellani. More cars in pit lane. Andre Villela and Dominic Figate. That's why they're still in pit lane. Goodness, look at the state of those cars. What happened to them? Andre Villela had a crash. Let's see what happened here. Oh no. I think we see where this is going. Going up the hill through Erosion Radion. Oh goodness! Oh my goodness. That is a violent crash if we've ever seen one. And this would have been Slipper's racing team. This is what happened a couple laps ago. Going up through Radion here. Runs out wide. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's just wild. That is the Asia Motorsport White Machine, the 20 car, that caused the opening crash, that caused all the delay that we experienced in this race today. The 20 car just runs right into the back of the 399, who was just taking a normal line here through Erosion Radion. That's not Drew Glover that was in the car. That was Rowan Palan in the car at the time. It's going to say Drew Glover because Drew Glover, I think, has inherited the car since. Up the hill. He just gets approached at full speed, and the car just gets run over. And it takes out the 56 as well. Magico, the sister car for the pole sitter. That is insanity. Going up the hill. This is going to be a really good angle. Play it in slow motion here. Again, 309 just taking a normal line. up out of Radion and just gets clobbered by the 20. Jeez. And obviously, you look at the 56 and Nicholas Gessner, who is just completely destroyed at that point. There's the 20 car. I think Vallela's gotten back in that car since, but he's not the one that was in the car when the car crashed. Actually, no, excuse me, he was. Vallela was in the car when they crashed. So he's the one that kind of triggered all of that there. Again, because he also triggered the start crash. Wow. And that's what's got them on pit lane now. That is wild stuff. Pit stops have begun, I believe. There's Lorenzo Zolofi, or Zaffoli, I should say. 23 car on pit lane. There's more cars missing parts of their car. I think that's Sean Brown. It is. Sean Brown for Team Red X Simsport. See the American driver there for Team Red X Simsport. In trouble. And a lot of it. See if we can find out what happened here to Sean Brown. Because this will not be a pleasant one. I don't think we have a screen of this. Oh, it's after Blanchimont. That's where our cameras pick it up as Sean Brown and entering pit lane. So whatever happened after Blanchimont. Obviously, they're going to look at that and see what happened there, but there's more cars on pit lane. We're losing a lot of GTP cars once again in a thick and fast fashion here. Thomas in second place behind Jan Korbs. Korbs having to deal with a lot of traffic here at the moment. Obviously catching up here with the live chat at the moment. Appreciate the sub by Sign On. Yeah, obviously kind of catching up here. I hadn't been looking at the chat here. I was looking at I had Discord pulled up over Twitch at this point. Yeah, that's the second time the AZR car, the 20 car, has had an issue in this race, and both of them are bad. So we obviously just went over that issue. Yeah. I would be very surprised if that 20 car is not facing a huge penalty after this race for what happened in this event. That is just silly. Absolutely silly. But we've seen plenty of silly moves in this race today, and we still have about 6 hours left to go. Am I being optimistic? As I might actually be 7 hours left to go. Yeah, actually 7 hours. Excuse me. But that's where we're at right now. We're at 11:35 a.m. Eastern time here in the United States. Almost 2 hours in since the race restart. Just overall a very wild time here in Belgium. Nothing's felt normal in this race at all. Corbs leads in GT3 and in GTP, excuse me. Castellani and Arvidsson, they continue to be the duet that dominate GT3 Pro at the moment. Looking at where Castellani and Arvidsson is right now, there's Arvidsson second place, and there's Castellani just ahead of him. And they are dealing with a recovering GTP car as they went through Stavelot. Now they're on the way to Blanchimont, and they'll get passed by another one for good measure. Racing going pretty crazy at the moment. Arvidsson and Castellani still in trouble. Oh, there's a spun car just behind. Not sure who that was. That was Ambrose Estevan with the spin. But he's okay. He's still top 5 at the moment. But that was wild. Lead battle here in GT3 Pro continues to rage on here between Castellani and 07 Racing and Arvidsson in Simrace Sweden Esports, the leader of GT3 AM. Milo Spielman still in the car for Lithium Motorsports AM and continuing to dominate at the moment. 25-second gap to Alberto Allen for the Carbono Esports JD GT3 AM car at the moment. As we approach the 12 o'clock hour here, we're going to step aside for another refreshment break here. We do have a 30-minute planned lunch break for the commentary booth coming up here soon. But we're going to do a step aside for a quick about 10-minute refreshment break here. Sort of take a chance to, as it says, refresh here. This is the 10 hours of Belgium on ABN1. Non-stop here on ABN. A very big weekend, not only for racing, but for sports in general. We're glad you're spending part of your time with us here on ABN this weekend. Appreciate it so much. We're going to step aside for a few minutes here. We'll be right back. But your screen not going to stop bringing all the coverage here from Spa. Welcome back, everyone. Non-stop coverage of the 10 hours of Belgium for the Platinum Endurance Championship. Right now looking pit stops underway for GTP class cars. GT3 still in a tight battle for the pro lead between Lorenzo Castellani, who leads the race and the championship right now for 07 Racing, and Isaac Arvidsson for Simrace Sweden, the esports machine there in second place in the pro category here. They have been battling all race long since we got the restart underway there. And it has really been isolated between just those two cars at the point. Jose Manuel Cazon, 17.8 seconds behind in the third position in the pro classes. Again, pit stops underway in GTP. We'll see how all that shakes out as well. Balazs Tarozzi, we saw in the refreshment break there. Balazs Tarozzi in the Magic Arrow 55 car this time, had that first driver change take place. 3 drivers in that car. You've got, obviously, we saw the opening stanza there. Norbert Thomas behind the wheel there for the 55. Balazs Tarozzi in the car now. Aaron Avener, the third driver for that car for the 55 crew. Jan Korbs in the 76 leading it home. There's a rotating cast of drivers for Ryder Engineering that they can rely on. We'll see who they put in, see what crew they've got for that 76 car here today. Ryder Engineering had 3 cars in this race. They have a GT3 Pro car and an AM car as well. But I believe both the Ryder Engineering cars are out of this race in the GT3 category. So it leaves just the GTP car for Ryder Engineering going at the moment. So it's interesting to see what plays there with Ryder in this race as it progresses. They have not made a driver change yet. Jan Korbs in for a 3rd consecutive stint here in Belgium to kick things off. In fact, at the moment there is Castellani and Arvidsson still. Again, more pit stops taking place there for the GTP class at the moment. GTP class cars pitting about every 40-ish minutes, closer to an hour for the GT3 class cars to make a pit stop there. Castellani's really kept Arvidsson at bay for most of this stanza here. Really good battle they're going on further down here. Nick Kirstens, you got Zach Livingood all underway here. This is that battle between Livingood and Kirstens. Pro class cars battle for 12th underway at the moment. They're having a little bit of fun here as well. That is, again, the battle for 12th place between Kirstens and Livingood, Simrace Sweden's Esports Academy, and Lithium Motorsports, their pro car, on track at the moment as GTP class cars try to make their way around. That is the 50, the Project Valorous number 50, that has been wounded already early on in this race, is trying to recover the best that they can. That 50 car is now in 8th place. Jacob Zlorewski behind the wheel there. So, and then there's the 10 car, I believe, going through as well. That is the 10 that has had a pretty interesting up and down race. Kevin Yeiler behind the wheel for the Old Firm Racing purple machine as they go now into Erosion Radion. Over 2 hours into this race, that was reduced to a time frame of 8 hours and 45 minutes due to a red flag early on in this event. As everything gets ready to go and kicks off in earnest here. Deep in the middle of it. Balazs Tarozzi and Jan Korbs. I believe Tarozzi's gotten ahead of Korbs, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see here. Nope. Korbs still leading the way. Over Tarozzi. What's the gap? The gap is larger than it was. Tarozzi 4.8 behind. So Korbs, by staying in and staying fresh, this is not an easy track to stay fresh at for the time that he's been on track already. Because Korbs has been on track for most of the day already. Tarozzi obviously getting some fresh legs in for that 55 crew, also having to warm up and actually go through the processes of getting ready to go. Corb's staying fresh and staying ready to go here. He's been in this car just about all morning. Obviously, we're approaching the noon hour on the East Coast. It's in the afternoon there for everyone over in Europe right now. Obviously, like Corb's, the German driver leading the way. He qualified the car, started the car initially, and has been in the car ever since. Corb's leading the way here. Another car in pit lane, that's Pablo Alvarez for XPD Racing GTP. They will drop down the order a little bit temporarily as pit stops still cycle through here. Everyone on a different sequence at this point in time. Arvidsson still battling there with Castellani and looking at this battle for the lead in GTP. Or not GTP, GT3 Pro. A little bit different. Just a smidge. Still battling here. GTP in the middle of them for the moment through Stavelot. It checked up Arvidsson a little bit more than it did Castellani in that fight. So once again, Arvidsson has to kind of crawl back in that 4/10 gap to make work happen here. Living Good and Kirsten still battling. This is into Lecombe. Just a couple battles going on there. A little bit further back there, a little bit forward actually is Diogo Teodoro for AZR Motorsport. That team's been in a lot of trouble, but not the GT3 car. It's been the GTP car that's been in a lot of trouble in this race so far. Teodoro so far still doing fine in this process. Teodoro's actually not even had a driver change at this point yet. Just trying to stay ahead of Marcos Valverde for Enos' Esports, because there he is right there just behind. Not too far away in this race. Looking here, trying to see if we can figure out if there's any penalties here. Not seeing any other penalties going on here. I'm assuming they're still reviewing a lot of things, though. So Valverde is trying to chase down Teodoro there. Milo Spielman in pit lane. You see a damage on one of the cars there just behind him. Who is that that's behind him? Driver change. Andre Campion-Holo behind the wheel there. That is... Oh, that's the Slippers Racing Team. That's the car that was completely destroyed earlier on when Asia Motorsport, that 20 GTP, ran him over. That's what's left of that car. For those that are curious as to what happened there, that's what's left. There's not a whole lot left, but that's what is left of that car for Slippers Racing Team, who have not had a great time to start everything off. So that's what's happened there. Looking here if this battle continues to rage on. Still chasing down. This has got to be frustrating for Arvidsson. Right on board. On board with Arvidsson with this Ferrari, because he's got to have the most frustrating time ever. Just staying and looking at the 201 the entire race. It's a good position to be in, obviously. Closing in here. And coming down pit lane they go. Big moves here. Both of them in pit lane. So both leaders in GT3 down pit lane now, as well as Jacob Zaleski behind pit lane. Jose Manuel Cazon for Cabono Esports JD 3GT Pro will also come down, stay on sequence with the leaders. Lost touch a little bit with them. There's Tom Sichetto for RPM Racing. He will stay out. So for a moment in time, we will see a new leader in the class at the moment. See. looking at here. So we're getting reports of penalties being confirmed. I'm not seeing the penalties being confirmed, so I'm not going to speak on that just yet. I guess I should probably see if I can find it. Trying to look and see. I don't think it's been resolved just yet. Actually, it has been. Well, stop and hold for 120 seconds I don't think really helps the situation there for the 20. They're already not really in contention at the moment. But it is what it is. Commentator comes down pit lane. Joan Marti, who also comes down pit lane there. Fabio Ponta in behind the wheel of the 201, taking over from Castellani. And Winston Eckel. So both of them took a driver change at the exact same time, too. It's working out a little bit. Fun to see. Fabio Ponta and Winston Eckel going to be battling here once again at the front of the field in GT3 Pro. New drivers now, Eckel, the Dutchman, Ponta, the one of several Italians on the 07 Racing squad. Eckel shadowing Fabio Ponta for the race lead in GTP. Jan Korbs. So looking into this, Jan Korbs has gotten ahead of Balazs Tarozzi by a mile. What has happened to the 55? Was the 55 penalized for something? Yeah, I'm not seeing the 55 reported for anything. I'm not seeing a penalty for the 55. Something's happened, though, to the 55 that has caused them to now be a lap down in this race. That is wild. That means that Jan Korbs really has pretty uncontested claim now at the front of the field. Absolutely insane stuff so far. Ponta and Eckel still at the front of the field in Pro. Not a lot of close battles otherwise. You got Patrick Silvazzi in the 56 getting around the 210. That technically is for track position, but I wouldn't necessarily say that is like the be-all end-all for position. It's not even the same class at the moment. This is something legitimately interesting. Stefan Henrique and Smurf Racing Team are on the overall GT3 podium as the leading AM class car. Stefan Henrique trying to get a podium not only for Audi and AM, but in GT3 as a whole. Absolutely mental stuff there by Stefan Henrique and Smurf Racing Team. They are third in GT3 and leading the way in AM. That is how wild this race has been. The Smurf Racing Team are on the overall GT3 podium at the moment as things currently continue to run. You have Ponta again behind the wheel. Winston Eckel in second. They will have to deal with Patrick Silvazzi and the Magic Arrow 56 crew in just a moment. Silvazzi trying to slice his way through the field, trying to get back to the rest of the GTP cars on the timing screen. He's got to get clear of the GT3 leaders as well. The Magic Arrow camp has had everything just kind of fall apart on him here. And that's unfortunate. It really is. That is, I think, the most unfortunate part of that is that Magic Arrow really were fighting hard. And for some reason, it's completely fallen apart here in Spa. We're seeing again this battle. This is the closest battle on track, and right now it's not even close between Ponta and Eckel. These two teams are going tooth and nail. And honestly, it's a fight that we were hoping we would see from somebody. You know, we thought it was going to be Negative Delta by Sim Gear. It ended up not being them. Stefan Henriques and Smurf Racing Team come back down pit lane, as does Patrick Silvazzi. So they come down the pit lane as one of the other GTP cars goes their way through before Oroge and Radion. 07 Racing, it seemed like either you had them at the top of the pedestal, and then the GT3 Pro grid just kind of cannibalized itself. You had Euromaster Esports, you had Native Delta, then it was by Bueller's, but now it's by Sim Gear. You know, you had obviously Carbono Esports was in that mix a little bit there. Asia Motorsport had a little bit of a hand in that. But it seemed very well and truly that it was not going to be anyone really touching the 07 Racing crowd. Obviously, Castellani, Ponta, and everyone that's a part of that pro team just really on point. They kept that team together. Even as they expanded into the GTP program, they kept their GT3 program intact in pristine condition as well. Same three drivers that have been in that car forever continue to defend that title, and they continue to defend it well. But now we have Simrace Sweden behind the wheel here. Obviously, Eckel behind the wheel now, but you had Arvidsson behind the wheel to open up the race. Really taking it to the group here, and it's been a lot of fun watching this because they are proving to be a consistent threat now for 07 Racing, and we need that. I think the class needs that. I think 07 Racing wants it. They want that challenge, they want that persistent threat, and now they've got it. And that's always something that's so fun about all of this. We're going to keep an eye on this fight here. Again, it is the closest fight, and it's not really even close right now with these two. They're really carrying this middle stanza of the race. You see the sun beginning to get fainter and fainter as we get ready to approach the nighttime here. Getting a decent amount of daytime, though, in this race as things run. So we have a little bit of battle developing here, not between pro cars or AM cars, but it's a mixture of pro and AM. Alien and Lettenbauer duking out a little bit. Looks like there is a battle here. There's David Narbonne. So Smurf Racing Team did do a driver change. They had a longer pit stop there. Back in second in the AM category as things stand. Alien right there behind them in that 366. And then you have Lettenbauer and then Lars Leibniz for Team Race Killer Blue, a little bit further behind there. But Narbonne behind the wheel now for the first time in this race, having to hold on to second place there at the moment. Could be a recipe for disaster at the moment. There's Narbonne and then there's Alberto Allen. Sitting there, and that is a huge cluster right there. That is the 207. Oh no. Allen gets turned by the 207. 207, that is Lettenbauer. that gave him a spin. And he's in a dangerous spot trying to get that thing re-rolling here. And you see the damage on the rear of that car. That's not good. That's unfortunate. It really is. And Gianni Perone has had a crash. What has happened to Gianni Perone? Actually, I don't think Perone's crashed. We'll go back and look at it. Perone's in the 276, which was involved in this group. He's at the very tail end of the line here. Yeah, he's just going to send it big time here. He's going to try to send it 3 wide. And it just doesn't work. So there's Lettenbauer on track once again in 13th and Pro. Lettenbauer behind the wheel of that number 207. There's Patrick Gannon further up the road here, dealing with some traffic of his own. I don't think he's really battling any of this traffic right here. That's the other Audi. That's the Team Red XM Sport 807. That's the 286 Mohit Rana behind the wheel of that car at the moment. And the Project Valorous number 50 will go through as well before Puhan. Patrick Gannon still struggling just a little bit to try to find that pace there. Will even catch up with Samuel Santos. Seems to be struggling just a little bit. Davide Favaro back in the car now for 07 Racing in their GTP car. There he is. And he is approaching his pit box now for a scheduled round of pit stops. Miguel Bento and Andres Kuzma also behind the wheel, or behind the wheel of their cars at the moment. Bento in pit lane. Rig and Carty in second. We're Dead Bull Racing, almost a full minute behind. My, how things change. Currently a minute behind. Now sort of just following through here. Trying to keep up with all the Twitch comments here. Because there's a lot that sort of keeps rating, and for some reason Twitch is just not updating for me. And Christoph saying my stint was absolutely mental. Yeah, it's a long stint, especially with the delays there. A lot of debate about that incident with the 399 and the 20. Although the 20 is already been penalized for that, and they're going to lose the driver for the next round at Sebring. Cardi sitting there in second again, kind of looking at where all this is kind of focused at the moment. Fabio Ponce has really pulled away from Winston Eckel. So that's changed going into this. Winston Eckel right now sitting in the second spot still, firmly so. A little bit latency there for the 219 of Eckel. Here comes 201 of Ponta, but coming up on lap traffic here that are going to protest and really kind of keep him at bay as long as they possibly can, because he's going to try to lap some of them. Easier said than done. Leads the way, and the gap is opening up pretty significantly here. Interestingly enough, David Narbonne recovering a little bit, taking on Simray Sweden's Esports Academy. Not really for any position as it's pro on AM at this point, but a fun competition nonetheless. A little bit of bragging rights here, especially. I think it's the biggest thing. Grab those bragging rights while you got them. Narbonne got around Stephen Van Kampen. Voted ease there. Car in pit lane, Mark Rosendahl taking over for the number 52 Project Valorous Academy team. the car in pit lane, Alberto Ayen, who is missing the rear wing of his car. Ponta. Ricardi in pit lane as well. There he is, coming down pit lane. So another round of pit stops incoming here for the GTP class cars in mass. Ponta, again, just kind of leading the way. He's lost a little bit of time. Winston Ecclebini, they close him back in just a little bit here. Winston Eckel there sitting in the second position. It's closing in little by little. Looks like some GT3 cars pitting as well right now. Again, watching it again. Winston Eckel trying to close in here in this fight. And not a lot we can talk about at the moment because pit stops are happening at such a interesting and off sequence rate here at the moment. You know, we're kind of following along with this. Obviously, we're watching this battle for the lead still going on at the top of the GT3 Pro category here. Again, not a lot to talk about here. The biggest thing here, close battle there between the 264 and the 219 there. With the AM class lead in GT3 AM, yeah, Andrej Campagnolo for Lithium Motorsports AM leading the way, and leading the way comfortably so over David Narbonne. That is a 16-second gap between those two cars at the moment. Actually, sorry, 22 seconds between those two cars. It was 16. Team Race Scooter Blue, that's 49 seconds behind. Obviously, a lot of this can change, but you need mistakes for these things to change, and that's something that hasn't really happened, at least not between those two cars right there. Not a lot to talk about there as far as the battles. The lead battle is, as far as GTP is concerned, is completely gone. Only really two cars on the lap at the moment because of how different the sequence is on pit stops. You got Corbs for Rider Engineering and Kuzma for really slow motion racing red. And you saw how close Kuzma is to being put a lap down by Corbs just based on pace right there at the moment. Corbs is running almost 2 seconds faster a lap than Kuzma. So it's not really a comparable conjecture at this point as far as like a potential challenger right now for Corbs until he comes down pit lane. Because he will have to come down pit lane. It will be a prolonged pit stop. Just because of the pit lane being a code 60 pit lane. And that does change things. But in that same vein, there's just not a lot we can really get into here. Other than the chaos that we've already kind of highlighted in this race so far. Top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll be stepping aside for a 30-minute lunch break here. So yeah, Corbs leads the way. Kuzma in pit lane will officially go a lap down here to Corbs. And for Tarosi, this is a game really of damage limitation, trying to get back to second place with everyone still being slower than you except for Corbs. Still a chance for Tarosi to still end up somehow in second place here, but that is, I think, that what the ceiling is, unless Rider Engineering go through some bad luck like what we saw last season where they had nothing but bad luck. So, that's where we're at right now. Yeah, Fabio Ponta leads by 2.3 over Eckel at the front of the GT3 Pro category. That is 07 Racing over Simrace Sweden. As things continue to develop here, Alberto Moreno a little bit further behind. He's sort of on an island on his own there. He's back in the car for Cabana Sports JD GT3 Pro. So he had a small little break, and now he's back in the car running at full song once again. Samuel Santos for Strumenti DS Racing. He is, I believe, in his second stint at this point. You've got Patrick Gannon for RPM Racing, who has been in that car most of the race, if not all of it so far. I believe he started the car at least. Patrick Salvasi, open wheel racing ace in the car for the 56 for Magic Arrow. He's been struggling to get ahead of the GT3 cars after having an incident early on in this race. That 56 car just not where they want it to be, and wounded too. It's going to make it so much more of a struggle, especially at a track like Spa. But that car is still running right now in the midst of all the GT3s. Same with Team FFSR, the French team, the number 99 GTP, also running in 13th at the moment, in the midst of all the GT3s. But they are still rolling around at the moment, and that is, I think, critical for them. Just score some points. Get out of here and go on to Sebring, another difficult track in 3 weeks' time. Against Sebring, the 12 Hours of Sebring, April 27th, right here on ABN 1. Fabio Ponta right now sort of just keeping control of the race field at the moment. Salvasi's gotten around Samuel Santos. About to get around, I believe it's Alberto Moreno. Yep, there you go. There's Salvasi getting around Moreno. That is technically for a position overall, but in class, no difference there. Moreno stays third. Salvasi stays 12th in those classes there. Salvasi, Moreno. You have Axel Nakari in the 99 at the moment for Team FFSR, who's going to be next up on that list to get around Moreno. Right there he is right there. French team has not had its wonderful time that they were hoping in this race. Axel Nakari for Team FFSR right now, just holding station at the moment. We're checking to see what race control is going to tell us here. They just gave us a big update log. A lot of these have already sort of been served. The 320 ASIO Motorsport White, that car has already served a drive-through. Project Valoris number 51 has already served a drive-through. Drive-through for the 264 has already been served. Unlucky Luke Racing, a drive-through for them, that's the 396. 99, the Team FFSR car, which is right now we're looking at right now with Nakari. They had a drive-through earlier. as well as the number 20 Asia Motorsport GTP. They also had a stop and hold for 120 seconds. That has also been served. So that's sort of what everything is looking like so far here. Again, just a lot of penalties that have already been served. They're just updating the situation log there. As you see, a lot of shade now on the back half of the racetrack here as we begin to approach darkness here in the Liege Mountains. See a lot of cars out on the front straightaway. The trees doing a lot of shading, especially down here. This is a lower part of the racetrack. Gotta go all the way back up the hill to see if you can find any sunlight at all. Josh Tucker behind the wheel of the 76. As you see, the Team FSR car of Nakari just kind of blazed by all the GT3s that were right there. So, not a bad job there. They went around Winston Eckel as well. You saw that car there in that mix. There's Eckel in second. Not doing a bad job so far. So Eckel right now sitting in the second position again. That is 2.5 behind Fabio Ponta. The gap stabilized here of 2.5 between these two cars as Salvazzi and Nakari both made their way through. I guess that is the silver lining there for Winston Eckel, is that he didn't really lose any time to his main rival there, the 201 there being driven by Ponta. Just didn't really gain anything either. But everything could be a lot worse. We've had a lot of attrition in this race, so it's going to really calm down and be a little bit more timid here as we really approach the halfway point of this event. Following with Eckel at the moment. Gap opening up just a little bit more now, 2.8 seconds. As we approach the end of the third hour of this race, we'll have 5 hours and 45 minutes left to go. The gap here again. Not a lot of battles going on at the moment because pit stops are so wildly separated from each other at this point. Kind of waiting and seeing if anything really does develop here with Eckel and Ponta. If Ponta continues to pull away here, like what he has the last couple laps. Eckel in the 2:19. I think he's really met his match here in the long run paces. I think Ponta's really gelled right now with where that Mercedes is compared to the Ferrari. That's the 29 getting through, the 29 there. That is still Andres Kuzma behind the wheel of that 29 GTP that just went through. May have a battle here between Patrick Gannon and Vladislav Shopov. Indeed we do. Actually, no, it's between Samuel Santos and Patrick Gannon. Shopov is just 2 seconds behind this though, so he's going to be in the mix. You actually see that blue and white Porsche just behind. So about to be a three-way fight here for the top 5. Shopov climbing his way through, did not have a good qualifying session at all. Patrick Gannon got ahead of Samuel Santos there. Pretty clean stuff at the moment. Now he's just kind of got to get away from Santos here before Vladislav Shopov gets into the mix as well. Car in pit lane, the 55, Tarozzi in pit lane. We'll see if that's a driver change incoming. If it would be for Aaron Avener to get inside the car. We'll see if that's the case or if Tarozzi stays in for another stint. We shall see here. Getting in the pit lane now. Tarozzi, is he in the car still? Norbert Thomas getting back in the car. So no Avener. They're putting Thomas back in. Another car in pit lane. That is the XPDM Racing GTP. Garcia Blasco back behind the wheel. So we're seeing some of the starters coming back in. I wonder if this is the course correction as far as the scheduling of this race, what that looks like. I mean, we're only going to be, I think, an hour behind where we were expecting to be. But that, I mean, that could still change a lot of things as far as the scheduling and how everything looks stint-wise. So they've put Thomas back in the car to try to recover that race for the 55. Likewise, Garcia Blasco back behind the wheel to try to recover the race for the 33. Both of them have fallen off pretty hard here. Jan Korb's back out of the car. Josh Tucker in. They will see what they can do just to solidify their race lead at the moment over Reagan Carty and Dead Bull Racing. Old Firm Racing Purple, Kevin Yeiler behind the wheel in the 10 car. Miguel Bento and pick up the pace. You got Felix Grashel for Project Valorous number 50. Mark Rosendahl still in the car there for the Academy team. Davide Favaro for 07 Racing, he got in last stint. Jonas Janum for Team Red X, the 86 car. I feel like we haven't seen all the names here for these drivers just yet. Again, keeping an eye on this battle for what could be between fourth, fifth, and sixth. Shopov is going to head around Santos. So Shopov charging his way forward. Damage limitation there for the 278. The native Delta by Simgear. Did not have a good qualifying effort. But the chance to really sort of rein in and really take away a chance at the top 5. Right now sitting in 5th, looking at 4th up the road here, center of your screen. And that's what they're going to work on here. Close fight between all 3 of those cars, but it's a cluster because there's GTPs and lap traffic in the mix. There goes the 55, the Magic Girl 55 with Thomas in it. Again, a lot of management going on here in Belgium at this stage of the race. But everything continuing to rage on here in Belgium. We've crossed into the 4th hour here in Belgium. It's about 1 p.m. here in the eastern U.S. here for ABN Studios. We're going to step aside for a prolonged break for lunch. We're going to keep everything up on your screen now. Non-stop coverage here continues on ABN 1, but there won't be any commentary for a period of time because we will be going through having lunch. Obviously, a lot of racing still left to go here. A little under 5 hours and 45 minutes left to go in this race. So stay with us, enjoy the ambiance. If you want to see a particular car or a particular battle, if you see it, feel free to put it in the Twitch live chat here on ABN Esports on Twitch. But we'll be back here just shortly after a lunch break. Welcome back, everyone. Watching now live the 10 hours of Belgium here in the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Race leader, center of your screen, Josh Tucker for Rider Engineering Esports. Josh Tucker leads the way here for Rider Engineering over Norbert Thomas, who's gotten back into second place. Norbert Thomas, number 55 machine, sitting in the second position. Corey Ratliff in the third position for Dead Bull Racing, just behind. So we're gonna have some fun battling here as we continue on here in Spa. We have Randy Martin in fourth for Old Firm Racing Purple. And then Ambrose Estevan up to fifth for Really Slow Motion Racing here. Fabio Ponte has opened up a 6-second lead here in GT3 Pro. Ponte leads the way in GT3 Pro. Winston Ecklund second still for Sunray Sweden. However, 6.3 seconds is the gap, and it's not getting any closer here. Alberto Moreno sitting in third, back in the car for Carbono Esports JD GT3 Pro. Then it's Vladislav Shopov in the fourth position for Native Delta by Simgear. As we continue on, Tom Sachetto in fifth for RPM Racing. Gonzalo Ferreira in sixth there in GT3 Pro as well. Gonzalo Ferreira for Strumenti DS Racing there. Andre Campanholo in the race lead here. The Motorsports has led just about all race long here, except for in the cycles pit stops where you see David Narbonne lead the way an occasion for Smurf Racing Team. He's at second in the category there, GT3M. David Narbonne there. Vicente Lara in 14th in between the two AM cars that round out the podium here. Yanis Rode for Team Race Getter in the blue car sitting third, a distant third, 34 seconds away from Narbonne, but about a lap ahead of Yulian Dimitrov for Native Delta Academy. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere at this point in time, but nowhere right now is safe, so could be a lot worse. Obviously, a lot of cars out of this race. We are down to, let's say we've got 43 runners technically still. However, only really 42 running on track at the moment. It's been a race of attrition so far, and a lot of things have spread out. Josh Tucker leads the way still. Leads the way here. Going through as we're almost into the 5th hour here of this race. Fabio Ponta behind the wheel, still leading in GT3 Pro. Ryan Littlemore coming out of pit lane here at the hill. Getting out there just beyond Radion. And Littlemore coming out of pit lane there at 7th place right now. This race has not quite been what they were hoping it was going to be. We'll kind of walk through sort of where everyone's at here. We'll do a run through the field. Obviously, we've walked a little bit through. We'll talk with the drivers of the team that started this race in the championship lead. That was Ryan Littlemore. Project Valorous entered this race with a good championship lead. That falls under threat. Ryder Engineering, who sits 2nd in the points, leading this race, a healthy margin right now. Could really put that lead under threat here. Looking further into it, Corey Ratliff for Devil Racing in 2nd, Randy Martin in 3rd there for Old Firm Racing Purple, Ambrist Istvan in 4th, Norbert Thomas, we'll talk about him real quick, the 55 crew for Magic Arrow, not where they wanted to be. Pole sitters of this race were in contention for the race lead most of the early running until they got involved in a GT3 incident. It got them set back by a lap. They're still in range to really try to go after at least 2nd place here. But in order to go for that race lead, they really need a little bit of help. a little bit of luck to go back their way here. And unfortunately, that'd be at the expense of Ryder Engineering, which had all of the bad luck last season. Ryder Engineering hoping for a little bit of good luck to continue here today. Diogo Cabezas for pick up the pace, sitting in 7th or 6th at the moment, car 7. Not a bad run so far. They've been very quiet, very under the radar. They didn't qualify very well in this race either. But here they are right now, 6th place, just kind of keeping themselves at a healthy margin. There is the 23, Alessandro Izzo, 11th place, well off the lead lap here, 6 laps off the leader at this point in GTP. A little bit further up the road, John Michael Dunnigan for Red X Academy, sitting in the 86 machine, 10th place so far at the moment for him. Right now, not a bad effort at all. Felix Manzanedo for XPD Racing GTP, another team that had a lot of ambition, a lot of intent early, just ended up having everything fall apart here. Penalty for them early, put them behind the 8 ball, and then a couple incidents have really kind of thrown them off the trail. But they're sitting 9th at the moment. Still have 7 spots from where they started. They did not start well at all. Mark Rosendahl for Project Valorous Academy, the 52 car, sitting right now in the 8th position. Project Valorous Academy, they qualified decent. They're near where they qualified here. But again, just kind of keeping their head down to the grindstone and working things out as things continue to run. Dominic Faquete for Magic Hero 56. This team has been behind the 8 ball almost the entire race. Got caught up in an early incident. Got caught up in the incident on the first initial start before the red flag, and then got caught up in another one after we got back rolling again. Now sitting 12th, they are 8 laps off the race leader. Sitting in 12th position, they are 2 laps away from Izzo and Dunigan. Same with Axel Nakari, even further down the order, 10 laps away from the race leader at this point in time, in 13th position as our race continues to run here. 14th place is Vicente Lara in GTP, sitting well and truly out of it, 13 laps away from the race leader at the moment, and the last GTP car running at the moment as things run. We'll start focusing now on GT3 Pro. Fabio Ponta, the race leader for the 2-time series champions in GT3 Pro and the championship leaders in GT3 Pro this season. 07 Racing, their GT squad, being continuously relentless in their pursuit for race wins and near perfection at the moment. It was a fun battle for the most part early on in this race. The entire first 3 hours were a lot of fun between 07 Racing and Simrace Sweden. That has since isolated itself a little bit. Winston Eckel has not had the pace Fabio Ponta has had in his Ferrari, the Simrace Sweden Esports Ferrari, now 2nd place by 7 seconds. Still a good margin. No reason to really be super aggressive at the moment. Alberto Moreno sitting 3rd, sitting 30 seconds adrift of Winston Eckel right now. So again, not a lot of get up and go that's really super needed at this point in time. Vladislav Shopov, negative delta by 7 gear, sitting right now in 4th position. Again, not a bad run for them so far. They did not have a great day to start today out, but it's not the end of the world either. So they're going to keep themselves pushing in the right direction and try to really make the right moves happen here. Tom Sachetto for RPM Racing back in the car for RPM Racing in the top 5. This is a good run for them. All things considered, this could be a very different race than what it actually ends up being right now. But right now, they are doing a fantastic job, just really kind of staying and staying anchored in this situation here. Gonzalo Ferreira a little bit further behind, 11.5 seconds behind right now for Strumenti DS Racing, but still doing a fantastic job. They are 10 seconds clear of Hugo Valentin and Project Valorous Academy 253. They are doing an outstanding job so far as well. Sitting in the 7th position in that class. Sergio Gomez in the 8th position. You notice as esports that Mercedes in the top 10. They are at the moment 1 minute 36 behind the race leader, so still on the lead lap and doing good so far in that endeavor. Mark Lopez just behind as well. Going to try to challenge though with Gomez for that battle. And there's Vicente Lara, as we mentioned, who is well off the pace, trying to gather laps and score points if he can. Getting around both of them so far, so he'll move up in the overall rankings there. But there's Mark Lopez trying to chase down Sergio Gomez. That is for the 8th position, 8th and 9th there. Vincent Marsh for Lithium Motorsports, their Pro car and their AM car not far from each other. Marsh in the top 10 for Lithium Motorsports, their Pro car. The 334 just behind Andre Campanolo, sitting in the lead of GT3 AM. Hoib Schorink for RPM Racing Blue, the second RPM racing car in the Pro class. 7 seconds off of the GT3 AM leader, but in 11th in Pro. David Narbonne, and we've talked about him being second. He's led some laps here today. That team has done a fantastic job getting onto the podium and staying there in their 34 seconds clear of Jonas Road, who themselves are in no man's land. They're 27 seconds clear of the next person they have to deal with in positioning, with Nick Andre Stodel and Firefly E-Racing Blue sitting in 12th place, a distant 12th. In the GT3 Pro category. Paolo Tattolini for Code Esports sitting in 13th at the moment, and that is in Pro class, ahead of Yulian Dimitrov for Native Delta Academy. They've had a quiet day, but a successful day so far for that AM class car. Dominic Hameder for Team Red X Sim Sport 807 team, the 286 car. Doing a great job so far. 14th place, recovering in that Audi after some early excursions in this race. Daniel Cruz for Core Motorsports sitting in the 15th place, top 15 in GT3 Pro. Across both GT3 classes, 36 starters in GT3 today, so not a bad effort so far. Samu Martinez, a full lap down, and this is where you start seeing a lot of the cars that have been damaged and are wounded and are just trying to hang on and survive. Martinez, a full 4 laps off of the race leader in GT3 Pro. Max Werner likewise sitting pretty well off, 3 laps off of the race leader at the moment in GT3 AM. Steven Van Kampen, this team has had a rough time in the last 2 hours, sitting now in the 17th position in the Pro class, 4 laps off the race leader. Marcel Beck for Team Race Gator Black, not having a great time at the moment either, 6 laps down and struggling. Lemmy Mishk in pit lane. Seeing what's going on there with Lemmy Mishk, and that looks like significant damage there for Mishk. Oh, and this just happened. This just happened. What happened here with Lemmy Mishk? If we can get a good eye on it. I don't think we can. Oh. We see the after effects of it. That is Anne Blanchimont. What happened to John Michael Dunnigan? It looks like there's an issue here further on in the order. What happens here to John Michael Dunnigan? Oh, just a really awkward half spin there for Dunnigan. Very weird. Nick Andre Stodel, see if there's anything that actually happened here. I believe he's approaching pit lane. It's Fabian Lorenz now in the car, but it was Nick Andre Stodel. I think they just had a regular pit stop, unless something went wrong on that pit entry. No, nothing went wrong on that pit entry, just the pit stop there. So they kind of fibbed there on that one. It is definitely not an incident there. There's just a driver change. Fabian Lorenzbeck in that car. Lemmy Mishk in pit lane, though, with significant damage and effectively, I think, out of this race because they've had trouble before. Artur Gordinho is out of this race. The Asia Motorsport White Crew, the 320, is out. Sergio Ochoa Esposito, though, still in. So they will pick up a position here at the end of this lap over Gordinho. And that'll be for 6th in GT3M. Luke Tennyson for Unlucky Luke Racing, the Jumbo Ferrari. Seeing right now, they've had a very unlucky start of this race, but they'll take a position out of this. Once they catch up, they'll have another lap here before they get really around Gordino, who was out of this race. Peter Balassa for really slow motion racing green. Sitting right now in 20th in GT2 Pro. Somehow, this is where it gets interesting, because somehow this car is able to keep going. This car was torn down almost completely in half. There was an incident with the AZR Motorsport number 20 GTP that ran them over and destroyed this car, and the 56 of the Magic Arrow team. Completely destroyed these cars. Both of them back up and running. Somehow, someway, it's Andre Villela for AZR Motorsport, the number 20, that is officially out of this race. And suspended the next race at Sebring. Absolutely massive stuff there. But somehow they're still rolling here, which is absolutely insane stuff. They are the last car running, but it is purely for pride at this point, but they are still in it. So hats off to them. One of the team drivers saying we're in it for the good time. Shout out to the mechanics. Yeah, 100%. They got that car repaired and it looks good. Showing a lot of heart there, just putting that car to the grindstone here. Campion Hollow in pit lane, as is Hube Schurink. Both of them in pit lane for GT3. It's absolutely wild stuff there. They were in the pit lane for 50 minutes, but I don't think they have 50 minutes of damage. I don't know. They almost had the engine completely torn out of that car. That car was completely destroyed from an early incident. Again, with that number 20 of AZR. But, yeah, fantastic job getting that car back out and running and just putting in the effort to keep going. Just need a little Gorilla Tape. Yeah, a lot of Gorilla Glue, little Bear Bond. Put that car back together with hopes and dreams. In comes the leader here in GT3 Pro. Fabio Ponta in pit lane. Does Eckel follow suit? No, he doesn't. Fabio Ponta stays in pit lane for this lap. Staying out, Winston Eckel, who takes over the race lead. Now, this is interesting because Winston Eckel, he is staying out. This is different from the typical rule of thumb that we have when we're watching, obviously, like Champ Car or Stock Car racing, which we'll see tomorrow. In those forms of motorsport, usually you want to have the undercut. You have fresh tires. Fresh tires mean a lot more. Here, it's all about low fuel. Having low fuel, because these tires don't degrade as much as those cars do. So you maximize the amount of time you spend on low fuel, which is why Eckel's staying out, which is why it's not a critical thing for them to stay out. That's very important. That's one way that you can really kind of maximize the time. You spend more time optimized as far as the fuel load and the tires. They wear more now than they did There used to be a time where you could really just double stint these tires and be no problem. You don't do that anymore. But the tires still don't wear an exorbitant amount, so you can still really maximize your pace on them, especially at the end of a run. A flurry of driver changes coming. Alex Cowan in. That's the third driver for 07 Racing, the championship leaders. Ruben Llorente in for Cabano Esports JD GT3 Pro. Vintislav Rachinov for Negative Delta by SimGear, sitting in the 4th position. So some driver changes happening here as we approach realistically the halfway point of this race. So Eckel coming out of pit lane here. A long pit lane here. Here's Tom Sachetto for RPM Racing. Does he come down pit lane this time? Yes, he does. Alex Cowan going through Stavelot now. Should be able to inherit the race lead pretty easily. It's a matter of if Simrace Sweden was able to really maximize things. They have fresh legs in that car now, which they didn't have before with Fabio Ponte, who ran a triple stint in that last run. Simrace Sweden has also changed hands. Vincent Awesome's in behind the wheel of that car for Simrace Sweden now, so they've done the driver change. See where everything's at right now. 40-second stop. And out they go, rolling once again. Cowan again should have the race lead pretty well in hand here, just because of how long the pit lane is, but it's about how they close the gap. And there they go. Back to the race lead. Vincent Awesomes has to come out of pit lane here. Gap was 7 seconds before the pit stop. So there's the reference. They closed it down by a couple seconds, 5 seconds right now, if they can hold on to it. Again, warmed up tires there for Alex Cowan. Now Vincent Awesomes has to go through the exact same process here, but this could change some things. Let's see if the third drivers for these teams really really kind of switch things up a little bit. And waiting to see if there's a battle that actually pays off here. Rachinov and Gannon. I believe that's a pit exit thing. It is. Patrick Gannon just now leaving pit lane. There he is. So some cars still going through their pit stops. I believe GTP not far behind on those pit stops here. Again, Alex Cowan in the race lead in GT3M. The gap is 5.5 seconds. It's stabilizing. They cut out a second and a half of that lead in GT3 Pro. That's what that is what Simrace Sweden did in that endeavor, and now they've got to try to really crawl back in on Alex Cowan. Both these drivers have not been in the car until now, so they had to wait a long time to actually get in the car and actually do some work. But it is game on once again. 5.5 seconds between the two at the front of the GT3 Pro field. David Narbonne for Smurf Racing Team off sequence at the moment, leading GT3M, but he has to make a pit stop here, so he will relinquish that when he does. Likewise, Josh Tucker has officially put the entire GTP field a lap down. A solid full lap down. Josh Tucker has the field right now. A long way to go still, but things looking pretty decent. Tucker getting around one of the GT3 cars. I believe that is the 396, the jumbo Ferrari that he just got around. Rider engineering has been a perfect race so far for that GTP car. It's not been perfect for the GT3 programs, but for GTP, it's been pretty well outstanding. Mark Rosendahl entering pit lane for Project Valorous Academy, the 52 car in GTP. Pits from 9th on the track. Tucker leads the way in GT3. Rachinov and Gannon within 1.4 of each other. This is the closest battle we have physically on track. A lot of it is a strategy game at this point in time, as this race has really sort of panned out its way. But Patrick Gannon, the American driver, really giving it a shot here. Right now in that 210, trying to chase down the Hungarian driver, Rachinov for Native Delta by Sim Gear. Putting in maximum effort here at the moment. For everyone tuning in, we've been live for 7 hours and change, and we still have a lot of time left to go. For those tuning in, I'm Carmen Sienna. Thank you all for joining us here for the 10 hours of Monza. We're approaching the 4 hours to go mark here in about the next 20 minutes. It's been a frantic one. Started early, started at 7 a.m. Eastern time in the US. This race will end around 6:30 p.m. Eastern time in the US, almost midnight over in Europe at the moment. Gannon's caught up to Rachinov. Here comes the dive into Lecombe. Ooh, really good job they're sticking with it with Rachinov there. But Gannon's going to get clear here. Seemed like it was a formality there with how much faster Gannon has been over Rachinov. Alex Town leading the way, Vincent Awesome's in second, Ruben Llorente in third, Gannon in fourth, Rachinov in fifth, Pedro Montero, Luis Gaspar, Alejandro Garcia de la Mata in the eighth position, Johan Campte in ninth, and Vincent March in the top 10. Just looking at the driver nationality, something interesting. I have an Italian with Alex Cowan, Awesome's being Dutch, Llorente in third, a Spaniard, Gannon and the American in fourth, who's center of your screen right now, Rachinov from Hungary in fifth, Montero from France in sixth, Luis Gaspar from Portugal in seventh. Then you have two Spaniards there with Garcia de la Mata and Campte 8th and 9th, and then a Canadian and Vincent Marsh in 10th. A lot of nationalities, both in the North American hemisphere and in Europe. One thing we've not seen a lot of is drivers in South America. We used to see a pretty decent contingent of drivers from Brazil and Argentina. We see a couple of Brazilians, but not a lot of Argentinians. I don't think we have any Argentinians in the field today. Just people from Brazil, United States, and Canada representing the Western Hemisphere here. And no one from Asia in this race today. Everyone tuning in, we appreciate it. It's been a very grueling race, to say the least. There's a lot of mental gymnastics that went into the start of this race, and it was a very difficult ordeal. But here we are, you know, going into the 7 hours and 15 minutes into this broadcast. Appreciate when this showed us support here today, almost to at 1,120 followers almost here on Twitch. We appreciate all the support. Right now, Patrick Gannon, again, sitting in 4th place, trying to pull ahead and pull away from Svetislav Rachinov for Native Delta by SimGear. That's the battle for 4th place in GT3 Pro. Really one of the closest battles we've got on track, period. Everyone's kind of spread out here, especially the further down in order you go. You start looking at a lot of the drivers that have been dealing with attrition for a substantial amount of this race. It's not an insignificant amount of this race that they've been dealing with damage. There's not been a lot of incidents in this race outside of a couple of the self-inflicted ones. A lot of it came early on in this race and really helped set the tone, as it did at the initial start. The initial start was bad, forced a red flag and a restart. And on that restart, where we got the 8 hours, 45 minutes left at that start, it just continued. The chaos and the pandemonium continued there. So, here we are. Rider Engineering Esports, though, dominating the GTP standings. And those that are a lap down here, you look at the 29 of Really Slow Motion Racing Red, you look at Dead Bull Racing, you look at Old Firm Racing Purple, the Magic Arrow 55 crew. They're not close to each other either. They're all in their own race at the moment. Some point out that the fuel strap's going to be interesting in the last 45 minutes. I'm assuming you're talking about with GTP and not GT3. GT3 is kind of just all over the place. Like, they're not, like, you got the top two that are on the same strategy. Llorente is on a different strategy, but they're not super close. Yeah, it's gotta be, you gotta be talking about GTP on that one, because GT3, they're all pretty close. They all pit about the same lap, between lap 100 and lap 104. This is when most of the GT3s came in. The only question mark right now is with David Narbonne and Smurf Racing Team. They're really off sequence, so you may be able to kind of put a question mark in over that. Ambrose Estevan for Really Slow Motion Racing Red is in. Same with Norbert Thomas. They're in pit lane for the 55 Magic Arrow car. So a couple of pit stops coming in now, and these were a couple that were overdue. Next up on that list to make a pit stop will be the 33 XPD Racing GTP. Felix Manzaneto behind the wheel of that car right now. And then the number 23, the 07 Racing GTP with Alessandro Izzo behind the car, behind the wheel of the car. They're the next two that really need to make a pit stop. And then you have Thomas Stenglebuff for Team FFSR, but that's still a couple laps away. Rider Engineering have just been on a rocket ship today. They have been on fire. In fact, I think you see them going by here. There they go. Josh Tucker getting around Patrick Gannon. No position battle there. Not hard to do. Tucker is so obviously we see that, you know, it's a lap ahead, right? That's what you're talking about here, a lap ahead. What does that actually mean? Josh Tucker is 3 minutes 31 seconds ahead of Corey Ratcliffe. Corey Ratcliffe is in turn 7 right now. Tucker just went through Radion. They are about to put 2 laps on the field. That is wild stuff. Obviously, they've got a pit stop to make here soon-ish, so that'll change a couple of things, but that's still kind of rough. Kind of just shows how on it the 76 crew have been today. See if we can play with the intervals for you. It's going to come up as, there we go, 1 lap, and then you see there 19 seconds between second and third. Looks like there might be a battle here brewing. Oh, because Istvan just came down pit lane. So they're off sequence there, and Old Firm Racing Purple have been on pit lane, had been down pit lane a while ago, but are not close to a pit stop now. Ambros Istvan sitting 3rd. Randy Martin and Mateos sitting in 4th, and Norbert Thomas in the 5th position. Thomas in 5th, just kind of on his own at this point. Unfortunately, he's a lap down to just about everybody. He is, I think, 2 laps down at this point, well and truly. And that's a heartbreaker. It really is. Pole sitter, once again, bad luck there. Looks like Tucker may be coming down pit lane here momentarily. There he is. Not this lap, though. Josh Tucker right now leading by 3 minutes 32 seconds. And again, it is an absolute seal clubbing in right now in GTP. We don't see these very often, though. That is a fact. Running right now. See if we can pick out any specific battles here. There's not a lot of actual, like, close battles at the moment. Again, it's all strategy at this point. There's not an intense amount that I can really, Josh Tucker. He's kind of minding his pace here. Yeah, he's firmly put. He's put Thomas a full 2 laps down at this point. Josh Tucker in pit lane. There he is. Pit lane stop there as we expected a couple laps ago. Tucker there in pit lane. Ratliff still a lap down at the moment. Ambrose Esteban not far away either. You see the track map fully up on display. The orange dots mean GTP cars, black is GT3 Pro. The white dots are GT3 AM cars. We're down to about 40 cars left in this race. Sitting right now in the 3rd position. 5.6 is the gap right now. So Randy Martin and Mateus not falling apart the way we were expecting. Not a bad effort at all by any means. Let's see. Corey Ratcliffe may get his lap back here momentarily. Because Corbs is still, Jan Corbs just got back in the car, so Corbs is on pit lane there. And still on pit lane. That's a long stop, 50 seconds. Jan Corbs. Still a race leader by a healthy amount. But Corey Ratcliffe now back firmly on the lead lap for a moment. Be interesting to see how much Jan Corbs goes after it again. Pretty straightforward affair in this race as things continue to run. Another car stuck in pit lane. Coming out of pit lane now, Carlos Rivera Nunez spent 42 seconds in pit lane. John Connors back in the Slippers Racing Team, number 399. Connors in that car right now, sitting 43rd overall and 9th in GT3 AM. 3 laps, only 3 laps off of the leader in GT3 AM though. That's the, actually no, I need to correct myself on that one. He's more than 3 laps down off of the leader in GT3 AM. GT3 AM leader is Andre Campanolo with 110, and on lap 111, Connors is on lap 87. So it's definitely more than just a 3-lap gap. That is, I think, doing the math on that, that's 23 laps, the gap. John Connors still in 9th place there again. Just kind of watching, seeing how this car behaves, because this car was completely torn apart. The front was torn apart. Car had very little left on the front end of it. That car almost looks brand new. Watching as it goes by the pit tower here, yeah, I don't even see a lot of, like, there's not a lot of damage, like, or dents or anything in that car either. Obviously, the car spent 23 laps, about 50 minutes in pit lane. Yeah, I don't see a lot of damage on that car. That car looks pretty outstanding. I'm pretty sure the suspension probably is still a little bit warped. We'll see if we can get a roll bar cam here. Right on board with them. Wheel looks pretty straight there. Riding on board there with the 399. Full range of motion there in the wheel. Not very often you get a car repaired to that extent. Typically there's like some skew in the steering if the suspension is as gone as that car was. That car had no steering whatsoever in it. But they got it taken care of, and it looks really good. Really good stuff there for the 399 that says they got all that repaired. Here's Drive Zuzik. Battling with Corey Ratcliffe. They are not together on the fight here. Just kind of following each other through. In second. Gap right now I think is 148. But Ratcliffe has got a pit stop here in about 12 laps, if I'm not mistaken on the timing here. Looking here to see what everything's looking like. Obviously, some people thinking this fuel stress is going to be really interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how that goes as this kind of keeps flowing along. It's hard to tell, I think, how the fuel's going to go. I think there's still a lot of time left. We just passed we're 4 hours to go now in this race. So it's going to be a very interesting sort of dynamic to see how that plays out. Obviously, mileage is so variable at this point. just sitting in the second position. Entering the part of the race, there's not a whole lot to talk about because, there's, again, the battles have really kind of opened up. So we're going to do something different, just sort of to fill the time here. Obviously, a lot of European fans, a lot of soccer fans. At least I am. Get to talk about soccer scores for a second. Sort of just do a quick sports recap in the IRL world here. Seeing how everything's looking like right now. I see a lot of games being played. We had Friday. We'll start with Bundesliga. I'm impartial. One of my favorite teams is in Germany. We'll start with Bundesliga. Friday, yesterday I should say, Eintracht Frankfurt and Werder Bremen. They came to a 1-1 draw yesterday. Today's been interesting. Bayer Leverkusen beat Union Berlin 1-0. SC Freiburg lost to RB Leipzig 4-1. FSV Mainz beat Darmstadt 4-0. FC Köln beat VfL Bochum 2-1. Heidelheim beat Bayern Munich 3-2. And what recently has just occurred is VfB Stuttgart beating Borussia Dortmund. There's 2 more games tomorrow, and that is TSG Hoffenheim and FC Augsburg, and VfL Wolfsburg taking on Borussia Mönchengladbach. That is in Erste Bundesliga, the first division there in Germany. Looking at the second Bundesliga here, a lot of results have already kind of played through. Yesterday, it was Paderborn losing to Hertha Berlin 3-2. Hansa Rostock beating Wiesbaden. I believe it's 3-1 is what they lost to there. Yeah, it was 3-1 in favor of Hansa Rostock. Hamburger SV beats Kaiserslautern 2-1. Holstein Kiel beats Nuremberg 4-0. 0-0 draw for Elversberg and Magdeburg. And what's going on today, right now, currently going on, is Karlsruhe versus St. Pauli. Tomorrow is Fortuna Düsseldorf in action against Eintracht Braunschweig. Hannover 96 taking on Schalke. Osnabrück versus Grotterfer, rounding out the activities there over in Germany in the Bundesliga and second Bundesliga. Yeah, Leverkusen can win the Bundesliga next week. Yes, if they score if they score a singular point, they can take over the Bundesliga and end Bayern Munich's record, which is exciting because we've not seen that since 2011. So we'll take that every day of the week. Absolutely every day of the week. Moving on, let's talk about the Premier League. I'm not a huge follower of the Premier League. I don't do that, but some people do. Actually, I have to update the app, so I will not be talking about the Premier League right now. I will see if I can talk about, I'll cover MLS for a second, because MLS, I think, has a match day today. You'd imagine I should follow MLS more, seeing as how it's in my country, but outside of Columbus, I do not. A lot of games to play here, schedule. All right, so a lot of games to play here. So we had a lot of U.S. Open Cup and CONCACAF Champions Cup stuff. So today, April 6th, everything kicks off at 7:30. So after this stream is off the air, MLS match day begins. It is FC Cincinnati taking on the New York Red Bulls, Columbus Crew taking on DC United, Inter Miami taking on the Colorado Rapids. That is in Miami. New England will host Charlotte. New York City hosts Atlanta. Vancouver hosts Toronto. LAFC and LA Galaxy, that is El Tráfico. That's going to be very exciting. It's going to be a very good matchup because LA Galaxy have found their feet. El Tráfico there at 7:45 p.m. And that is on Fox, so that's going to be a televised match on proper cable there. Austin FC hosts San Jose Earthquakes. Chicago Fire hosts Houston Dynamo. Minnesota United hosts Real Salt Lake. Nashville SC hosts the Philadelphia Union. St. Louis City hosts FC Dallas. Seattle hosts Montreal. Kansas City hosts Portland tomorrow. So a lot of games today, one game tomorrow. No big deal there. Let's go over to we're actually going to go to Flash Score. Why not? Okay, so Premier League stuff at the moment. So Crystal Palace lost to Manchester City 4-2. Aston Villa and Brentford finished 3-3. Everton beat Burnley 1-0. Fulham lost to Newcastle 1-0. Luton Town beat Bournemouth 2-1. West Ham beat the Wolves. That's 2-1. And Arsenal beat Brighton and Hove Albion 3-0. That's everything that happened today. And Ligue 1, Lens and Havre, they drew 1 goal apiece. PSG and Clermont Foot, they play at 3 p.m. Eastern time, so they play in about 20 minutes. We're over Bundesliga already. Serie A, Milan beat Lecce, Roma beat Lazio, and Empoli and Torino are about to kick off. Fun stuff. Just kind of following along here as we take everything through. Yeah, kind of following things along here. Randy Martin in pit lane now. 4th place there for him. He should not be in danger of going a lap down or being passed by Norbert Thomas. Norbert Thomas 2 minutes away from him there. So not going to be in danger there. Alex Cowan still leading the way in GT3 Pro. Okay, keeping an eye, you can see some of the timings on your screen on the left-hand side. Again, not a lot of gaps there. That's actually intervals, so that's the gap to each car as we run. All right. Count leading the way here in GT3 AM. Vincent Awesomes for Sim Race Sweden has closed the gap in a little bit here, now within 3 seconds from what was 5.5 seconds. So Awesome's definitely pulling the pace together here. Alex Cowan trying to hold on to that car at the moment as things currently run, but that will be difficult as this race continues to go along. Everything continues here. There's Nicholas Gessner in pit lane, coming out of pit lane now. Thomas Englebov for Team FFSR just now entering pit lane. some stuff happening all over the place here. Just not necessarily a lot of on-track stuff at the moment. Again, very spread out field so far, and a lot of cars are lapped down in this process. So, let the games begin. Singlebuff in pit lane. Gap is ebbing and flowing as this race continues to go along here. Catching up on things here. All right, let's catch up on the penalty report here. Oh, reported for intentional wrecking, the ASIO Motorsport White team. Interesting. Apparently they thought that there was going to be enough for that to be the case, so they've DQ'd the team. Wow, that is insane. Very interesting how this has turned about. Drive through for the 210 RPM Racing GT3 Pro for an incident a little bit ago. A lot of this has already kind of been through. They're just kind of updating the list here as we get it. But we continue on. Axcount leading the way still. Vincent Awesomes. The gap has opened up a little bit more now. It was almost down to 2 seconds. Now it's back to 3.5. So that continues on here. And we actually have cars within a second of each other right now. This is Luis Gaspar and Ventislav Rachanov. We're trying to get around Rachanov here. Has not lost an insignificant amount of time in this race. Another drive-through reported. That is the 86 having a drive-through, the GTP car for Team Red X. So they've got a drive-through here. Looks like we got another one coming through here in the works at the moment. We'll see what the actual report on that looks like. Gaspar's gotten around Rachanov in the meantime. Pretty easy and straightforward work there. Work here. Luis Gaspar still rolling around on the track at the moment. Trying to pull away from Rachanov. Rachanov able to hold on there just a little bit, which is always interesting here. Luis Gaspar. Right now sitting in the 5th position. Still has opened up a gap pretty decent here. Alex Count still leads the way though in the GT3 Pro category. 0.65 seconds the gap. John Michael Dunnigan saying that he's had an issue. He has not had an issue. He's right there. Oh, they could have had an issue there in turn 7 with how wide he went there. Miguel Bento in pit lane. There he is, the Porsche pick up the pace, heading from 6th position on track here. Christoph Zander, who is really proud of his first stint in the car, back in the car this time, and in P3 and GT3M. A couple more cars in pit lane. Nick Andre Stodel in pit lane. Number 207 machine. In the middle of a regularly scheduled pit stop. Yishol Yunus for European Racing Purple just now rolling down pit lane. So Yishol Yunus in pit lane there. Jan Korbs doing what Jan Korbs does really well, and that is put cars a lap down and waltz away with an advantage. He's doing that right now for Ryder Engineering after the bad season they had last season. Talk about it coming back in full song here. I don't know if they'll take the championship lead away in GTP, but they'll be close. And with 2 races to go at Sebring and in France, that is a huge, huge ordeal. Corey Ratcliffe is in pit lane now. There he is, going through the very elongated pit lane here. Here's George Jusic for Project Valorous Academy. Going to bat right now. We've crossed into the 5, we're now in hour 6 here. So Brez Jessic in 8th place at the moment, about to make a pit stop here. I'd have to assume. I think a lot of GT3 pit stops need to be happening soon as well. Jusek in pit lane now. What we're gonna have a chance to look and see exactly how long this pit lane is. This is from the entrance of pit lane. This is the Grand Prix pits that we see so often. A lot of coasting here. A lot of coasting here for Jessic here. The Project Valor's Academy number 52 rolling through. Yeah, you see how slow this pit lane is. This is, again, code 60 is a 37-mile-an-hour pit lane, or 60 kilometers an hour. Gets it right there to the pit box. Double cars in pit lane here. Jose Fonseca, who is in pit lane at the moment, getting ready to leave pit lane here. We'll see what the pit exit looks like as well, because it's a lot of fun seeing all this happen. As you see, there's the race leader, Alex Callan, in pit lane now, just rolling into his box. So yeah, the GT2 pit stops are happening now. And this is what the driver sees on the pit exit. This is such a unique pit exit because it's all uphill here. That's the exit out. And that is trickier than it looks. It's a lot trickier than it looks, but outstanding stuff there. Fonseca is now in 9th place, but pit stop's happening. He was one of the first ones to come in that time, so we get some of those positions back. Alex Callan likewise leaving pit lane right now, down in the 4th position. And GT3 has been a little bit more, it's a little bit, oh! Almost watched the leader get completely bulldozed there. That was Felix Manzanetta for SPD Emerald Racing. That could have been disastrous. That was coming onto the Kimmel Straight. And you saw the closing rate difference there for a car just now coming out of pit lane and compared to the car that was at full speed, full song. Vincent Awesome's in pit lane for Sim Race Sweden. He closed in a little bit of that gap, stayed out a lap longer, spent a little bit more time on that low fuel. Try to maximize your time out there. So now we'll see where Alex Callan comes out in relation to Vincent Awesomes, who closed in 2 seconds on track during his first stanza on the racetrack here. Awesomes has not yet reached his box, so we'll see if he stays in the car this for next time or if he hands it off. He's at his box now. Ruben Llorente Jr. also in the pit lane at the moment. Awesomes looks like he's staying in that car, so he's going to give it another stint here. About 28 laps is what it looks like here as a stint in GT3. So it's a lot of time, especially when these lap times are 2 minutes, 18 seconds on average. Almost an hour on track per stint. We're in hour 6 of this race. There is Count going through the bus stop across the timing line to end this race once we get to the end of the time that we have allotted here. Awesome's leaving pit lane now, so it's going to be close. Going to be very close on the exit here. Wait, hold on. Did Awesome's just leapfrog Count? Has that happened? That has happened. Oh my goodness. Obviously, Awesome's is going to be very under speed compared to Count. And Awesome's defends going into Lacombe for the lead in GT3 Pro. But they are there once again. Awesome's and Count, the battle back underway for the lead in GT3 Pro. There you go. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Callan holding on to it, but Awesome's is now there. We wondered how long it would take, and it was the pit stop cycle difference for Vincent Awesome's that has put him back in contention here at the front of the GT3 Pro field. So many cars still in the fight here, technically speaking. 9 cars on the lead lap still, from Count all the way down to the 274 Enosis Esports Mercedes of Alejandro Garcia de la Mata. Shopov in pit lane now. Shopov leaving pit lane, will not go a lap down. Will be safely in the 8th position at this point. But the fight is on in GT3 Pro once again between 07 Racing and Sim Race Sweden. These two started at the front of the field together, shared the front row, and have dominated the class here today in Belgium. Absolutely fantastic stuff here so far. Still a lot of racing to go. We're coming up to about 3 hours to go in about 25 minutes. That's where we're at right now. We're at 5 hours, 20 minutes. When we get to 5:45, it'll be a 3 hour to go mark. And Count and Awesome somehow clipping the inside there on the Kimmel Straight. Not sure what they're doing there. But the work continues here in Belgium. We're going to step aside for a hydration break. We get back here in a few minutes' time. Again, non-stop action continues here on ABN Esports. One forever tuning in live and spending your Saturday with us. We welcome you to our non-stop coverage, the 8 hours or 10 hours of Spa, the 10 hours of Belgium here for the Platinum Endurance Championship. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. Non-stop coverage of the 10 hours of Belgium for the Platinum Endurance Championship here on ABN Esports 1. I'm Carmen Sienna. Thank you all so much for being with us here on a wonderful Saturday for racing. The sun fully beginning to set behind the trees in the Liege Mountains, but the fighting has just begun in GT3 Pro. Right now you're looking at the leader, Alex Cowan, leading Vincent Awesomes. It is 07 Racing and Sim Racing Sweden top of the board. 1-2 right now, and nose to tail, 3/10 the gap. A pit stop, excellent by Sim Race Sweden to put them in contention once again. They were as far back as 7 seconds at one point in this race, but now once again inseparable. Alex Cowan leading the way, though, the defending series champions in this class 2 seasons running, looking to show in grand form here in Spa why they are such a fantastic team. Lorenzo Castellani expected to be next in that car. Pit stops occurred a few laps ago. Alex Cowan came in on lap 126. We're on 134 now. Pit stops are about 26 to 28 laps, depending on how you're running your strategy calls. So we still have quite a bit to go before we get to see Lorenzo Castellani back in the car. And we're expecting to see Castellani and Arvidsson, Isaac Arvidsson, who started the car for Sim Race Sweden, expecting to see the starters back in the car either near or for the end of the race here in Belgium. A couple of pit stops happening in the GTP class. Felix Manzaneto for XPD Racing GTP, the 33 car coming in from 11th place, and Vicente Lara for Carvana Sports JD coming in from 14th for regularly scheduled service. So some cars in pit lane at the moment. It's a huge gaggle here, a mixture of GT3s and GTPs all over the place. A lot of GTPs together here. I've not seen them together quite like that in a little bit. Everyone on different strategies here. Doesn't seem like it's mattered a whole lot at the moment. Cowan and Awesomes just keeping the pace going right now in the field. They have done an absolutely outstanding job so far. Running on board here with Vincent Awesomes. Letting more traffic go through here. Race leader in sight. This is the 219 chasing down the 201. Biggest fight through the field. And about the next 10 minutes, we'll start doing a run through the field, kind of show you who's still in this race out of the 52 that started, and where they're at on track at the moment, what's next to them. Our ABM through the field will happen in about 10 minutes once we get through and get to the 3-hour remaining mark. And for everyone that has been with us here, whether you joined us all the way this morning and went through the red flag delay, or if you're just joining us here this afternoon in the US, we welcome you to give us a follow here. We are at 1,120. Here on Twitch. We appreciate the support you've given us here over the past 4.5 years. Here's to many more. Watching right now with Awesome, just riding on board or with a lap around Spa. It's so mesmerizing seeing this battle here. As the racing continues on here. Something awesome. So again, just we're trying to keep up there with Alex Count. Alex Count still holding a lot of pace here at the moment in this fight. But a great fight so far. A little bit closer up there in the field. Julian Joy and Andres Kuzma really close together. This is for second in GTP. Both of them firmly a lap down compared to Jan Korbs and Ryder Engineering at this point in time. But things still looking pretty good. Kuzma trying to catch up to Julian Joy here, just kind of looking to see what we can find here on this fight. Luke Tennyson in pit lane. Lucky Luke racing the 396 in pit lane right now. Number 396 there. Leaving pit lane now. Pretty straightforward stuff there. And Felix Manzanato still in pit lane, and you see why, missing a decent chunk of the back of that car. Again, staying close together, these two. Hard to separate. Vincent Awesome's right now just kind of sitting in second place. Again, I can't wait to see how this develops once the starters of the car, Castellani and Arvidsson, get back in the car. DTP's through here. And some night racing going on here on track. Getting an update here on the Rider Engineering group. So Jan Korbs on his next pit stop here will be coming out of the car in place of Josh Tucker. And as I say, so it's like Tucker's going to be doing 2 stints, and then Jan's going to be doing the rest of the race after that. So they've already mapped out what their strategy is going to be. Granted, they've had a lot of time. They have a lot of time to sort of just deal with it at the moment because, again, they're leading by almost 2 laps here. It's 2 minutes 45 seconds between Korbs and Kuzma. So they have the affordability to not worry about needing the flexibility here. But interesting though that they've already known, like, pretty well straightforward, like, hey, this is what we're doing. Also, I guess also makes it easy if there's 2 cars in this field. 2 drivers in that car, I should say. 2 drivers in that car makes it really easy. Just alternate 2 stints apiece. That makes sense. Awesome's getting close here, but not close enough to do much here with Cal, and just hanging in there with them. You'd have to assume the end game is having Castellani and Arvidsson in the car for the end of this race. The issue is, do you put someone else in there in the intermediary period? Because that would almost be the mindset of, I don't know. I would if I am Sim Race Sweden, I would call the bluff here and put Arvidsson in at the end of this stint, because the likelihood is that Castellani's not finishing, is not taking the next stint. I just don't think that's happening. I think Castellani's taking the final couple stints. I don't see him jumping in this early with still over 2 hours and 45 minutes left to go right now. Obviously, it's going to be closer to 2 hours and 20 minutes when these pit stops end up happening. That's difficult. That's tough. Yeah, I can see it. If it's 2 hours 20, maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't know. That's a lot of time. I know if you're Sim Race Sweden, you put Arvidsson in. You put Arvidsson in and you let him rip. You let him eat. I don't know if 07 Racing is going to put Castellani in for the final 2+ hours or not, because he's already been in the car so much. Josh is only doing 1, which makes sense. That lines up with the math. Do 1, let Jan do 3 again. Give Jan a chance to, if you get a snack, because it's a 40-minute stint there for GTP. 40-minute stint. Let Jan stretch his legs, use the restroom, grab a bite to eat. Because Jan is from Germany, so it's 3:30 p.m. on the East Coast. Over in Europe, you're talking 9:30, 10:30 in some places. So late enough, let him get something to eat real quick, and then see him finish the race off from there. That makes sense. Everyone that's tuning in, we appreciate you spending your Saturday with us here on ABN. Rider Engineering lead the way by a lap in GTP, excuse me. And we'll do it through the field here and get ready for this. So Jan Korbs leads the way right now. We know that Josh Tucker's going to be in that car in the stint when Korbs comes back down pit lane, which is still going to be about 15 laps away. But Korbs is right there. He's leading the race by over a lap. 2 minutes, 46 seconds to be specific over Andres Kuzma. Kuzma's second place right now for Really Slow Motion Racing Red. This would be that team's best finish in the Platinum Endurance Championship. They've never won. They've never podiumed. Right now, they're looking set to do so here tonight. But they got to hold on for another 2 hours and change. Charlie Monroe right now in the car for Deadpool Racing, the 16 car, sitting in the third spot. 8 seconds adrift of Andres Kuzma, but we expect that there's going to be driver changes for those cars yet in this race. Norbert Thomas back up to the 4th position. Off sequence a little bit, has a pit stop to make here sooner rather than later, but in the 4th position ahead of Julian Joy. The pole sitter had an issue earlier in the race, still recovering from that. If he can get to the podium, it'd be great, but that is a 86-second gap still to make up at the end of this race. Julian Joy, 5th place, just came out of pit lane, ready to go and rolling once again ahead of Gonzalo Paixo for pick up the pace. The 7 car, this Porsche, not a bad effort, started near the back of the field. Just keeping himself going into the 6th position so far. Jacob Zlarewski sitting in the 7th position, excuse me. Points leader going in, may not be the points leader coming out of Spa after having early incidents in this race. Damage limitation from there on out, and they've done a good job of it. Zlarewski sitting 7th, but almost a full lap behind Gonzalo Paixo with about 2 hours and 55 minutes to go. Project Valorous Academy sitting in 8th, over a full lap behind Jacob Zaleski and Project Valorous, their academy team, sitting in the 8th position, sort of in no man's land. They're a lap ahead of the following car, Lorenzo Safoli, which is back in the car for the 07 Racing GTP. They're on lap 154 at the moment, ahead of Sean Brown, who comes down pit lane now. 86 car having that long 60-kilometer-an-hour crawl through the pit lane. And this is a drive-through. A drive-through for the 86. We were going to talk about the 86 car and where he was. We still will. We'll talk about him. Drive-through penalty that was issued here. We also have drive-throughs issued for the 264 and the 16. The 16 had a stop and hold penalty here. Sean Brown sitting in the 10th position there. Nicholas Gessner sitting in the 11th spot as we kind of look through everything here. Gessner in the 11th spot for Magic Arrow's 56 car. Sitting even further behind at this point in time. Jeff Moreland for Team FFSR in the car in 12th. Then you have Felix Manzanedo for XPD Racing GTP in 13th, and Mike in the 66 for Cabano Esports JD here in 14th position. Vincent Awesomes, and meanwhile, as we were going through this, Vincent Awesomes has gotten around for the race lead. Vincent Awesome's leading the way now for the first time. It is not going to be Alex Cowan. Alex Cowan actually nowhere close right now. He is already back almost 2 seconds in this fight. Huge ordeal. Cowan doing an outstanding job though, up to this point. So is Awesomes. But the fight is wide open. And that is the fun part of all of it. Alex Cowan sitting in the 201. Ruben Llorente Jr. in third still. Cabano Esports Shady, not really touchable here. They're not untouchable in the sense of they're a lap ahead of everybody and a lap behind those at the front of the field, because they're not. It's just one of those things right now where they're in this island. They've been on this island for most of the race now. They're 35 seconds ahead of Charlie Lund Nilsson in RPM. And they're 49 seconds behind the leaders in GTP Pro. They're just kind of in an island there in third that they've not really been able to kind of budge from. Doesn't matter who's been in that car, whether it's been Moreno or Llorente. They've just been there. Charlie Lund Nilsson in fourth. They've been alternating back and forth. They've had a decent race here for RPM. I'd say probably pretty tolerable. I don't think they'd be complaining too much with how this race has been, considering how it could have gone for them. But They're sitting fourth at the moment, Luis Gaspar for the Product Valorous Academy, in the top 5 in GT3 Pro. Sitting right now on lap 144. They've got 8 seconds to gain on Charlie Nilsson, and they've got to try to pull more than 4 seconds on Jose Fonseca, who is just behind them. Strumenti DS Racing going ready to go onto the Kemmel Straight now as well. So Fonseca in 6th, Alejandro sorry, we've jumped forward a bit too far. There's Vladislav Shopov in the 8th position. I guess we jumped to him because right in front of him is the person we were going to talk about, which is Alejandro de la Mata. You know, esports there. Alejandro Garcia de la Mata in 7th ahead of Vladislav Shopov, who is in 8th at the moment. Those two are in a battle of their own as well, as Gonzalo Paiso jumps into pit lane from the 6th position. Johan Compte for Go Esports in the 9th position in GT3 Pro, and then it's Yashal Yunus for RPM Racing Purple in the top 10. Vincent Marsh sitting in the 11th position for Lithium Motorsports, the Canadian driver, doing a decent job at the moment. Stefan Henrique for the Smurf Race Team ahead by a little under 2 seconds. They are going at it here in the field. This is going to be interesting. Philip Madsen closing in for Lithium Motorsports, trying to really bring the fight to the front of the field in AM, the way it has been elsewhere. Madsen just trying to close in and go after the race lead once again. Sitting in the 2nd position, it's easier said than done. I say this quite often in other broadcasts. It's easy. It's one thing to catch, it's another thing to actually pass. Madsen trying to close in here on the race lead in GT3 AM. It is Audi versus Porsche versus Mercedes, although the Mercedes of Lars Leibniz still about a minute behind that fight. Still not over till it's over. Here's the 8th place car, the last car running, John Connors and Slippers Racing Team. Still going at it. Connor's right now sitting in 39th position here. And Corv still leading the way though. So the lights are firmly on here in Belgium. Cars entering pit lane a little bit early here. Eunice for RPM Racing Purple in pit lane. Right on board here with Alejandro Garcia de la Mata taking on Vladislav Shopov as they duke it out. Post battle here. This is for sixth place. Sixth place right in front of Alejandro right here. That's Shopov right in front of him. Get a really good ride here to see what Alejandro Garcia de la Mata is looking at here. Having the draft, is it enough for a send? It should be enough for a send. It will be enough for a send. Pulls alongside into Lecombe. Perfect. De la Mata up to sixth. A perfect maneuver there. Textbook. The number 52 GTP, the Product Valorous Academy car in pit lane at the moment. As is the Team Red X, number 86. They're both in pit lane. This battle's really tightened up here as well. And the fight continues on. This one, the battle for sixth, continues on here. Alejandro pulling away from Shopov just a little bit here. This is Madsen gets a little bit closer to Henrique in this battle for the lead in GT3 AM. That's having to move out of the way to let some lead lap cars go. Some of those GTP cars going through. But Madsen still hanging in there tight. A couple of battles, both of them in GT, one in Pro, one in AM. And we're watching the AM battle right now because this one's for the lead of the class. Stefan Henrique still leading the way here, and traffic just keeps kind of interfering with where Philip Madsen wants to be. And that's got to be the frustrating part of it too. See here, Philip Madsen continues to hound in Philip Henrique. Close here, but not close enough to make a pass into Lake Holm. This is Audi versus Porsche at the front of the GT3 AM field. Mercedes in third, Porsche fourth, and then you have a Ferrari in fifth and sixth. That's how the breakup is there between Pro and AM class cars at the moment as things currently run. Another battle here still raging on. It's Chopin versus Alejandro Garcia de la Mata. It's Native Delta by Simgear versus Enosis in this fight. Chopov right now, trying to chase down Garcia de la Mata as Madsen's come down pit lane. There he is, Philip Madsen down pit lane this time. Same with Jose Fonseca. Still some incredible battles going on right now. Tripov still chasing down De La Mata. 8/10 the gap right now. This is the closest battle on track. As time continues to wind down. We're at 2.5 hours to go in this race. What a fun ride it's been so far. Wild start this race, but now we're seeing some genuine racing come to fruition here. Luis Gaspar comes in, so does Garcia de la Mata. So Shupov stays out that extra lap here. Moves him provisionally up to P4, although a lot of pit stops still have to take place here. And Castellani's in the car. Ooh, here we go. Here we go. Castellani is in the 07. He is back in the 07 Racing GT3 Pro car, the 201. Showtime has begun. Out of pit lane now comes Castellani. And we assume that this is a move made to the finish of this race. Drive through for the 264 and a stop and hold for the 50 car for Project Valorous. Goodness. listen, I mean, so Arvidsson is also in. So pit stops and responses are in full swing. Arvidsson in for Sim Race Sweden. The heavy hitters are back out to play. Arvidsson coming out of pit lane here. Castellani, not even really that close. Wow. Once again, another stellar stop by Arvidsson in Sim Race Sweden. 6-second gap. Holy cow. So Castellani's got some work to do now. 5.5 seconds. That's the gap to Arvidsson. Wow. Goodness. That flips things on its head just a little bit. Meanwhile, once again, up at the front, off sequence, but there's a battle for P2. Robert Viski in the car for Really Slow Motion Racing Red. He'll be finishing the race in that car. Julian Joy, meanwhile, sitting 13 laps off sequence to Viski. And not really able to challenge the 29 on that second place at the moment with the difference in the tires and everything. So Viski leads the way. Jan Korb's in pit lane now, and we know that Josh Tucker is going to be in that car for a stint before Korbs comes back in and leads the way home. So Korb's coming down pit lane now. Arvidsson still leading this race in GT3 Pro. That's insane stuff, though. That pit stop by Arvidsson has got to be absolutely insane. That Sim Racing Sweden team is just absolutely outstanding. Robertson leading the way. Checking in on everything right now, looking at the race control. There's no new penalties on offer outside of what we last reported on about an hour ago. And that was that Project Valorous had a drive-through penalty, or sorry, stop and hold penalty, and then the 264, the Team Race Getter car, had a drive-through. So nothing new on the race report log that we have. Robertson leads the way. The gap is closing. Castellani in second. Closing in. Now it's 4.7 seconds. It was 6 seconds. So Castellani's turned on the heat. But still a hole that he'd rather not have to dig out of. But that's where he's at right now. Castellani has work to do. We're almost to the 2-hour mark in this race. It'll be 2 hours and 15 minutes here soon. Kiko Lecal. First time we've seen him in the GT3 machine for Go Esports, 288 in pit lane. Looks like he'll be taking this car to the finish of the race. Battle here for second place still not on sequence here pit stop wise. The 10 car needs to pit earlier than the 29 does, but Julian Joy gonna absolutely cause problems for Robert Viski. Viski just kind of shadowing Julian Joy at this point in time. The French driver doing a pretty decent job so far. But again, off sequence by a significant amount. So we'll have to see how things play out here in this battle for second place here. Firmly a lap behind. And almost 2. Looking to see if there was a drive-through for the 391. And I'm not seeing a drive-through for the 391. They didn't make a pit stop. I don't know what happened there with the 391. Interesting. Very interesting. Obviously, they're in the lead of the race, and I thought, you know, if they made a pit stop, they would lose that position. That's how it typically would go, but I'm not sure what happened there with the 391. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Yeah, now we're seeing on your screen that directly for the lead of AM, because Narbonne is now directly in front of Philip Madsen for Lithium Motorsports. Narbonne right now in the lead of GT3 AM. Close to the 2-hour mark. We're close to the 2 hours remaining point in this race. We're going to step aside for a hydration break here on ABN Esports 1. But coverage does not stop. Non-stop coverage here on ABN Esports 1 continues here in Belgium. It's the 12 hours of Spa for the Platinum Endurance Championship. We're going to keep it on these battles right now in GT because they're popping up everywhere right now. So stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody. We are live still. Less than 2 hours left to go in the 10 hours of Monza. Watching right now, Philip Madsen, the leader in GT3 AM. Going after it here. Set a status report on everything going on right now. Rider Engineering have a firm grasp on the front of the field in GTP, leading by 3 minutes 9 seconds right now as things currently stand. GT3 is where the battles are all at. 2 seconds separate GT3 AM, 5 seconds separates GT3 Pro lead. As a Arvidsson looking at center of your screen, leading in GT3 Pro. Taking it away with a pair of amazing pit stops there for Simrace Sweden over Lorenzo Castellani. Arvidsson leading by 4.5 seconds right now over 07 Racing. And then it's a minute all the way back to Carbono Esports JD GT3 Pro, which have been about a minute away for a while now. They've been in realistically, they've been kind of just stuck there in third. They're a minute away from the lead, but they're 44 seconds ahead of fourth place, Luis Gaspar. So they're kind of just sitting isolated there on their own little island in the top three. Handful of cars still running in this race. 39 cars still running out of 52 that took the start of this race. We're sitting here, Robert Biskey in second place ahead of Balazs Tarozzi in the Magico 55 camp by a minute. You want to see where Balazs Tarozzi is? There he is in the final corner there. Coming across our finish line, Kevin Eiler just sitting there in fourth place as well. Kazimi Moretta for Dead Bull Racing sitting in the 5th position. Jacob Zlorewski for Project Valorous in the 50 car in 6th. Luciano Gomez in 7th with Pick Up the Pace. And then Mark Rosendahl in pit lane right now getting service. He will not drop any further than 8th. Lorenzo Safoli sitting in the 9th position. Jonas Janum for Team Redex Sim Sport, the 86 car in the top 10 at the moment. 14 GTPs still running, and all of them ahead of the GT3 Pro leader. Oh dear. Getting a warning that the 07 Racing GT with Castellani behind the wheel may be under investigation for a penalty. What a disaster that's going to be if that's the case. Can I give a summary of the race? Give me 1 second. All right. So, summary of the race. Seeing as how within the last 2 hours of the race, Rider Engineering have had a pretty strong hold of the race lead for a while now. The 55, the Magico 55, recovering from an incident with GT traffic, really took them out of the running for the lead of this race. They were hanging in there with the 76 for a period of time until that point. Now they're sitting in third, trying to do a lot of damage limitation at the moment. Right now, the biggest, as it has been most of the race, the GT classes are where the battles are mostly at right now. Right now, the biggest battle is going to be in GT3 Pro. The 219 Sim Race Suite and Esports car and the 201, the 07 Racing GT, have been the class of the GT3 Pro field. 07 Racing, the defending champions, they've led in most of this race. However, a couple of really good pit stops have put Sim Race Sweden right back into it and now in front of the field here. So, and now we have, now we know that the car on your screen, Lorenzo Castellani and 07 Racing, are being investigated for potentially wrecking a back marker, for potentially wrecking another competitor in this race. So that could change the complexity of this race. In GT3 AM, Lithium Motorsports has dominated this race on paper, but it's a lot closer in reality because of the strategy calls in play right now, because there's not a lot of cars on sequence, so everyone's on different pit stop strategies at this point. However, it has come down between the 334 of Lithium Motorsports and the 391 of Smurf Racing Team in the AM class. And right now they're still that way. They're about 4 seconds apart. Smurf Racing Team is the one that's severely off sequence. They're trying to cut out a pit stop in this race. They may not be able to. So that's where we're at right now. And of course, people are popping off and upset about basic stuff in regarding serving a penalty. So we're trying to explain that away too. All right, going through and having to explain how penalties work and why there's 25-second extensions for taking service during a stop and go out of the way. Let's focus on the racing with an hour and 42 minutes to go. Getting a report that there is a drive-through. All right, fun little stuff here for food for thought. So I'm waiting for this to come through because it's not gone through for us as far as the drive-through. If there's actually been a penalty here, I'm gonna try to look here and see if I can find it some other way. But the information that we're being given is slower. 201. Yeah, it is a drive-through. A drive-through after the 6 hour. At 6 hours and 42 minutes left, 155 is what the penalty occurred on. That's rough. So that does kind of put Castellani behind the 8 ball big time. So Castellani has to serve a drive-through penalty here. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out now, because that puts Castellani almost in front of Moreno. Almost. Not quite, but almost. Something Moreno can actually fight for now, though. Robert Visky in pit lane for really slow motion racing red. Visky staying in the car here. Norbert Thomas back in the 55. We've not seen any of Aaron Avener. Thomas in the this is a longer pit stop for Thomas. This is a 5-minute pit stop for Thomas. Oh, that's bad. Thomas in pit lane, 5 minutes and counting. Visky leaving pit lane now. Zaffoli entering pit lane now. Oh dear, Thomas is in trouble. Not good. Not good for the 55 crew. Arvidsson continues to lead the way, and he's going to have a good runway here. He's got a 5-second gap already. And when 07 Racing makes their the drive-through, it is going to dramatically increase. Arvidsson leads the way here over Castellani, who still has to serve that drive-through. Seven Racing in pit lane. Davide Favaro back out. And what we expect, he will finish this race. At least that's what's anticipated at the moment. That was close. That was almost a disaster. Thomas still in pit lane for Magico 55. Now down in 8th. Go, Castellani. Still not served that drive-through yet. I'm assuming they've got too soon. But they've not served it yet, so they stay a threat at the moment, but obviously 6 seconds. That's the current gap right now between first and second in the class. Castellani on track at the moment. Coming to the final couple corners here through the bus stop chicane. Still no drive-through. Castellani still staying out here, and it's very interesting seeing how long he stayed out here despite having the drive-through hanging over his head. Drive-through means no service, so he's not far away from pit stops too. Last pit on lap 152. We're on lap 177 now, so a pit stop is incoming here shortly. Carmen pit lane, the Project Valor's Academy and GT3 Pro, pitting from the 5th position. Is this a drive-through or is this a pit stop? Because if it's a pit stop, then you still got a drive-through to do. We will see what Lorenzo Castellani is going to do here, because he is close to his pit window here. You see, this is a pit stop, so this will not count as serving the drive-through. It won't count as serving the drive-through, and that means he's gonna have to come down pit lane again. See, on Corb's in pit lane as well. So Jan Corb's coming out of pit lane now. Castellani already out on track again. A lot of pit stops happening right now. Some driver changes as well. Jan Corb's back in the car for Ryder after Josh Tucker led for a stint. Felix Greshel in for Project Valorous number 50. You have Guanyo Gregera in the car now in the number 66 for Carbone Esports JD and GTP. Castellani is behind Moreno, but Moreno's not made a pit stop yet. However, there's still a drive-through that needs to be served as well for Castellani. All that hanging over their heads at the moment. Pirates in a pit lane as well. Still not serving that drive-through. That's very interesting to me. Usually there's a set time frame you have to serve that drive-through in, and they're not doing it. This is interesting because Arvidsson just had a longer pit stop here than Castellani did. By about 10 seconds. Castellani leads with 3 seconds in hand. But again, unresolved penalty that needs to be resolved for Castellani. I'm going to see what we find out here on this penalty that's outstanding right now for Castellani. See if there's been something that's changed on it. Drive-through penalty. Yeah, so Castellani's, that's a penalty outstanding that they've not served. I'm sure that Simrace Sweden is going to be making sure that the stewards don't forget to issue that penalty out. Couple of battles here. Looks like it's Norbert Thomas back out on track, battling with the 86, who's also had its way of trouble in this race today. Been a messy race for a lot of teams that typically don't make mistakes like this. Oh, here. A little bit of contact between the 86 and the 55, and this is for position for 9th. Here comes Thomas to the inside. Ooh, over under. Would you look at that? Thomas being left behind there by Jonas Janum here. Meanwhile, a little bit further down, 8th place in GT3 Pro, having a battle here. This is Yashal Yunus and Samuel Santos going after it here into Lake Combe, and it is RPM Racing getting ahead of Strumenti DS Racing. Ferrari over Mercedes in that engagement. Keeping an eye on this fight here. Yunus getting around for 8th place. Vendislav Rachanov for Negative Delta by Simgear. Right now sitting in 5th ahead of Hugo Valentin in Project Valorous Academy. Those two are going to be duking it out here a little bit. Porsche versus Mercedes for a chance at the top 5. Side by side into Lake Combe here. Seeing Rachanov and Valentin still doing battle here. Rachanov's really keeping Valentin at bay. Very interesting seeing this battle as it plays out here, because the Mercedes seems to have the top line speed here. But Rachanov doing just enough right now to keep him at bay and avoid any lunges, any sudden dives. Not a bad effort at all so far. As you see the 23 GTP go through. Racing finally losing the spot there. Actually, no, that's no, excuse me, that was lap traffic there. No, actually, Valentine did get around racing off, but also the Kiko Lakai also came down pit lane, so they ended up still gaining a spot out of that. So racing off still technically P4 out of all of that instead of P5. That ended up working out though. Valentine getting ready to go here. Cars coming down pit lane. David Narbonne for Smurf Racing Team. Smurf Racing Team, where's Lithium Motorsports at? Hold on. What? Obviously still a long way to go to get through the pit lane. That's actually going to be really close. Really, 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 really close. They are going to clear Narbonne though, so initial trouble cleared, but that is closer than I think they were expecting it to be. This is going to be insane. This fight that's about to happen here for GT3 AM. Gonna be fun. Gonna be a lot of fun here. Spillman leads in GT3 AM at the moment. Hoping to hold on to it, but the pit stop is needed to get to the end of the race. Castellani, meanwhile, still leading, despite having a drive-through hanging over his head here. Lorenzo Castellani. Sitting right now, leading the way. Way still Kazimi Murrieta in the pit lane now, coming to a stop in his pit box. Nearly getting passed there by Randy Martin. So it's Greshel in 5th, also coming around here. Going through Buhan at the moment. Coming to about an hour left to go in this event. Continue to press forward here. We'll step aside for our final hydration break of the race. So we're going to step aside for the last hydration break, the last refreshment break of the race, and we will be right back here in a few minutes to cover the final hour here in Belgium. We are back, everyone, for the final hour of this race. Looking right now, Kiko Lakai, 2 seconds away from a top 5 if he can gather himself up. Right now, battling in the 6th position there in GT3 Pro. Less than 55 minutes to go here in Belgium. Still got some pit stops to do, still have an entire 55 minutes of racing to go through. Right now, Jan Korbs leads the way in the GTP class and overall. A lot of work to do there for them as we walk through this event here. Right now, Jan Korbs leads the way by over a lap. 3 minutes, 40 seconds the gap right now is where we're sitting in this race. Jan Korbs and Robert Viski, 1 and 2. Robert Viski for Really Slow Motion Racing in 2nd. Randy Martin in 3rd with Old Firm Racing Purple. Kajime Murrieta in 4th with Dead Bull Racing. And then it's Felix Greshel with Project Valorous in the number 50 machine. Enter this race as the points leaders, more likely to walk out as the points leaders as well, but with a giant hit in their points gap going into Sebring in 3 weeks. Gonzalo Paixo for Pick Up the Pace in 6th, and it's Mark Rosendahl right now currently sitting in the Project Valorous Academy, number 52. Davide Favaro currently in the 07 Racing GTP in 8th. Norbert Thomas and Dominic Fiquete in the Magic Aero Cars 9th and 10th. That's how the top 10 in GTP play out. Looking a little further down the order, you have Isaac Arvidsson, who's gotten back ahead of Lorenzo Castellani. Arvidsson and Castellani, they've been front of the field all race long. Moreno thought he was going to get close, but he hasn't been. He's been a minute away from them, but also a minute ahead of Hugo Valentin and Project Valorous Academy in their GT3 Pro car. Marco Valverde for Enosis Esports up to the top 5 with Kiko Lakai in 6th, Svatoslav Shopov in 7th, Samuel Santos 8th, Charlie Nilsson in the 9th position, and then 10th is Zachary Livingood for Lithium Motorsports. And obviously in the AM class, you have Milo Spielman, David Narbonne, and Yulian Dimitrov. That is Lithium Motorsports AM, Smurf Racing Team, and Native Delta Academy on the podium as things currently run. So work to do going into this race. Leads the way there in Pro. You see him there going up through Eau Rouge and Radeon. Yes, the GT battle has been absolutely outstanding from bell to bell. Castellani in pit lane. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out here. Castellani, second place right now. I believe this could be serving as drive-through. I'm not sure if he's making an early pit stop here just to get out of the way because he's good to go from here, or what's exactly happening right now. No, this is a service stop. You can see that he's rolling into his box here. This is a service stop. Short pit stop here to try to get an undercut. Not a bad idea. However, it's easier to stop later on in the race, take less fuel, have a shorter pit stop. And I think that's what Arvidsson's going for here. But pit lane's about to be busy anyway, because this is almost the time for GTP cars to come down pit lane. Visky and Favaro are coming in, and we expect more to come in shortly. Out comes Castellani after making his final pit stop of this race with about 46 minutes to go. Staying off to the left-hand side of the racetrack here. That is the 78, who is not on the same lap. Getting around. Moreno did get around there, but again, everyone's got a pit stop to make here, minus Castellani now. Carmen, Sienna. Don't know where I was going with that. I'm Carmen Sienna. I think I was going to go with an introduction, but then I lost track of what I was saying. But we're in the final 45 minutes of this race. I think I was gonna say like, hey, we're in the final 45 minutes, but that was. Let's try that again. We're in the final 45 minutes here on Avian 1. Platinum Endurance Championship, 10 hours of Monza. Obviously, we've been here for a long time for me to fluff lines I didn't even have written down. But I'm Carmen Sienna. It's been a very, very long day, but the race is almost over. 44 minutes to go on the timer at the moment. That's on the top left of your screen, as well as the top 7 of every single class. All 3 classes on the left side of your screen as well. It is Jean Corbs and Ryder Engineering looking for their first win in almost a year in the Platinum Endurance Championship. Talk about a way to come back into fruition here. It has not been in doubt most of this race. In GT3 and GT3 Pro, Isaac Arvidsson leads the way for Sim Race Sweden Esports. However, man, we're looking at center of your screen, Lorenzo Castellani doing an undercut here to try to just speed run his way back to the front of the field. The gap was about 4 seconds before Castellani made his pit stop. Can he overcome that gap today? Gonna be a big question there. So right now, Lorenzo Castellani trying to make up a gap here. He's got to play it to a very strong number if he wants a chance to win this race in GT3 Pro and go back-to-back. Milo Spielman in pit lane for the final time for Lithium Motorsports. He'll hand the race lead off in GT3M to David Narbonne and Smurf Racing Team. And now it's on Narbonne to try to hold on to the lead. But he has another pit stop to make as well. A very short pit stop, but it's a pit stop nonetheless. A lot of work having to be done today. Everyone earning their keep. It's been a lot of fun following. A lot of different strategies have come into play. And that's honestly the magic of it all. Lorenzo Castellani in third. A lot of close battles here. Spielman in pit lane. Again, this is where the strategy is going to really come to the front of the field here. Really in fruition, in full here today. Again, you're looking at it at Lorenzo Castellani, who's trying to go through and win this race. And that's easier said than done. Alberto Moreno has a pit stop to make as well. He's in the middle of that group. But Moreno's got a pit stop to make, and that's going to throw him off of second place here pretty quickly. I'm assuming the idea is that Castellani is going to try to push like mad to try to get to the front of the field here, whereas Arvidsson's going to go long, have a very short pit stop, and just try to stay clear of Castellani's attempts here. And I'm assuming it's kind of inverted and vice versa there, with Spielman having to make a pit stop now to get to the end of the race. Narbonne going to try to have a short pit stop just to try to leapfrog over Milo Spielman and Lithium Motorsports. I'm assuming is where this is directing at this point in time. But right now, it's still anyone's game right now. 40 minutes to go in this race. Been a very long day. We went live at 7 a.m. It is now almost 6 p.m. 11 hours later, and we still have quite some time to go, but we appreciate everyone being with us here. No matter if you were with us from the very start, if you jumped in after the restart, or if you're jumping in the last couple hours, we appreciate you being with us and helping us get over 1,100 followers here on Twitch. I think we're close to 1,125 at this point in time. Again, all of it is greatly appreciated. Your support's been very appreciated through the last 4.5 years, and there's so much more to do. Lorenzo Castellani sitting third at the moment with work to do. He's gaining time, but remember that this is based off of the fact that Arvidsson's had 42-second pit stops every stop this race. He will not have a 42-second pit stop at the end of this race. That is the critical thing to remember. They can cut out a lot of time on that last pit stop by going long here and just pitting with about 15 minutes to go in this race. Take just enough fuel to get through those laps, and then you're golden. That's the plan there for Sim Race Sweden. Castellani's made his bet. He's got to lie on it now. He's just got to drive like mad and try not to encounter too much traffic that'll slow him up. Castellani sitting right now in third, trying to gain some time here. Battle right now is Liege, comes out of pit lane. He got passed by Charlie Nilsson in RPM Racing relatively easily, but now they're good to go to the end of the race. Actually, Nilsson may have a pit stop to make still. I think Nilsson has a pit stop to make. That RPM Racing car, the 210, has a pit stop to make still. Nico Lekai sitting right now in the 9th position, the 288. Again, a couple cars need to make pit stops still, as Castellani back down pit lane. Whoa, 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 whoa. Castellani back down pit lane. Uh-oh. Back down pit lane once again. Oh, this is Castellani's drive-through. That's rough. Very, very rough. So that is officially race done and over with. Arvidsson's going to have clear runway to end this race on. Arvidsson right now sitting in position. To win this race, Alberto Moreno in pit lane now. He's going to beat his pit stop. He's got second place basically locked up at this point. That's a vicious cycle there. Alberto Moreno coming down pit lane. Peter Valentine has to make a pit stop as well. The Project Valorous, number 253, sitting right now in third. Valentine will have to make a pit stop here. I don't know if he's going to stay ahead. I don't think he's going to stay ahead of Castellani. I think he's too far back to really make any inroads there to stay ahead of Castellani there. But a good top 5 effort so far for that team. Arvidsson pit on lap 179 last. We're on lap 202 now. So Arvidsson's got a pit stop coming here sooner rather than later as he approaches the last half hour of this race. Arvidsson going to put Moreno a lap down temporarily while pit stops take place. And Moreno is still behind Castellani. Wow. Moreno still behind Castellani. Castellani could still get second place. That's wild. That is absolutely wild. Absolutely insane stuff so far. Alberto Moreno has 5 seconds now to try to catch up. Moreno trying to catch up here. 5.6 seconds. The gap stabilized. It's not really moving anywhere, positive or negative. This is going to be so entertaining to see how this plays out here. Again, Arvidsson had the pit stop to make in this race still. Castellani pit 5 laps earlier than Moreno. If those tires fall off, Moreno's in the catbird seat. But that is a lot of time to try to make up. Valentin in pit lane very clearly was not going to be able to hold on to the top 3 here. But a good effort nonetheless. Very good effort for the Project Valorous Academy team in GT3 Pro. Arvidsson still leads, has yet to make a pit stop, has everyone a lap down at the moment, minus Castellani. Castellani came out just ahead of Arvidsson here. When Arvidsson makes a pit stop, it'll let Moreno get a lap back here, no problem. Narbonne has a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it if he's going to try to hold on to that position at the front of the GT3 AM field. Milo Spielman, 45 seconds, the gap between first and second in GT3 AM. That is a hard ass. That is fuel only if you do it. And Narbonne's the only one that can do that strategy call and try to make it pay off for a position. Arvidsson in pit lane now. Race leader in GT3 Pro in pit lane now. Castellani 5.5 ahead of Moreno. Less than half an hour left in this race. And this is all very interesting to me because of the strategies that are still in play. Arvidsson's going to have a pretty short pit stop here, all things considered. 25 seconds with the pit stop time there for Arvidsson. That was done and dusted pretty easily for Arvidsson. We knew it was going to be a shorter pit stop just because of the timing left in this race, but that was an exceptionally short pit stop. Alberto Moreno sitting right now in the third position by 6 seconds behind Lorenzo Castellani. Kajime Murrieta coming down pit lane now. This should allow Joy and Joy to get back to the third position in this race. Robert Viski, who I think needs to make a pit stop still. It's close. I don't know if Viski needs to make a pit stop or not yet. That is, he's got enough of a gap. I think he could be good. He could be clear on him. Because Viski had a 1:20 second, a minute 20 over Murrieta. So I think Viski is good no matter what, as far as having second place here. I think. I could be wrong, but I think he's got a chance. I think he's going to make a pit stop though. So keep an eye on that with the number 29 in second place in GTP. Joy and Joy will take third away. Viski coming around the final corner here. Yeah, I think he's good. I think he's good on his pit stop here. You'd imagine. So Marietta in pit lane now. Should come back out in the 4th position in GTP. And then all eyes right now in AM on David Narbonne. Narbonne has to make a pit stop and somehow keep Spielman at bay to try to win this race. Narbonne right now leading by 45 seconds over Spielman. That's a very hard ask, an extremely hard ask. Couple of cars further behind making pit stops for the last time today, or in the last 25 minutes of this race. Smurf Racing Team has come on really as a shocker in the AM class. Has a chance to do something incredible, and that is not only win with the Audi for the first time, but use fuel strategy. Use an alternate strategy that no one else could make work to leapfrog and get to the front of the field. Narbonne leading the way right now in the AM class. Spielman is chipping away some time, not a whole lot, but some time in this race. Alberto Garcia Blasco in pit lane, 13th in GTP. How bad his race has gone after starting this race in 3rd. Narbonne right now in the lead of this race by 44 seconds. The gap closing just a little bit in this battle. And again, it's all about margins at this point. It's all about a time margin, because the amount of time that Spielman and Narbonne will have against each other at the end of this race will be marginal here. Narbonne last pit on lap 183. He's on 204 now. So he's got, reasonably speaking, he's got 4 more laps in him. Which is going to get him to the last 15 minutes of the race. He's got to come in with 15 minutes left. That is about as clear-cut a cut it as close as you can type window. David Narbonne right now sitting in front of the field. Again, he's gonna have the shortest pit stop of his life. That is a splash and dash if I've ever seen one. He's got to make one and somehow get through all the pit lane in an insanely quick amount of time. Only thing that really helps him out right now is that the 45 seconds in GT3 equipment means a lot more than it does in GTP. Narbonne watching the gap just chip away just a little bit more every lap. But he's got to hold on, and you can't really take tires on this stop if you're trying to win the race. And that's the only thing that matters at this point, because if you just want a podium, you've got it. You know, you've got Soderov, who's in third, not even close right now. 6 minutes is the gap. Actually, excuse me, 10 minutes is the gap to Narbonne. So a podium's guaranteed. It's all about trying to win this race right now for Narbonne, and that's where he's at. He's got to run that thing dry, put just enough fuel in it, no tires, and get the ball rolling. This is going to be entertaining to see how this plays out here over the next 20 minutes or so. Again, Narbonne center of the attention right now. Arvidsson's got the race win in GT3 Pro. Jan Korps has it for Red Engineering in GTP. It's AM that right now is a wide open question mark. The gap's opening up just a little bit more now. Just a little bit more. Here we go. Narbonne staying out again. He's got a couple more laps in him. But it is not an extensive amount of time. Narbonne. Narbonne with less than 15 minutes to go. Could be the Cinderella story here. Some people cheering on Old Firm Racing Purple, who are on the podium at the moment in GTP. A good moment there. Narbonne, 43 seconds. That is a tight window. A very tight window. Narbonne, again, has to make a pit stop. He cannot go all the way here. Logistically, just not possible for him to go all the way. But he's going to come close. Very, very close. Gap continues to shrink here in the lead of the GT3 AM field. Pit stop's got to be incoming through Blanchimont here. Now up to the bus stop. When does this pit stop occur? Not this lap. He's going to go one more. At least one more. Oh, this is putting it up for the wire. And this is honestly a good thing, because Spielman's not closing enough right now to really make this an unviable strategy. The longer that Narbonne goes in this fight, the better it serves him, because it makes the gap even harder to overcome. Running on board with Narbonne. He's got it all to do here, but he's the only one capable of doing it. He's got to be on fumes at this point. But he's done his job pretty brilliantly, I've got to say. He's done a fantastic job with it. People cheering on the Cinderella story. It's hard not to get behind it. And he comes. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. For David Narbonne and Smurf Racing Team, can they put together one of the smallest pit stop windows ever? Down the back straightaway now. There is Spielman. I don't think he's going to survive this one. Spielman going into the bus stop now. Narbonne's already out of pit lane. It's in a 10.8 second stop. He's done his part. I think he's too far away. How far away is he? He's got still in pit lane. There it is. Spielman, top of the board now. Narbonne gave it a shot. Not enough. Not enough to hold off Milo Spielman. Spielman, living good. Lithium Motorsports, both those cars together. Mostly for Narbonne, he was 12 seconds, so he was really 15 seconds shy of having a really actual finite shot at it. But it was nice to dream. Milo Spielman will have a clear shot at a race win here. Same with Isaac Arvidsson in Sim Race Sweden. They did an outstanding job. Bell to bell. Castellani's had his sort of drive through. He stayed ahead of Alberto Moreno. What an outstanding job they have. Lights are on in full force for the final 7 minutes. Leading the way. Meanwhile, Jan Korbs has put himself 2 laps clear of everybody in GTP. Jan Korbs right now leading the way by 2 laps. Oh no. What happened to Smurf Racing Team? This is the 66. The 66 just ran him over. That's Wanyo Gregera that just kind of ran him over there. Oh dear. See if we can get it from high above. Yeah, this is just Gregera just running him over. That's unfortunate. That's silly. Corbs continues to lead here by 2 laps. What should be a very straightforward 4 minutes. Yeah, Corbs right now leading the way here. Again, 2 laps ahead. Then you look at Robert Viski and Julian Joy. Old Firm Racing Purple going to be looking at a podium here. Really good feel-good moment there for Julian Joy. Kajim Murrieta in 4th. Felix Greshel in 5th. Still racing it all the way through here. Arvidsson leading the way in GT3 Pro at the moment with less than... We're coming into the final minute of regulation here. Right now leading the way. He's got 1:07. It is not over yet. You see the gaps to the race leaders. Attrition, the name of the game here at Spa today in the final minute. Isaac Arvidsson will come across our finish line. We'll not see the white flag yet because it's all dependent on where Jan Corbs is. Actually, you will see the white flag this time because there's Corbs. He's in Puhan right now, so he will come to the checkered flag here. With less than 30 seconds to go, he is on the final lap. Through Lifeng. Into Stavelot for the final time. It's going to be a run through the forest and through Blanchimont. Approaching the bus stop for the very last time. The checkered flag flies. Jan Corbs breaks the winless drought. Ryder Engineering are winners in the Platinum Endurance Championship once again. They win at Belgium. They win in Spa. Robert Viski will secure a second place finish. A job well done for our Visky and Company. A win for Jan Korbs and a podium for really slow motion racing red. They take the checkered flag, as does Milo Spielman, who grabs the win in GT3 Ham. And immediately during burnouts there, going through Puhan now is Isaac Arvidsson to complete his race. The drivers behind him have completed theirs. He will stand atop the mountain in GT3 Pro with his team that worked so hard to make this happen. It was a hard-fought battle with 07 Racing, a penalty at the deciding factor. But pit stops that were amazing, helped put them on the point to begin with and give them the opportunity. Heading down now towards Blanchimont for the final time as guaranteed winners in the GT3 Pro category. They get to celebrate after a very arduous and tumultuous race here in Spa. Keep the fireworks and applause ablaze. Isaac Arvidsson will lead Simrace Sweden to victory lane in the podium. And its top step. He's a winner. And the 10 hours of Spa. Jan Korbs gets to celebrate a race win here in Le Mans. It's not here in Le Mans, it's here in Spa. Le Mans, the next step on that journey, but after Sebring, obviously eyes on the prize, and it's a championship. But you gotta get there first, and they have put a giant punch square to the jaws of Project Valorous on their way to Le Mans. They win at Spa, they win in Belgium. 2 races to go now. Sebring on April 27th. Going to be a lot of fun, that race. Again, April 27th, 3 weeks from now, and then May 18th, the 24-hour race in France, the French Classic. Jan Korbs there. He's going to go right down all the way through here. We're going to go ahead and go through the results of this race. We're already over time, but let's walk through the results of this race. Rider Engineering get the race win here in Belgium ahead of Really Slow Motion Racing Red, Old Firm Racing Purple, Dead Bull Racing, Project Valorous, the number 50 machine, finishes 5th. The points leaders will hold on to it, but barely. Pick up the pace, a good top 10 finish for them, as well as Project Valorous's Academy team. 07 Racing, their GTP team, gets an 8th place finish, and then the Magic Arrow cars round out the top 10 in order, 55 and then the 56 car. That's the top 10 of the results here. Further down the order, you have Team Red X finishing 11th, and it's Team FFSR, XBD Racing GTP, and Carbano Esports JD finishing 14th. Simrace Sweden wins in GT3 Pro over 07 Racing, Carbano Esports JD GT3 Pro. Then you have Project Valorous Academy, Native Delta by SimGear, and Go Esports rounding out the top 20 overall. That is your top 6 in GT3 Pro. Looking even further, you have Strumenti DS Racing, RPM Racing, and Enosis Esports. They round out your top 9 in GT3 Pro. Lithium Motorsports gets the top 10 in GT3 Pro, in addition to its win in GT3 AM. So some celebrations going on there. RPM Racing Purple just barely missing out of the top 10 there. It's 26th overall, 11th in class. Smurf Racing Team, they were close, but not close enough here tonight for a chance to get the race win. Getting through everything here. You have Code Esport, Team Red X SimSport, the 807, or the 286 car, their GT3 team, sitting in 29th, 30th Core Motorsport here tonight. Looking a little bit further down the order. Again, I'm kind of just looking through the entire field here. You've got Native Delta Academy, Central United by E, Team Race Getter Blue. They round out the top 5 in the GT3 AM category. Firefly E-Racing Blue, they are finishing 34th, obviously overall there. Just looking throughout the field. And then you start seeing some of the retirements further down the order. The Academy team for Sim Race Sweden did not get to see the finish. Liffers Racing Team did. They're the last car that saw the finish out of the 52-car field. And looking through the rest of the race here, XPD Racing, Ryder Engineering's GT3 team, A0 Motorsport, SR Technic, Outrun Berserk. And you see all of the different exit points for all these cars here tonight. We are going to talk to a couple of people. We're not going to have a lot of time here in the interview queue just because of the amount of time that we spent over here this evening. But we will talk to the race winner, the race winning group here for GTP. We'll talk to Josh Tucker, who won in GTP for Ryder Engineering Esports here. Josh, this is Carmen from the ABN booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got a copy, Carmen.
All right. For a while, it seemed like there was a lot of pressure there, and then obviously attrition took hold. A very good win for Ryder Engineering, finally breaking that winless drought. Walk us through what it's like for the team here, not only to be in this situation, as we also will bring in Jan Korbs here, bringing everyone into this. You know, obviously it's a win now for Ryder Engineering. The championship gap is closed up after what was last season. What is the feeling for the team, obviously coming through this with 2 races left, to now firmly be in a fight and have control of their own destiny?
I mean, we feel like it's, been a long time coming. Like Monza, we were right there. That was a crazy exciting finish, and funny thing about Spa is we've had this setup since way before the beginning of the season. So this is probably the car that we've worked on the most, that we knew that we would be the strongest. So like it really came down to fuel strategy. So once we realized none of those guys could really, hit 26 laps or hit 25 laps and keep pace with us, like it was, pretty much just cruising for us. And, being safe, not getting ourselves into trouble, because, multi-class racing around Spa is pretty difficult. Closing speed in some of the corners are pretty insane between the 2 cars. Like, Jan, do you have anything to add?
I think I have nothing to add on that. Like, the setup work has been done, or as Josh said, way before the first race started already. As we tested a lot around Spa, each GTP, about the competitiveness. And yeah, it was an interesting race at the start, very tense with Magic Arrow. Sadly, there were issues later, and also with many other teams. And yeah, that's what I took from last season's Spa race, that you just have to stay clean and it's a good result, which luckily worked this time again. And together with the pace we had, it was like, bring it on, bring it home.
Obviously, it was chaos today, and more chaos is expected in 3 weeks when we head to Sebring for the 12-hour race there on April 27th. What is the general feeling going into that race, a race that we've seen a lot of attrition at before, and it's a race that's going to be difficult in a lot of different ways, but it's still going to demand absolute focus. What's the feeling going into that race?
Oh, we feel pretty good. I think we have just the strongest car at Sebring that we're bringing to Spa, and I have the utmost faith in Jan's ability and my ability to kind of keep the scrapes and the dings and the 4Xs and 2Xs and everything else off the car. And I think a lot of people struggled with that today, and I think it's where mostly we gained our time, right? I don't think it's that our car was so insanely faster than everybody else's. We just ran a much cleaner race. And sometimes that's all you need.
Obviously, how about you, Jan? Obviously, Sebring's going to be a very important race, obviously, for the team. The championship gap now less than, I believe, 10 points now going into Sebring in 3 weeks' time. How are you feeling going into that race and trying to take over the championship lead for the first time?
We will see. It's probably gonna be setup will be determined 24 hours before the race starts, just as always, and suddenly we will have a good result or not. Depends. Just kidding. It's yeah, some preparations we have to do, of course, and also thanks to everybody in the team who made their part or brought their part to this. Like,
Yeah, thanks to you too,
preparation is-
Carmen. Like that was a rough one today. You being by yourself through all that. Like I like the WrestleMania idea. Maybe next time if this happens, I pray it never happens again, but maybe next time the WrestleMania would be cool. While we're all waiting.
Yeah, I gotta fill the time out at some point. But we got through it, and it was a phenomenal result for Rider Engineering as a whole tonight, winning the race here in GTP. Before we let you go, though, obviously we have a chance. If you want to shout anybody out in particular, obviously the team of a huge team effort here today. If there's anyone to shout out, the floor is yours. We'll start with you, Josh, and then Jan. Obviously, if you want to add anything as well, you're free.
Yeah, I mean, thanks to Jan, my mentor, obviously Jonas Weber, the team principal for Ryder, giving me the opportunity because I'm an indie guy, IndyCar guy. So, and my wife, for letting me do this crazy shit. But sorry, I probably should have said that. But yeah, go ahead, Jan.
Yeah, probably, as I said before, big shout out to our team, to everybody involved within Ryder Engineering Esports, and also all partners, of course. Really great effort that we brought that to the finish. And yeah, let's continue and look forward.
Absolutely. Going to be a lot of fun seeing what the 76 team can bring to Sebring in 3 weeks' time, April 27th. We have a championship fight now on our hands. Ryder Engineering and Project Valorous going head-to-head there for the final 2 races of the season. Both of you, good luck in Sebring, and hopefully we get to talk to you again in Florida.
Thanks, Carmen. You have a good rest of the day, man. You killed it today. Appreciate all your hard work.
I appreciate the compliment. Thank you both so much, and enjoy the race win.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Alrighty, that was the race winners in the GT3 category here. Obviously, a lot of stuff going on here with our system. Shouldn't be able to hear Discord, but we are, so we'll deal with it as it is. We've been scrolling through the results there on your screen. Obviously, we saw the top 10 in GTP. Again, we're looking at GT3 as well, and we'll look at GT3 AM. Only 10 cars in this field. 8 of them saw the checkered flag. Slippers Racing Team finishing 24 laps off the winning car, the Lithium Motorsport AM car. Actually, I need to check to see if they scored points tonight. That is a huge question mark here. Lithium Motorsports AM, they completed 213 laps. Be interesting here. So, looking at 8th place, Slippers Racing Team, they completed 189 laps. Oh, they did not. They did not complete enough time. That hurts. They needed to complete 191 laps, I believe. And they only completed with 189. That's painful. So I don't think they scored points, but what a drive by them just to try to get to that point. Absolute insanity here tonight. Wow. Okay. That was insane stuff here. Again, shout out to everyone that took part in this race tonight. Shout out to the podium finishers here again in GT3 AM, Lithium Motorsports, Smurf Racing Team, and Native Delta Academy. In GT3 Pro, you've got Sim Race Sweden Esports, 07 Racing GT, and Carbano Esports JD GT3 Pro. And then in GTP, obviously we talked to the race winners, Ryder Engineering Esports, Really Slow Motion Racing getting their first podium, as well as Old Firm Racing Purple, first podiums for them. All here this evening. That's going to do it from us here at ABN on ABN 1. Going to be a lot of fun. Just absolute insanity all the way through this race tonight. We have a doubleheader tomorrow. It is the Winstall Cup Series here on ABN 1, 7:45 p.m. Eastern Time. On ABN 2 at 7 p.m., it is the ARX A Squared Cup Series race, getting everything started from us at Talladega on 7 p.m. on ABN 2. On behalf of everyone here for the Platinum Endurance Championship and everyone here at ABN, I'm Carmen Sienna. Thank you all so much. We will see you next time here on ABN. Until next time, until either Martinsville or Talladega, stay safe, stay healthy, have some fun in the week ahead. We'll see you tomorrow. So long, everybody.